begin. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The conversation featuring Mr. Jamie Dimon is about to begin. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The conversation featuring Mr. Jamie Dimon is about to begin. The conversation featuring Mr. Jamie Dimon is about to begin. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage member of the Board of Trustees of the Ronald Reagan Presidential Foundation and Institute, the Honorable Susan McCaw.
Hi, everyone. Delighted you're here this morning. J.P. Morgan Chase is the largest bank in the United States and the most valuable bank in the world. Earlier this year, Jamie Dimon marked 20 years at its helm. 2 decades of navigating crises, global upheaval, relentless change, and without ever losing sight of what endures. We are honored to have him back at the Reagan National Economic Forum. He's now 2 for 2, and we hope to continue the streak. President Reagan believed that economic strength and national strength are inseparable. It's a conviction Jamie Dimon has returned to often, and perhaps no stage is more fitting for that conversation than this one. Jamie's insights are always sharp. When he speaks, people pay attention, and they should. But to me, the most fascinating thing about Jamie is not simply what he does, it's the values that inform everything he does. Last year, on this very stage, he spoke with conviction about the importance of trade agreements and our alliances across the West, not because of the bottom lines, but because of those relationships are, in his words, essential to keep the world safe and free for democracy. That is not the language of a banker. It's the language of a statesman. This is a man genuinely committed to democracy and free markets, not out of self-interest, but because he believes they make the world better. He believes in the shining city on a hill that President Reagan invokes so powerfully, that the United States is a beacon of freedom, opportunity, democracy, and hope. And Jamie just doesn't speak these values, he acts on them. Under his leadership, JP Morgan Chase has launched a $1.5 trillion security and resiliency initiative, directing capital towards industries critical to our national economic security and long-term strength. That is American leadership with a balance sheet behind it. As a former diplomat, I've seen what true and real global leaders look like, and Jamie Dimon embodies it. He is more than America's most important banker. He's one of America's most important voices. Jamie closed his remarks here last year with 2 pieces of advice that stayed with me. First, listen to everybody. And second, don't put a good foot forward, put the truth forward. 100% the truth. Tell us and we will deal with it. Jamie, we're delighted to have you back to put the truth forward. We're also delighted to welcome back Morgan Brennan, anchor of Morning Call on CNBC and a member of the Council of Foreign Relations, who regularly interviews heads of state and our nation's most consequential chief executives. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Chairman and CEO of JP Morgan Chase, Jamie Dimon, in conversation with CNBC and Morgan Brennan.
I like his music choice.
Yeah, exactly.
It's appropriate. Okay, first of all, it's great to be back on stage with you, Jamie, a year later. And I do feel like the bar's been set high after our conversation last year. So let's start right there, because last year on this stage, you talked about tectonic plate shifting, both in terms of geopolitics and the global economy. How do you see it now?
So first of all, welcome everybody. Thrilled to be here. Those tectonic plates, they're still shifting, they're still moving, they're still the most important thing that's taking place in the world. They dwarf the short-term economy, and that's the war in Ukraine, and I wish we were more supportive of Ukraine. That's the terrorism in the Middle East. It's now the Iranian war, which I hope settles properly for us. And then you have things like, the huge global deficits, the remilitarization of the world, the restructuring of trade, and those are tectonic plates that may very well affect the future of the free world. And my eyes on that. That's not a forecast about the short-term economy. I just think it's the most important thing that we all have to roll up our sleeves and worry about, which is why we started the Security Resiliency Initiative, the American Dream Initiative, to do our part in trying to make sure those things turn out the right way.
Yeah, and we seem to be potentially poised to be on the cusp of a plan here, a broader ceasefire, maybe potentially even peace plan with Iran. But how has that conflict changed the trajectory?
Not really, because I think last year we spoke about Ukraine, and we said, it's the evil axis. It's Ukraine, Iran, North Korea. Iran, the other thing, I hear a lot of people, they talk about Iran, they usually mention, or at least some people, it wasn't an imminent threat, it wasn't an imminent threat. No, a threat is when I'm threatening you. They've been killing people, terrorizing people for 47 years. And if you actually think about it, and they had proxy wars, they've been doing it not in the Middle East, they've been doing it in the United States. They killed a lot of Americans. They killed a lot of Americans on October 7th in Israel. They killed a lot of people in Africa. My thought is, why did we put up with it? Why do we even put up with these proxy things? Remember, Ronald Reagan, when Gaddafi was doing a bunch of stuff, he didn't like pretend to hurt him. He tried to kill him, and Gaddafi backed off. So next time we should go for the head of the snake, and and this is obviously hindsight. I hate crying over spilled milk. Maybe we should have done it like 25 years ago. Get all the allied nations, get 500,000 troops around Iran, and told them this is over. We're not putting up with this stuff anymore, because that would have been a better outcome. Because I do agree, Iran having a nuclear weapon may be the biggest threat facing mankind. Because if they have it, so will Egypt, Saudi Arabia, UAE, Kuwait, South Korea, Philippines, Japan, Australia, and then I don't know how you stop real proliferation at that point.
So in light of this, what does it mean for alliances, not just from a defense standpoint, which we're going to get into more, but also from an economic one?
Well, I think, so the foundation for us, we want to maintain, we must maintain the strongest military in the world. That is the best protection against anything you see today or that you don't see today. And foundational, that's the best economy in the world. They kind of go hand in hand. I remind people, if you want to keep the dollar as the reserve currency, if we're not the preeminent military and the preeminent economy in the world in 30 years, we will not be the preeminent reserve currency. They actually go hand in hand. It's not just an economic kind of issue. On the economic side, my view is a little different than you see this administration. I think economic allies are critical. We have a lot of them. We have a huge common interest. We have a common value system. We have a common interest. We should protect each other. So you talk about all this trade stuff with China. The best protection, in my opinion, is that the Western world bring back in the things it needs for security, which we'll talk about in a minute, but that we have economic relationships that are profound and deep, help our economy and help, I think this is a little bit of a pipe dream, that we should go to Europe and say, if you do the right things, we'll give you one big, beautiful free trade deal. The right things are the Draghi report. We kind of know what they are. They're struggling. They're literally slowly walking off a cliff over time, and they need our help. And so I want to keep it together, and I put Australia, Philippines, Japan, South Korea in there. So I think those economic things are critical, and they're being challenged a little bit. Not that all trade is good. It's not. There are a lot of flaws in trade, but I'd like to make that stronger, not weaker. And it would be a great geopolitical home run against potential adversaries, dwarfing all other things.
And you don't think some of the trade deals that are being struck or starting to roll out, or even just this week, negotiations being opened up again for USMCA get us there?
I think they could. I'd like to see them resolved, finished. That we should get them done. Obviously, things that we need to do here, we should do here, which we'll talk about in a second. Things where there's a lot of unfair trade. Surprise, surprise, we've gone on for 100 years. It's not just tariffs, it's limitations, it's regulations, it's cheap loans, it's cheap land, it's cheap subsidies. It's a million different things. Yes, you should counter unfair trade. And tariffs is one way to counter unfair trade, but I think it would be good to get these things to a conclusion. In particular, Canada and Mexico. We have a huge common interest with Mexico and Canada, and we have one big eco-economic system, which actually is in all of our benefits. And so I think that could be hugely beneficial. And remember, Canada has oil, gas, lithium, potash. So there's a good geopolitical reason to do it.
Yeah. Before I move on from this, because you mentioned dollar dominance before, I find myself having a lot of conversations about this trend towards de-dollarization. How do you see it?
Well, it's not going to happen because the reserve currency is not. This is an IQ test. You ready? And you can ask anyone in the world, if you can only put all of your money in one country, which one would it be? Well, there's only one that's protected by the Atlantic and the Pacific, the United States military, the rule of law, the ability to own. When we give you a United States dollar, you can do whatever you want with it. You can start a business, you can buy a home, you can send it to Switzerland, you can do all these various things. That's not true in a lot of countries. So you're not going to take a reserve currency where the government decides what you can do with it, which is what China. China has capital controls. But that's basically what that is, and they need them for a whole bunch of different reasons. So as long as we maintain that strength, and I think it does relate to free trade. So China will become more of reserve currency. Other countries might, but we will still be the predominant one as long as we maintain the predominant economic position in the world. And that is predicated also on the predominant military position. I was in a country, I don't want to mention the name of it, and they were complaining about America and said, we're so concerned about America, we've taken our gold out of America, we've put it in our vaults here. And I looked at them and said, you do realize your vaults here, can be taken by 3 armies who aren't that far away. And that's real politics, folks. That's the world. So the notion that you're secure like that, this nation's secure. And so I think people have to think a little bit differently when we talk about foreign economic relations, and real politics is the only way to do it. Anything short of that, you're making a mistake.
Okay, so you just mentioned military last year. Very famously here, went viral. You said, shouldn't be stockpiling Bitcoin, we should be stockpiling bullets. A couple months later, you announced the Security and Resiliency Initiative.
Yeah.
Moving very quickly. How's it going?
It's been fabulous. And if you read what I write and talk, I complain about government a lot, and we should. But I also ask the question, what can we do to help? And we're not unique. We're not the only one. A lot of other people do this kind of thing. But we said, we already finance all these companies that do security resiliency. We defined it very specifically. It's military equipment, it's productive capability, it's APIs, active pharmaceutical ingredients, it's rare earths, it's semiconductors. They can be friend sourced. They don't have to be here as long as they are in a safe environment. It's some of the advanced manufacturing where not having here is a strategic mistake. I go on, and so we said, what can we do? And that's this initiative. And it has 2 big components. One is the 1.5 trillion over 10 years. Well, I think we'll far exceed that. And we're doing it not just in the United States, by the way, with a lot of allied nations. And that's drones, military, missiles, companies, spin-offs, investments. We hired Todd Combs, who's an exceptional investor, to make direct investments where people need money to do things which we think are important for resiliency. Resiliency is different to every nation. For Europe, resiliency includes LNG. They do not have their own LNG supply. They got to get it from us or North Africa. And so, but for us, LNG here is not this case. So we try to be very specific about it. The outpouring has been great. We've hired a lot of dedicated people. We're doing special research, so which we didn't really have, like the rare earth ecosystem, the shipbuilding ecosystem, the API ecosystem, so you can identify where in this very complex chain of stuff that we need intervention to do the right thing. And we're probably going to recommend what I call smart industrial policy. It's reluctant. A lot of my conservative friends, how can you recommend industrial policy? Yes, I don't think government should get involved in a lot of things. It's the only way to solve rare earths, APIs, some of the semiconductor stuff. It can be done where it's not corporations feeding the trough of government. It's got to be consortiums who are doing this to bring stuff back. Rare earths, here's an amazing number. You know how much rare earths we import to the United States of America? Only 200 million. If you quadrupled the cost, and there's other stuff we buy which has rare earths in it, so that's not really the only relevant number. If you quadruple the cost, it would mean nothing to the American economy, but we'd be 100% resilient. So if you have to pay more, your car cost might go up $100. And so, and I go on and on and on, but to have a company succeed here, we got to give them the chance to have economies of scale, build a business. We need competitors in those businesses. And we think there are ways to do it where the free market is there, and over time it's 100% the free market. And basically you would have a tariff high enough on rare earths that they cannot come from certain countries, or just a barrier that we will not import rare earths from China. Just plain and simple. It's a unilateral decision to do something like that. And we have to do it quick. It is also true, if you look back, people ask, like, what were we doing? We, all of us, we were asleep at the switch, folks. 10 or 15 years ago, the military, the government, businesses should have said, we can't rely on potential adversaries for things critical for our security. And so admit it. But if you don't admit mistakes, it's hard to fix them. So I don't like to cry over spilled milk. My rule is roll up your sleeves, get it done. We don't have much time. Suck it up, move quickly. And we need a lot of government proper policy to do this right, including what you all hear about permitting and all this stuff you all know about already.
Okay, I definitely want to get into that too. But first, just to dig a little deeper on what you just said here, you are a partner to the government on quite a number of these high-profile deals that we've seen in the name of national security here in recent months. Some of them have been very creative. Some of them have included government equity stakes in the companies as well. How do you respond to the critics who say the government is picking winners and losers, or this is a slippery slope, or it's state capitalism?
Well, I think you got to go. There is truth to that, but not in every one. We should have policy we know works, and I can give you a million examples where I think they shouldn't have done it that way, or they could have done it another way. I like the fact they're moving quick. I like the fact they're being creative in the Department of War and the Commerce Department, the Treasury Department. That I like, and they'll morph over time. So I'm not terrified over that, but there's a right way to do it. And the right way to do it is to set up a system that's conducive to getting the right stuff done and probably not picking winners and losers. I give you examples how that could be done. I just don't want to waste your time with that right now.
All right. You mentioned permitting. What do you want to see more of in terms of that? How much of that is federal? How much of that is being tied up still by state and local municipalities?
Guys, it's everything. It's bridges and roads and homes and affordable housing. It's bureaucracy. It's woke. It's permitting. It's sewer. It's hookups. It's grids. It is a disgrace. Everyone knows it. Everyone complains about it. Usually when you bring it up, people laugh. That's funny. With that Baltimore bridge that got knocked down 2 years ago, haven't even started yet. Grids, haven't really begun it yet. I say, make America's grids great again. But it's really embarrassing. Oh, I have a great suggestion for the politicians in the room. Ready? I may write an op-ed on this one, or you can write it yourselves. Like, good policy is free. Take 6 months in Congress. Do not raise revenues or cut expenses. Don't do any of that. Don't get involved in that debate. Just change policy. That makes things better. Housing policy, which I know French Hill is here, permitting policy, which you all know about, local affordable housing policy, education policy. I think it'll drive growth 1% higher just by doing that. Just by doing it. And we simply don't do it anymore. We simply do. We're like Europe. We just layer bureaucratic, stupid shit on top of other bureaucratic, stupid stuff. And it doesn't work. And it's demoralizing. If you actually analyze these policies, they hurt the lower income people the most. And so they're all done in the name of good, but they hurt the lower income people the most. And so I think we have to get our act together, and hopefully we'll do it.
Yeah, I was going to go in a completely different direction, but now I got to pick up what you're putting down here, Jamie.
Go for it.
Affordability, this idea of a K-shaped economy that's continuing to exacerbate here. I know you're leaning in on this too from the bank's perspective.
And it's affordability, again, it's not it's affordability, of course it's affordability. That's a Democrat issue, a Republican issue. The question is, how do you get it effectively? And you can have a lot of policies that you think it's making it more affordable, you have less supply. And so, obviously it's a key thing. Just all these other things, you can do them right or you can do them wrong. And we end up in this binary debate about how you do them. But, of course you should make them affordable. It's not a K-shape, like one part going up and one part going down. What it really is that the wealth, the top 70% are doing fine. The middle class has gotten bigger and richer. They have, stocks have gone up, home prices have gone up. They feel good, they're traveling, their confidence is higher than lower income. It's the bottom 30%, where if you look at it over time, their incomes didn't go up for 25 years. Okay, and they're not really earning living wages anymore for a whole bunch of reasons I won't go through here. And it used to be if you get up in America and even if you go to 10th grade, you get out, you get in a factory or somewhere, earn a living wage, and soon have a family, have a car, have a house. That's not true anymore. And it is incumbent upon all of us to fix that problem. Now that problem, by the way, we've thrown trillions of dollars at it, Democrats and Republicans, and it didn't work. And those people, by the way, when you talk, and we all talk about problems, they have worse crime, worse schools, less affordable housing, worse food, and there are policies that can fix that. And it's not that so their wages have stagnated, they still have jobs, but they're not seeing the opportunity, and they're angry about it. And then they see governments wasting tremendous sums of money, picking winners or losers. Even my Democratic friends, when I ask them, do you believe if we gave $1 trillion to the federal government, anyone would be better off? It's just not possible. It would end up in all these special interest groups, and it'd be a big potty that they give to folks. It's policy. It's education policy. It's housing policy. It's infrastructure policy. It's crime policy. And that stuff works done right. And there are a lot of examples. If you read Fallows wrote that book when he went to 50 cities, none bigger than Columbus, about how they're building river walks and bringing in businesses and improving their schools. Good policy works. And it's got nothing to do, in the most part, for Democrat and Republican. It's just good policy.
Well, we just talked about how J.P. Morgan is looking to enable this on the military and defense side, defense industrial base, industrial policy side. How's America's biggest bank looking to enable us on the affordability side, on the American dream side?
Yeah, and so I met with the Mayor Mondani the other day, and I said everything I wanted to say, but one of the things I was saying, like, what do we do? Like, what does a bank do? And so I walked in the front door. We have a big flag in the new headquarters. I salute that flag every morning. I told him, I salute that flag every morning, and your parents came here for the same reason my grandparents came here, were mostly Greek immigrants who never finished high school, for the freedom and justice that this country means. And that if you opened up, if you opened up America's borders, billions of people would move here to be American. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. And so I told them, we bank cities, schools, states, hospitals, countries, mortgages, small business, and we do the best we can. We make mistakes. We pay our people well. They all get medical, dental, Pilates, and so we're good citizens. We pay a lot. We take care of people, and policy should be done well. So we announced this other thing called the American Dream Initiative, which is mortgages and affordable housing, helping small businesses, financial education. We have a lot of branches in lower-income neighborhoods, teach people how to save money and how to open accounts. Work skills, which we've already talked about, which have to be done locally. And so we're just doubling down on what we already do, and we just set targets for ourselves. Can we do more? And so take small business, for example. We bank $7 million. We're going to make it 10. I'm convinced we'll get there. We have to gear up for it. We got to hire more people, more branches, get more small business bankers and things like that. And out of that, we get a lot of ideas that germinate that work. Sometimes they don't always work. But I just want to point out, because it may be the most important thing of all, is to reignite the American dream type thing, is I remind people that the Constitution is a legal document. But the principles on which it's based are the most important thing. Those principles and values are freedom of speech, free religion, life, liberty, the pursuit of happiness. The pursuit of happiness to them did not mean, are you happy? It meant have a purpose. You could be an artist, you could be a farmer, you could be a military officer, you could be a caregiver. It meant to make the world a better place, to try to create equal opportunity for people. And we don't teach those values anymore. And they are the foundation that made this country great. And and all these schools, I've looked at them now. You look at some of the colleges and even high schools, they don't teach a lot of American history. And you could say, in America, those values are still extraordinary, why 4 billion people come here. It doesn't mean we didn't have flaws. I don't know, I've read a lot of history. I haven't read one country that didn't have flaws, not one. And of course you should acknowledge them and try to fix them if you can. But that's part of the American dream. Fixing the bottom 30%, lifting up everybody, creating equal opportunity. I think that would dramatically reduce polarization and anger, which you see all over the place. And so we're doubling down on that too. And we're quite unabashed about it.
The tax policy piece of this specifically, last week Jeff Bezos was on CNBC and made a lot of news, basically said bottom 50% of Americans should not pay federal income tax. Government doesn't have a revenue problem, it has a spending problem, that he'd be potentially more open to paying taxes if it meant the money was actually going towards the greater good here. It kind of reminded me a little bit of some of the comments we've heard from you in the past, especially when I think about things like earned income tax credit.
Yeah, so first, when I saw Jeff doing that, I'm saying, thanks, Jeff, God bless you, get involved in the debate. You may not agree with everything he's saying, but I like the fact he's saying stuff, and he cares enough about our country to actually get on there, because a lot of people just simply don't do it or even think about it very much. And tax is very complicated, okay? So I generally agree, and if you look at the bottom, the 100,000, they don't pay that much anyway, so you got to be a little careful. They're all different types of taxes. You got your sales tax, and you got real estate taxes, and some drive bad behavior and all that, and it all should be kind of looked at. I like the earned income tax credit, which today as it stands, if you're a single parent making $14,000, the government gives you $7,000. At the end of the year, in a check, some people are entitled to it, don't get it. If you have no children, they give you like $700. I would take that, the $14,000, I'd make it $12,000, I'd get rid of the child requirement. You're working, you'll go home with $26,000. If you're two parents, you have $52,000. And the reason I like it is because, first, I think it would pay for itself. We know one thing about jobs. They create dignity, that first rung in the ladder. When I hear people making fun of burger flippers, a lot of those burger flippers end up owning and running McDonald's. They are proud of what they accomplish. A lot of our forefathers came here, and that's what they did when they got here. But that first rung leads to a second rung. Jobs lead to, the money would go to the person, so it's not big government deciding whether you can buy potato chips and soda or not. They would spend it on their families and their homes. They spend it locally. It might foster local restaurants. They might buy more insurance or a tutor for the kids or something like that. And it would lift up those economies, but it also has the great virtue of bringing people into the workforce, making work pay more. And we know one thing about jobs: better social outcome, more household formation, less crime, less suicide, less recidivism. So if you actually did the full analysis, which is hard to do, and we really haven't, I guarantee you more than pay for itself. And that would cost like another $50 billion. If they did that, yeah, I think people would be willing to pay as long as it went to them. If it's going to go to Congress to decide who to give it to, no one's going to want to pay extra money in taxes.
Let's shift gears to monetary policy. We got a new Fed chair, Kevin Warsh.
Yeah.
How do you see this new regime taking shape, especially when you have a bond market that, according to some investors, is pricing in a Warsh effect?
Oh yeah, I'm not sure that's true. So first of all, high quality guy, experienced, knows markets, was at the central bank. He was at the New York Fed when we were going through the great financial crisis. It's a fresh look. I think it's good. I like his views. I mean, the Federal Reserve did in fact get involved in a lot of stuff that they should not have, in my view. And they're independent on monetary policy. They're not independent on regulatory policy. And when they did regulatory policy, they violated the Constitution. There were no cost-benefit studies, no analysis, no other stuff they're supposed to do, and that was wrong. And I like Jay Powell too. I'm not just saying that. When I look at my own institution, I often say the same thing. You know what? In hindsight, we shouldn't have done that. And so I think they should take a fresh look. They were the adults in the town. They still are, but they're better off looking at the financial system as a whole. Let the OCC do more regular than the banks. Reduce all this. They were getting into climate and DI and stuff like that. We've been adding year after year after year. You wouldn't know this, rules and regulations on top of rules and regulations. I think you can make the system safer and let banks do what they're supposed to do. Make more loans, create more liquidity, have more intervention in the markets by the people who should do it. And the Fed put themselves in the position when you have any kerfuffle, they have to do something. I think that's a huge mistake. So I think he's right about relooking at that. And I think he's right about reducing the size of their balance sheet. We had too much QE, and we still don't fully know the effect of $10 trillion of borrowing and $8 trillion of QE. And I'm not sure that those things play out over a year or 12 months, or even a 5-year period. To reduce the size of the balance sheet, he's got to change some of these requirements. My view, when we talk about regulations, is we should talk about better. I think you can let banks lend more, create more liquidity, and make them safer. I'd be much tougher in certain rules, and I'd be much easier in other ones. But the way it works out there is every rule is important, as if it's the only rule that's going to save a bank from failing. And so I think he'll do a good job. Now, I don't think it's in the market what he can do, because remember, he's one person. He's walking in a room probably right now. There are 12 people at the table. They're smart people. They're mostly economists. And they're going to say, Kevin, we'd like to hear your ideas, and let's think about it. Let's review these things. So it's going to take study. They're going to take time. So there's almost no chance he can actually change anything in 6 months. And he needs the time. So in the meantime, the environment change that he's entering into. We have more inflation. So we'll see. And he's smart. He's got to figure out how he wants to navigate the environment and the new Fed governors.
How sticky do you think that inflation is? How much does it actually truly put something like rate hikes on the table? So when the Fed says data, you always got to think, of course they're data dependent. And in some ways they're a fast follower. When inflation went up, they raised rates. Sometimes they look at what they think future data might be, and they can act anticipatory. Very hard to do, but they have done that. And it's like if the government's going to spend another $1 trillion, they can act in anticipation of that they think it's going to be another $1 trillion, something like that. So I think there are inflationary forces out there are more than other people think. And I'm not saying it's going to go dramatically up. I don't know. It is ticking up. You can put Iran in there, and food, healthcare is going up. For us, it's going up 10% a year, and we think it's going to happen this year and next year, by the way. But it's, the remilitarization of the world is kind of inflationary. AI spending in the short run is inflationary. Restructuring of trade fundamentally has an inflationary component. Restriction of immigration has an inflationary component. $2 trillion of spending. The economists tell me, well, no, it's $2 trillion last year, it's $2 trillion this year, it's not inflationary. I don't agree with that. I think that there's a cumulative effect of spending all this money, which the die may have been cast, that will cause future inflation in a way we do not understand. So the notion that somehow that we spent all this money and it's fine. I think we are too comfortable. That's true. So I look at this long list of stuff, and obviously oil prices and food prices. So I hope it doesn't go up much. But talking about interest rates, the 10-year bond is set by the market. It's at 4.5%. That may be the right equilibrium right today based on what people know. But remember, equilibrium prices and what happens are two different things. And if you had inflation at 2%, the short rate should be 3.5%.
So the notion you could take the short rate down a lot when inflation is more like 3.5% or 4%, I think it could easily hit 4%, later this year. So, we'll see. Hopefully it'll be okay and manageable, but if you read history books, that isn't always the case.
Meantime, we do have equity markets at record highs. You've seen, especially the AI parts of the market, I think about, not to single out a company, but the stock has gone parabolic. Micron, record time hitting $1 trillion market cap here. What does that say about the market versus this AI infrastructure build out?
Look, I view the market as exuberant, and I've seen this before. Of course, exuberance can go on a long time, and it's not bad. Sometimes, earnings are up 15, 20% this year, and a lot of these companies have huge order books, so it may be justified. But, there is also hype in some of the stuff. You see hype in other commodities, too. And then credit spreads are very low. So I look at all that as actually a risk. So it makes you feel good, but if something goes wrong, those asset prices can come down. Interest rates are gravity to asset prices, so it's a risk. I'm not terrified about it. We can handle whatever it is. When we look at risk, we look at the range of potential outcomes that can handle it. So JP Morgan can handle rates at 2%, rates at 8%. We're not betting our company in either one, and I give you probabilities of those things, but which is more of an intellectual exercise than anything else, and so we'll see.
SpaceX IPO, thoughts?
Well, I visited SpaceX. It's extraordinary. I mean, the company, you can talk about values and all that, but which I can't. It's extraordinary. It's extraordinary what they've done. I think it was 100 launches last year. They're reusable parts now, so the cost per launch, the cost per satellite is literally coming down like this. So I wish these guys and Blue Origin, I wish them the best. I mean, they're inventing stuff that can, change humanity for the better.
How do you think it speaks to what we're seeing in terms of the IPO pipeline, and also perhaps just what the environment is if it's shifting for companies to go public here? When you think about things like changes to methodology for index inclusion and maybe changes to lockup periods and some of the other stuff that's afoot.
In general, I put that all in the minor category.
Okay.
Just so you know. I mean, you guys are going to buy or not buy. You're going to look at that stuff. You can decide it makes sense. I always think corporate governance should be done right. And so when you look at some of these things, you got to say what's fair to you. If you're a buyer or a partner of mine or an investor in a company, how would you treat it? But right now, markets are wide open. The M&A markets are booming. Equity markets are booming. But I do remind people, and debt markets relating to M&A are booming. So debt markets, there's a certain amount we just constantly refine. There's also an amount that's episodic, is based on M&A type of activity. But ECM is kind of the tip of the spear. And if you look at ECM, it can close and open pretty quickly. I mean, I forgot, in 2022 we had 400 IPOs in America, and the next year we had 20. I mean, it was as dramatic like that. So that is often based on sentiment, short-term values, the specific stocks themselves.
Yeah, we're, they're flashing the clock on me right now. I'm going to just a little bit longer here, just a little bit of a lightning round. Biggest risk that's not getting enough attention?
So the geopolitics of how the free world, how this plays out in the next 20 years.
Okay. Given the fact that the bank has moved forward with some crypto products, adopting some aspects of blockchain, has your opinion about cryptocurrencies changed?
It's not about cryptocurrencies. We're one of the biggest users of blockchain. I think blockchain we've been talking about for 15 years. Okay, we're still talking about it. I do think it'll replace financial market infrastructure. We have a JP Morgan deposit coin. We can already move money 24/7. But I do think, when crypto folks point out the weaknesses, they're right. There are a lot of changes you can make it better. FedWire could be, the FedWire is 5 days a week and 10 hours a day. It could be, why not 6 days a week, 20 hours a day? And real-time payments have a huge benefit for people. All true. Cross-border costs too much, and we will be part of fixing that. And I'm not that worried about stable coins. All I've ever said about that is if you have them, they should have the same rules and regulations as us. AML, BSA, KYC, insurance, disclosures, liquidity, transparency, social requirements, which we have. If just a level playing field is all we ask in that kind of thing. And I do think it'll change some of that stuff. Not worried about it.
Okay, deal making. You made some news earlier this week when you said that the bank might be acquisitive here to the tune of $10 to $20 billion. Anything more you want to add?
I'm shocked that people get shocked. I just don't understand it. We have a lot of excess capital. We've always been very clear that we've deferred deploying it in our business. I do believe we can do that. I can't do it all at once, but we earn very good returns, and we're going to deploy it serving clients around the world, the way we serve clients today in payments and asset management and capital raising. Of course, we should be thinking about acquisitions. Can you imagine a CEO saying, absolutely not, no chance, never do it. So, there's not one in mind, but I was thinking this morning about buying you guys, Versant. You look cheap to me, and, and we would
Not
probably,
me.
We would probably pay the talent more than you're paid by them, just so you know. But yeah, there might be something out there, but the other thing, as a management tool, you always get smart just by looking and thinking. Why are people doing things? Why? A lot of people are doing better than us in a lot of areas. So when we have our management meetings, you can imagine, I don't focus on, my God, we were number 1 in X. I focus on, why are we number 4 in Germany in this? Why didn't we build Stripe? Why didn't we have a better market-making system like Citadel? Why didn't we, why can't, I want Chase UK to be like Revolut, which is worth $75 billion. Can we do that? What are our strengths? What are our weaknesses? And so we should always be, and looking at acquisitions, I love the fact we do organic growth. It's hard, banker by banker, branch by branch, system by system, country by country, client base by client segment. That's what we do. And I think we have huge opportunities, but inorganic, which is hard, I've done tons in my life, but you should always be thinking, is there something that can really enhance your businesses?
Cockroaches? You looking for more?
You're talking about bureaucracy?
Oh, sure.
Oh, cockroaches and credit.
Cockroaches, yeah.
No, I'm not.
We talked about it in terms of private credit, but just in general.
I don't think private credit is $1.7 billion. Bank syndicated leverage line is $1.7 billion. High yield is $1.7 billion. Investment grade is $15 trillion. I mean, those are $1.7 trillion. Investment grade is $15 trillion. Mortgages is like $13 trillion. It's not systemic. I do think when we have a credit cycle, because there have been weakening standards in underwriting and transparency and marking, I do think you'll see credit perform worse than people expect. That's all. I don't think it's systemic. I think there will be people in private credit, and there will probably be people in banks who do far worse than the average. That's happened in every credit cycle. And then people be yelling and screaming. I think so I'm not worried about it, and we bank them. We do a lot of business with them, mostly because it's arbitrage related type of stuff, which I object to, but we do it too for a whole bunch of different reasons. And I think when I tell the regulars, when you have a lot of arbitrage taking place, it should open your eyes. And it often leads to problems down the road. So not worried about it, we'll see.
Okay, last question. I'm not going to ask you about succession. I'm not going to ask you about running for public office. I'm going to ask you what your legacy is. What do you want that to be?
I grew up, and I'm sure a lot of people have the same thing where, the values were have a purpose in life. And, my brother's a teacher. My other brother was a physicist. My dad was a stockbroker. I read Graham and Dodd, the big, thick one, when I was like 17 years old. But there was no push. But it was also work hard, do the best you can, make the world a better place, don't allow bullies, treat them with respect. And all I want my legacy, at least relating, and my family is the most important. My country, my family is the most important. That love and respect and what I give and get, that's the most important. I now have 8 grandkids, 3 lovely kids, and a wonderful wife, and I'm lucky. And I count my blessings for that. My wife would say I don't thank her as much as I should. So that's number 1. My country's number 2. Bar none, I'm deeply devoted to helping fix these problems, whatever it takes kind of thing, in my view. But for the company, I just want that gravestone to say, when people visit, that we're better off to that son of a bitch.
Jamie Dimon.
Thank you. Folks, thank you very much. Good luck to each and every one of you.
Ladies and gentlemen, this concludes our conversation. FinTech, agentic commerce, and financial freedom in the digital economy will begin shortly on this stage, and new ideas for reinvigorating American economic growth will begin shortly in the Air Force One Pavilion. Please welcome to the stage Mr. Jeff John Roberts of Fortune magazine and our distinguished panelists.
Good morning. Thanks for joining us. Jamie Dimon's a hard act to follow, but I promise we will be almost as cool as he is up here. We're here today to talk about fintech, agentic commerce, stuff like this, but what we're really talking about is technology and how it's changing the financial stack. And this in turn feeds into something that Jamie said about the importance of keeping the primacy of the US dollar. And I think they're sort of all kind of tied together. And we have some very impressive entrepreneurs up here to kind of explain why that's the case, take us into these technologies, what's going to happen, what they mean, how they're going to change your personal financial life, but also how they fit into much bigger pictures. I'm going to just let the panelists introduce themselves quickly, say very quickly who you are and what your company does. You want to lead us off?
Yeah, hey everyone, Zach Abrams. I'm the founder and CEO of Bridge, and Bridge builds a bunch of stablecoin infrastructure. So we worked with the US government to send aid disbursement all around the world. We work with Starlink to repatriate funds back to the US. We work with Ramp, we work with Kraken. So we work with a lot of folks who want to build and use stablecoins to expand their financial services.
Awesome. Thank you so much for being here. I'm Eric Lyman. I'm the co-founder and CEO of Ramp. You can think of us as creating smarter financial infrastructure for companies to run their businesses. We're used by over 50,000 organizations today. Nearly 1% of all corporate spend in the United States is moving through Ramp. What we do is we offer a single place for companies to, whether it's issue cards, make payments, automate expenses, and even automate accounting. And so when others are focused on kind of giving you the tools to move or store money, we're working on automating your expense report, automating your accounting, moving funds to higher yield automatically. And the way that we measure ourselves is not how many dollars we move, but how many fewer dollars and hours our companies spend. A typical company using Ramp is able to cut their expenses by over 5% per year and grow revenue 3 times faster than the US average.
I'm Arjun, co-CEO at Payward. Kraken is one of our flagship products. We do a lot, so we kind of separate what we do into 2 buckets. One is trading, so spot for crypto, margin, perpetuals, derivatives, et cetera. So it's one side of the house. And then what we did is we grew our customers and clients' assets over time, and then we moved into what I call banking, what we call AOP. So we just try to simplify it as much as possible. And that's all over the world. So we're about 190 jurisdictions, about 100 plus licenses, 15 million customers, and we've been growing at a pretty fast clip. Everything that they said that they do, we do as well. I would like to think we do it a little bit better.
And my name is Sigal Mandelker. I'm at Ribbit Capital. Ribbit is a global investment firm that's focused really traditionally on the future of money. So for a very long time, that's meant fintech, crypto. We're glad to have been investors in Bridge and Stripe, and now Stripe Bridge. And but really, our thesis has evolved as we've seen the convergence of money, knowledge, and power come together in what's being built out as a global grid that has many different components. So increasingly, we found ourselves in AI, in power, energy, and the like. I think I'm on the panel in part not because I'm a founder, which I'm not, but I also was previously Undersecretary of Treasury for Terrorism and Financial Intelligence and had a number of other jobs in the U.S. government. And maybe we'll bring a little bit of that perspective. I should say it's such an honor to be here at the Reagan Library. I grew up in Reagan's America in a immigrant family who was just extraordinarily really believed in American growth, capitalism, and the American dream. So my parents would be extraordinarily pleased to see me speaking in this amazing forum.
Yeah, it's a lovely venue, and thanks to our hosts. We've had a really good time. I got to sit in the Situation Room for dinner last night, which was actually the real Situation Room, so just these little touches are so cool. Just so we're kind of on the same page here, can I ask the room, who here has used or owns crypto? That's not bad, actually. 5 years ago, it would have been 0. So, but I mean, crypto has got a reputation problem. understandably. However, I've always seen it as a technology, and superior technologies always prevail. But I just want to go on stablecoins for a bit, because this does touch a lot to the macro themes we're talking about. How do we preserve the dollar dominance? We don't have capital controls, which is a great start. But I think stablecoins too, there is, I think, in response to aggressive action to police SWIFT and things like that, you're seeing these new corridors emerge, maybe between Iran and Asia to move US dollars around. And is that a bad or a good thing? It's good there's more US dollars, but also is there a risk we're going to lose control of it? And then I think a lot of people are worried that, crypto is famous for crashes. Stablecoins are supposed to be backed one by dollars, but what if they're not? And I'm going to put this one to you, Zach, because you kind of literally built a business around this stuff. Is this stuff great? Should be worried? How do you think about stablecoins?
Yeah, so we've been sort of building in and around the stablecoin space for 4 years. We serve 100 plus. We build for developers, but then those developers serve end consumers in 100 plus different countries. And today, there's basically only global demand for US dollar stablecoins. And so before stablecoins, every country had its own file format for money, and most of the people in those countries could only access their specific file format. So, in Mexico, it was very, you got pesos, in the US you got dollars, and in, Japan, every country you had your own currency. But now with the stablecoin, you can tokenize any currency, and anybody can access it, with extreme ease. And so someone could just as easily access a tokenized euro as they could a dollar, as they could a tokenized peso. And so you're seeing what consumers are demanding, which is, pretty much exclusively US dollars. There's 300 billion plus of tokenized dollars, and there's basically rounding to zero everything else. And so consumers globally want dollars, and there is no real viable alternative. And when we go into different countries, it's astounding to me that there has been this assumption that I've had in my head that people want funds in their local currency. But we have a developer building on us that is building a neobank for folks across Mexico, and all of their balances, this is, the average balance in their neobank is equivalent of 20 US dollars, which is very, very small. And all of those consumers are, getting their paychecks deposited in this account and storing it in US dollars. And they have no issue whatsoever. It actually is considered to be a benefit to them that now they can store in this currency.
Well, Sigal, putting your former hat on as sort of policing terrorism, and I think we should point out terrorists, what else they like? They like American $100 bills a lot, American $20 bills. So, it's not like this is a new thing. But, to what degree should we be worried about crypto as, and terrorist financing?
Well, we should be worried about terrorist financing with respect to any means of moving value or money, whether it's through trade finance, through the banking system, or, of course, for crypto. The thing about crypto is that it's extraordinarily transparent. So it looks, when money flows through luggage, right, on a plane, going through certain countries onto others, you can't detect it unless you're able to see that the person is, through a magnetometer or something, is carrying a bunch of cash. When money goes through various different wire transfers, at some point you might be able to see it if you get a clue that that's happening because of some suspicious activity. On the other hand, if money flows through crypto, for the most part, you can see it instantaneously. So as someone who spent my career going after bad guys, as a prosecutor, as a regulator, as the person who oversaw the US sanctions program, in many respects, I would much rather the money or the value flow through crypto, because I can see it instantaneously, that it's happening. I can use it to detect all sorts of different links, because once it goes from one place to another, then you can instantly see that it's hopping in 5 different directions. And you just need to have the right regulatory guardrails, the ability to burn, to freeze assets as they're moving through different flows. When I was at Treasury, we really built up a lot of the global financial infrastructure, global AML rules that allowed crypto to fall within a space where governments all over the world could detect it and ideally track it down and freeze it. And we invest in companies like Chainalysis. That's basically a huge part of what they do, is to make sure that illicit assets don't flow.
I want to stick with this topic for just one more beat before getting into AI and other stuff. I've got a good question coming in here on the implications of these dollars are suddenly mushrooming everywhere. Does that mean more freedom? Is that a good thing? I'm going to put this one to you, Arjun, too, because Kraken operates in a lot of these overseas markets. And also, too, I mean, how do the local governments feel about this? Because recall Nigeria was jailing those Binance executives because, you know what, they run their economy really badly. And so, you know, their citizens are like, no, thank you, I don't want your crappy currency, I'm going to get the dollar. So how do you see all this from a kind of like, you know, how do local populations, governments feel about this trend?
Yeah, you know, I think we have a tendency to like use these words, tokenization and like, you know, crypto. I think what's really important is that, you know, it's not a, you know, we talk about BTC, ETH, crypto all in one like verbiage, but a lot of what we're building is financial rails. And at the basic level, it's financial rails 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. And then you're able to move capital, move securities, commodities, et cetera, at that same rate. And we've been just continuing to make it cheaper, better, faster. So I think like leveling set, that's really important. Now, when you give people anywhere in the world that access, similar to how you think about distributing cash, you know, when you move these are the words we'll use, money from a non-custodial wallet to another non-custodial wallet, that's the technical term, you're really just replicating what someone does if I just took a dollar bill out, or 100, or hopefully the next, you know, 250 with Donald Trump on it, and I give it to him. There's no one in the middle taking something or extracting along the way. That's like really the freedom that we talk about in terms of creating this, you know, the technology so people can do this. So when you hear that you have this proliferation of stable coins or these crypto assets being proliferated all over the world, it's because we've made it much easier. Now, at some point, what happens is that the flow of that capital will go to another asset or to another institution, and that's actually where you do your KYC, AML, or you see what the flow of funds look like, and that's where the transparency shows up. At Payward today, and part of Kraken's businesses, I think we do roughly today 65 to 70% of all worldwide onboarding and offboarding for cryptocurrencies to fiat or fiat to cryptocurrencies. That's a lot. So we work with all of the intelligence agencies, we freeze funds. I get messages all day, I get threats all day that says like you froze my funds. But the point here is that you just have so much demand for assets that people consider that are safe. And in some markets, they don't use the word USDT, they don't use the word USDC, they just use the word US dollars. And then there's a technology that's proliferating that asset.
So for better or worse, it's spreading. And I think, you know, the point to remember, this is a technology. However you feel about Bitcoin and crypto, a lot of this was built in America. And I think, you know, this has been a benefit. It's spreading dollars around the globe because of the technology we're building. And of course, it's sort of the outset, the other important technology right now is AI. And, you know, it's starting to integrate with the financial system. And I think like many of us, I'm still getting my head around how exactly it's going to go down. But I know, Eric, you've been deep in this. Like where is this going to touch our lives first? Where's it going to touch our personal finance to most Americans?
You know, I'll start with one example. I mean, for folks who work or, you know, have a job, one of the worst hours of your life is having to go every month do your expenses. You know? It's just this experience that you feel is normal and justified, and I think it shouldn't exist. If you use Ramp, you kind of experience this where your cards are smart, your expense policy drives how it actually behaves. Maybe you get a text or we pull the data ultimately from a merchant, and your expense takes under a minute to do. And the reason for that is AI is doing your expense report. It's able to take this unstructured data and match, here's what you actually bought. If you extend that into the finance organization, as companies have gotten bigger, you know, the amount of regulations and accounting work that goes into operating a company becomes truly immense. From something small like paying bills to your vendors to larger, to how do you go represent all the activity, understand and account for every dollar, and then incrementally spend the next dollar and put it towards the right place that returns higher yield. It takes a lot of knowledge work, and I think that the promise of AI is you can take a function that is very backwards looking. 80% of your time might be doing this tedious and monotonous and operational work, and have that done for you. And where it gets really interesting, and happy to say more on this if of interest, when we look at the data for firms that are adopting and spending on AI, we're seeing this pull away in terms of growth, where they're actually able to redeploy people to much more high-value tasks. They're growing revenue faster, and we're seeing strong early signs that they're actually some of the strongest job creators, and in fact are hiring more. And so it's one where sometimes in the narrative with new technologies, people get worried. What's going to happen to jobs? What does it mean for me? And I think there's very little data grounding the reality, and what we find is job growth and convenience is going way, way up when this is actually getting adopted in the real world.
Yeah, I think AI equals more efficiency, and I think we're starting to get the fruit of that despite the fear. But just like kind of zooming out for a bit, who's winning right now in AI and finance? Because that's going to matter a lot. Because I recall in Asia, they sort of leapfrogged us by a generation with smartphones. They were paying with their phones like a decade before we were, and we're still writing checks. But on the AI front, I guess I'll maybe toss this to anyone else here. Who's out front? Is it America or someone winning this?
I think the biggest risk actually is that all the open source technologies and innovation is happening in Asia. And if you look at, we're pretty globally distributed, so about a third of our employee base is in Asia as well. And so when you take a look, we use our frontier models, so OpenAI, Anthropic, et cetera, as like our first set. But what's happened over time is as we train our own models as well for our own use cases, we're using the frontier models less for cost optimization, but the other models are like 6 months behind the American models. I think the biggest risk when we talk about crypto or AI, I think they're actually pretty synonymous with each other, is that we fall behind because we're too centralized.
I think when you think about AI, there's an interesting parallel with crypto. Prior to this administration, we saw a lot of effort in the Biden administration to kind of crush the sector, crush the industry. This administration came in, they've built rules, Congress passed Genius, there's lots of exciting things that are happening. The outburst of activity that we've seen in AI has really happened in the last couple of years, and I similarly think that this administration saw that and said, hey, we don't want what happened to crypto to happen to AI, because we think it's extraordinarily important that the U.S. companies are at the center of what will undoubtedly be a rapidly fast-moving space. I think in the past, there were a lot of studies that showed that China was actually in certain sectors really racing ahead of us because there was too much fear, and now we've unleashed something very, very different by going in the opposite direction, for example, of the EU, and saying, look, we know with Mythos, et cetera, there are certain guardrails that we need to put in place. We need to be super careful about cybersecurity threats and the like, but we want to set the conditions for America to be the place that wins ultimately, and so we're going to mostly take a hands-off.
I do want to speak to this and ground it in a couple of pieces of data, because we can see so much of the economy. I mean, if you think about, AI is just a tool, right? It is a tool and platform for firms, for people to go and use. And so the question becomes for firms that are using AI, is there some kind of benefit? And I think that for decades, American firms in a lot of ways have been under attack, right? With offshoring, with nearshoring, with moving jobs anywhere else. And I think that part of the promise of American AI labs being at the frontier and also having earlier access to these tools by American companies is that for firms using it, they can grow a lot faster. When we kind of dissect the data, we looked across for 50,000 companies that are using AI. We find the top quartile where the highest percentage of their cost is going towards AI, and we look at the bottom quartile. The top quartile over the past 3 years has more than doubled their revenues. And each successive year, they've grown faster and faster and faster. And for the firms that are not using it at all, they are growing about 3 to 4% per year, which is in line with the American economy. And so I think there is this promise that for American firms that are adopting this new tool, it can make us on the world stage globally competitive in a way that has been hard in a geopolitical context for many, many decades. So I think there's enormous promise around it. And I think to this other question you'd ask around like who is winning, I think in every semblance of economic data, it is absolutely the American firms. I mean, even just to put it in perspective, 3 years ago, Anthropic, which announced a new fundraise yesterday, made their first dollar in revenue. Now, I think between Anthropic, OpenAI, Gemini, we'll call them kind of the frontier AI labs, their revenues are over $100 billion a year. If they massively decelerate to only grow three times over the next year, even though they've grown 10 times over the past year, they will be generating more than $300 billion in revenue, which would be 1% of the American GDP. These are enormous institutions, and there is nothing comparable, nothing like it anywhere in the rest of the world. And I think it's been a great thing, actually, for American competitiveness.
Yeah, I mean, some of you might have seen the Anthropic's fundraise yesterday. I had to look twice. It said they raised, what was it, a $60 billion Series H. You know, I used to cover startups for a living, and I'd write headlines, so-and-so raised 10 million, and this was a big deal. I mean, just the scales we're talking about here. And the AI thing, I mean, I think it's not just affecting us, it's affecting the entire country, and we got to get our arms around it and overcome the fears and how to do it right. But that's way above my pay grade. Where I think we can talk about it, though, is on the domestic front. There's ideas like Trump accounts, how to, you know, I'm speaking to Bill Ackman next week about how to, there's a lot of people who don't have any bank accounts at all. I'm sure everyone in this room has got retirement accounts, this, that, and the other, but there's, you know, tens of millions of Americans who don't have any of this. How do we get that in their hands? And I like that idea a lot. However, what I don't like is we can remember from the pandemic, these new technologies made it a lot easier to pay people. You know, you get the money out the door quickly, but we also saw fraud on a scale we've never seen before, you know. And so I'm wondering, you know, if we're going to go do this again, will AI give us better, you know, and blockchain give us better guardrails to actually distribute money efficiently with less fraud while also not turning into a surveillance state? And I realize there's a lot in that question, so anyone go for it.
I feel like you're going to be speaking about Trump accounts soon. I feel like you're the resident expert.
Definitely not the resident expert. You asked a lot of questions.
Yeah.
Fraud. Look. I think the reason why we have what I call leakage in the system, and fraud being a large part of that, is because our systems and tools still use like paper, pencil, and faxes. And then when you just throw as much capital at the problem as possible, regardless if that's taxes or, you know, the PPP during COVID, then you just get this massive fraud where you don't actually know where the capital is going. Software, AI, ledger systems, those are all helpful to be able to audit the trail of where the capital goes and be able to see what's efficient, what's not, and how do you get an actual, you know, as much of that dollar to the end state as possible rather than 30 or 50 or 70 cents going away. I think like when we talk about crypto, when we talk about AI, again, we use these terms that seem so complicated, but you know, let's use ramp for existence as an example. We use it, and a lot of my portfolio companies use it as well, and we're trying to move over to it at Kraken or some subdivisions of it. I don't have to now, over time, interface with this product. I don't have to log into anything. I can just be much more efficient with my people, who, by the way, will use now hundreds of agents, thousands of agents, which is, you know, equivalent to like a 10x human to be able to do. You're able to just do more stuff. So what that means is that you'll be able to catch fraud faster. You'll be able to have economic activity faster, and you'll be able to have more productivity, which is essentially where you want to be. And so when I think about where we want to be as like Americans and you know, like the heartbeat of any economy, is like, how do you get a small to medium business person operating at the same capacity as us or JP Morgan? That's like really what we're talking about here. And so there's a lot of these terms that people say the future is already here but not evenly distributed. Yeah, we were using agents and bots, not at the scale that we're using it today, 5 years ago, but we spent a lot of money. But we could because we had a lot of money. Now as time has gone on, like every single person all the way to an entry point, our lawyer, our compliance, or legal admin folks can now code and build systems out. I get a small to medium business person doing that. I'm sure we'll talk about agentic commerce. When they have those tools and capabilities, but they can use it in a way that is understandable, you just like massively increase the capabilities of what revenue could look like, GDP could look like. And so he used that. The only contrarian piece I'd say to that is, yes, the US is ahead by 6 to 12 months on these frontier models, but China is copying us as fast as possible, using the same systems at a fraction of the cost. And if we want to dominate the fastest, growing markets, Latin America, Africa, and Asia, and we want to be there first, we have to make sure that it's accessible there as well.
Yeah, I do want to, good answer, but I do want to stick on the fraud point a bit, and not to be the cynic, but that's kind of my job sometimes,
I heard you're a reporter.
Yeah. So I don't get invited to a lot of parties. With ledgers and the traceability, I agree. I'm optimistic about that. However, the flip side of that is during the PPP, we saw Russians stealing it. We saw everyone stealing it. What if now I have AI? How do we know they're not going to simply steal it that much faster?
So I think the answer to your question is it depends. I mean, the fraudsters are moving extraordinarily quickly. We're investing in great companies that are set up exactly to detect that kind of fraud. The reason we could lose, I'll say, on the fraud side is if regulated institutions aren't incentivized in the right way to actually invest in the kind of technology that's going to keep the fraudsters from getting ahead. And I say that because when I was Under Secretary of Treasury, I used to have banks come in to me all the time and they would say, Sigal, because of the way we've been regulated, we are spending north of 95% of our time on things like justifying why we didn't file a SAR in a particular way, which is nonsense, right? Like, that's not what I wanted them to do. What I really wanted them to do was to build out the extraordinarily sophisticated financial crime intelligence units that would allow us to detect how North Korea or Iran were trying to evade sanctions and get access to dollars or to prop up their WMD programs. My point is that if we want to get ahead of the fraudsters, we have to, from a regulatory perspective, we have to get much smarter on how they either get much smarter on identifying like the means and mechanisms that fraudsters use, or just kind of take a step back and say, hey guys, like we've gotten this wrong for a long time. We've incentivized the wrong behaviors. What we really want you to do is to make sure that you have the best technology possible and you invest your time and money in things that actually matter. We pushed things in that direction. The technology has exploded in lots of different ways, since I left in the last 6 years. And if we don't approach that problem in the right way, then yeah, the fraudsters are gonna undoubtedly
You're right, if we lose the technology race, we will lose. And I take your point too, but we might want to regulate it, but you don't want to, as Jamie Dimon was saying, drown people in bureaucratic shit, in his words. And that's a risk too, if we want to
I think what's more important is you have to let us innovate so that we can fight. Otherwise, you have these foreign adversarial companies now being a part of some of these countries where they also have the capability to innovate and build this technology and then fight against us. And what happens is it diminishes our ability to compete. And all three of us face this when we're trying to think about extending and embracing and innovating outside of the United States.
Yeah, there's been a lot of focus on cybersecurity risks recently with Mythos and sort of what's happened with the banks, but the same thing is happening to every single financial services company on the compliance front. And like I was telling Sigal this last night, like I literally got a WhatsApp video call from Stripe's CFO who told me that he needed me to do a bunch of diligence in Europe and then sent me an NDA and so on. And then I sent an email to him and was like, hey, what's going on? And then he followed up and was like, what are you talking about buying a company? And literally someone had figured out how to put, his face, talk to me, his mannerisms, and try to get me to ultimately send money to acquire this company in Europe. And they've done it to multiple folks across Stripe. But I mean, it was like the level of sophistication. It looked exactly like Stefan, talked like Stefan. It was Stefan. And this thing is happening across every consumer app that has, that onboards folks. They're faking IDs, they're faking consumers. And if we're not able to use those same AI tools to combat that, then it's asymmetric warfare.
Yeah, and the point for a Stripe or any of you really is that if you're pushed to put your time, energy, and money in like the low-hanging fruit stuff, you're never going to build the kind of sophisticated tools to make sure that doesn't happen to any one of you, because it undoubtedly could happen to all of us.
Yep.
Yeah, that's so scary. And I mean, I'm not particularly worried about you, Zach, but I am worried about all the schools and hospitals and county governments in this country who've just been hit with ransomware and their horrible IT stacks and stuff. So the first thing is build the tech and then figure out a way to distribute it downstream to the people who are most likely to be victimized. But gosh, this is getting pretty dark. Let's talk about something like a little more optimistic. Let's go to agentic commerce for a bit, which is pretty cool. And I'm going to kick this one to you, Zach. When you hear this buzzword, what does it mean? Because it kind of means two things, right? It means me going shopping with my agent, but it also means on the development side buying data. So you want to just kind of break down the landscape for us?
Yeah, I think there's a bunch of different ways in which folks have used it. There's sort of like the first version, which OpenAI launched, which was sort of I want a bicycle, go buy me a bicycle. I think the version that we at Bridge and at Stripe are most interested in is sort of a new economic model that will be created on the internet, where these agents that are sort of performing tasks on behalf of teams or individuals or what have you are paying via APIs for the information or the services that they are consuming as they complete that task. So you can imagine you ask an agent to write a report like the equivalent of Gemini Deep Research, and that report goes out and collects information all across the web, and some of that information it will ultimately need to pay for, and those payments might be fractions of a cent. And what is happening with AI is that it's sort of creating a layer, it's disintermediating a lot of the internet from the consumers of the internet. The old economic model was that someone would go to a website and buy a good and build a relationship directly with that merchant, or go to a news source and read that article and see an ad or pay for a subscription. And now if you can just type into a search box, tell me all the news that happened yesterday, and then you no longer have to go and consume that, well, it sort of breaks the sort of economic relationship that we have built with a lot of the service providers on the internet. And so I think a new model needs to be created, and this is one where there's a lot of experimentation. We've tried stuff like creating different protocols, both X402 and a machine payments protocol. We're experimenting with stablecoin payments. We're experimenting with card payments, all of which are in service of creating other means of monetizing the internet in this new way in which people will engage.
Are you guys watching this too and experimenting with it? That's really exciting to me. It's simply the thing is the subscriptions. In my industry, media, we've all been, oh God, I want to read that sports story, but I don't want to get my credit card. I don't want to give this company $10 just because unsubscribing is too hard. I think this streaming and micropayments are going to solve it. And this is somewhere I feel optimistic. But are you guys watching this in your world at all?
Definitely, right? Like I would say that you can take these words of like agentic finance, agentic commerce, agents buying things, and it just sounds kind of like Greek and totally foreign. But I would actually think it's very, in some sense, much more relatable if you ask, like, what are companies trying to do? What are people trying to do? And how can we use technology or digital things to do this on your behalf, right? To give you an example, like, I don't know if you've ever had like a really good banker who's like, I saw you were keeping all this money in your checking account. I moved it to your savings. I moved it to the high yield account. You're welcome. And you're like, wow, thanks for doing that. I'm earning higher yield without having to think about it. And I think that's the promise of a lot of what's coming in agentic finance and commerce, where for small business owners to large corporations anywhere, when I think about what Arjun is saying of, at JP Morgan Chase, there are people employed to do this, to watch every cent and to make sure it's maximizing yield. That will be coming to everyday people. When you were going and say, hey, I want to go buy a bicycle online, well, it's checked all the bicycles. It's read all the reviews for you. It's make sure to use the coupon code. And by the way, once it's done, if you're inside of a company, you can go and match, here was the division that we were allocating the expense to. Here's how we're going to go see this is used. And by the way, for the next dollar that's spent, here's where we suggest you allocate it. This use has a 2x return on your capital over the next year. This area might have a 4x return. We recommend this. And I think that the larger promise, whether it's agents going and making the transaction to agents or being something more like a CFO, the net result is more profitable businesses. The net result is skills and capabilities that were unaffordable to regular people are now actually affordable. And these, you have types of help that you didn't have access to before. So I think it's a really exciting phase we're in.
Yeah, let me add on to that because I think it's really important. So I did use this term and it comes from sci-fi. The future is already here, but it's not evenly distributed. So let's use the use case Citadel. We're all very familiar with Citadel, very profitable. Well, what do they really do? They're just excellent risk managers. They look at a certain asset class and they say, do I want to be here or do I not? Should I trade or arbitrage or should I get a yield somewhere? And that is across equities, commodities. They built the infrastructure to do that. What we're talking about now, and we'll get it done actually in the next 6 weeks, so please use our application, is that everything that Citadel has done, we're going to be able to allow every single person on Earth to be able to do the same thing and at a fraction of the cost and have that same control. So when we say you can be the CFO of your own home as an individual, it really actually means that you don't have to trust an army of wealth managers and hoping that you have to choose one of them. It's that these rules are already there, it's governed, it's secure, and people are building systems against that. And what I get the most excited about for that is that, and going back to the Trump accounts, is imagine giving that to the future generation. Imagine giving that to folks that are in the retirement age, because this stuff gets harder as the world gets more complicated. But if you can simplify it where you're giving someone access to what a corporation does with gobs amount of capital, that's where ingenuity and forward mobility comes in at a very fast pace.
Go ahead.
I was going to say, I think the fascinating question really is where does all of this happen? Do we really think it's going to happen come out of financial institutions that are still whose foundation is cobalt? Or do we really, or alternatively, do we think it's going to come out of this convergence of AI, knowledge, power, data centers, and the movement of money? Is it going to actually happen on these fundamentally different and new rails that were built in the last X number of years? Our bet is it's going to happen on the new rails because those new rails are going to be much better equipped to deal with the micro payments, to deal with tokenized securities where people are going to have global access real
Yeah,
time.
I was going to ask you, Sigal, how far away do you think all this is? I mean, I get it in theory, but I'm not someone actually who loves playing with the technology. Even at Agentic Commerce, I'm sure these three guys are going to be nothing more fun than getting a terminal open and telling the robot to buy their Nikes. But most people just don't want to do that. I think you need a clean user interface, as happened with the internet. And how far away are we till everyone in this room can use what we're describing without finding it?
Yesterday, I mean, go on ChatGPT or OpenAI and say, I want to buy a product that is this size and that, and then you'll have Stripe in the background powering you to get to Etsy with the capability because of Stripe to instantly make those kinds of payments. I think it's happening right now.
Yeah, Robin just put out a credit card that lets you do that.
I think the thing is we talk about user interface, but that might be a paradigm of the last 30 years. If you go back 50 years, depending on how you grew up, and many of the attendees that are here, you had a relationship with someone at a brick and mortar store. That's kind of where we're going back to. We talk about crypto and we joke around and we say, here's a dollar bill and let me give it to you, and there's no intermediaries along the way. This is kind of becoming the same thing, which is, why do you want so many intermediaries to have an experience that you trust around your health or how you shop? And I think these are weeks and months away. I don't think these are years away.
Yeah, but I think people like intermediaries because I did a story on financial advisors. They seem someone who's ripe to go away. I mean, who needs them? But it actually turns out, I think more affluent people really want that. They want someone to go deal with that, Anthropic's very powerful Claude financial advice. So I think that their role, Edward Jones and companies like that are actually doing just fine, to my surprise.
But if you trust somebody here, I'm sure there's a financial advisor. If you trust that financial advisor, and now they are armed with 1,000 agents at the same capacity level as an institution like JP Morgan, then you're going to want to go with them. And that's what I mean by not having so many intermediaries.
I also think one of the things they worry about, that we should all worry about, is that your assets are kept somewhere that's safe and secure. So fundamentally, I don't think that functionality is going to go away, right? Like the custody of your assets, because people really want to make sure that the access to those dollars isn't going to get destroyed. But then agentic commerce is the thing that it will end up, powering so much of this other activity. And ultimately, you know, you have your own, people can custody their own assets with crypto in lots of pretty incredible ways that don't require you to put a bunch of cash under your pillow.
Yeah, I mean, I think coming back to your point on agentic commerce, all of sort of what has happened over the last, you know, couple months has made me realize and made us realize how important, you know, this sort of like clarity and the Clarity Act and just regulation is going to be for us to establish things like stablecoins as core, you know, payment instruments that folks can build on top of, because all of these like new platform shifts tend to necessitate new ways in which people pay. And the internet necessitated new ways in which people paid, which was the credit card. It was a perfect form factor for facilitating payments on the internet. And as the internet scaled, then we started using cards in stores, and the cards were basically this mega platform shift in financial services. We're seeing the same thing now with AI, and it's like, it's not just paying for things, you know, even paying for tokens themselves is extremely complicated with existing payment methods. At Stripe, we're seeing, you know, astronomical fraud rates as folks in China and elsewhere steal credit cards, buy tokens for Anthropic, resell those tokens to other consumers, and then those consumers cancel the credit card. So there needs to be a new form of payment where folks can pay for these that is deterministic, so that it can't be unwound, which will enable these models. You know, ultimately what's going to happen is, you know, the model companies are going to be treated like, you know, the travel industry or the gaming industry, because the fraud rates are going to be in like the teens %, which is going to increase the cost. And so there's just, even in buying tokens themselves, there's necessitating new ways in which folks pay and different, you know, finality of those payments, not to mention, you know, the sort of micro payments and paying for APIs and all this other stuff that we think will be important as folks need other business models on the internet.
And then layer on top of that new forms of identity.
Yeah. Yeah, that's going to be something. I think Google's deep in on that too. It's going to be interesting to see how it emerges too, because you're right. New technology would never behave the same way. Like my industry, when the internet came to newspapers, it's like, let's take that article and put a PDF on the internet. And, you know, we did that for years, you know, but it just missed the point. And that always is going to happen with the new technology. We're out of time, but I want to do a real quick rapid fire. All of you just take 10 seconds or less to say a trend to watch that you're excited about in the coming year. It could be something that came up on stage or something else. You want to start, Sigal?
Well, I think it's going to be what I started with, which is what is this conversion of AI, power, and money? How are the three going to come together to build the next great companies?
Look, we're here at the Reagan conference, and just thinking of everything as an American, it's voting with your time, it's voting with your dollars, it's freedom and access to your capital, and I think if we can be at the forefront, and that's what I'm most excited to see every day, and proliferating that worldwide, that's what I'm the most excited to see.
I mean, for me, I think that there's a lot of questions this political cycle around AI. I think it's an incredible tool for prosperity, and I think looking deeper into the data, understand, is it creating wealth? Is it destroying it? And how do we get the best out of it? I think it's going to be I think it's going to be one of the dominant themes of the next 2 election cycles for sure.
And I would say, you know, coming back to the point that was just on, is like, what is the new economic model for the internet going to be as folks increasingly engage through AI?
Yeah. Well, thank you. A really stimulating conversation. Please give a nice hand to panels, and thanks to our hosts again.
Ladies and gentlemen, this concludes our panel. American economic growth through homegrown talent and better immigration will begin in 10 minutes on this stage, and infrastructure and energy for the AI era will begin in 10 minutes in the Air Force One Pavilion. Gentlemen, welcome to our panel, American Economic Growth Through Homegrown Talent and Better Immigration. Please welcome to the stage Ms. Kate Andrews of The Washington Post and our distinguished panelists.
Wonderful. I think we're going to jump right in to keep time. I'd like to welcome you again to the Reagan National Economic Forum. My name is Kate Andrews. I'm an opinion journalist and an editorial board member at The Washington Post. And you're joining us for the panel on American economic growth through homegrown talent and better immigration policy. So education and immigration, two small topics to cover over the next 50 minutes. Truly two of the most important areas of public policy if we want to fix the major problems and crises that America faces, whether that's the national debt, the AI race, defense and geopolitics. We can only solve those issues if we are educating the next generation and providing them with the skill sets to do so. But we may not be able to wait. We need a lot of those skill sets right now, and that's where it gets even trickier. But thankfully, the Reagan Institute has assembled the most wonderful panel for us, genuine experts in the area who day to day are dedicating their efforts and their institutes and their businesses to upskilling Americans and to pursuing these problems. So I will introduce them now. To my immediate right, we have Dr. Daniel Diermeyer. He is an author, professor, and chancellor at Vanderbilt University. We have Brian Hooks, chairman and CEO of Stand Together, which is a nonprofit that promotes and upholds civil society. We have Daniel Lubetsky, who is the founder of the Builders Movement, which tackles us versus them culture. And he's also the founder of Kind Snacks. I'm sure we've all had one or 100 of those. And of course, we have the Distinguished Fellow for the Council on Foreign Relations, former US Secretary of Commerce, and former Governor of Rhode Island, Gina Raimondo. So please join me in thanking our panel for coming here to the Reagan Library. I've told each of them that they've got 2 to 3 minutes to have their opening remarks really quick because I want to get to questions. I know that all of you have been encouraged to submit questions through the app. They're going to come straight to me here on this tablet, and I want to get through as many of them as we possibly can. So we're really going to need you to be involved as well. Secretary Raimondo, why don't we start with you and head back down this way?
Good morning, everyone. It's wonderful for me to be here. I want to call out Mike Froman, who runs the Council on Foreign Relations. It's good to see you. So the topic of this is around talent and how our systems are holding back growth and mobility. And I would say that AI provides a big opportunity for us as a country to wake up and fundamentally rethink how we train people in this country. And having been a former governor and also the architect of the CHIPS Act, I've had a front row seat to the many ways in which post-secondary education and workforce training, frankly, don't work. We spend almost $1 trillion as a country, and the results are mediocre at best. AI is coming. There's a lot of anxiety. I'm personally quite excited about the innovation and growth that AI will produce in the long run. I think we have a transition problem, transitioning people from here to there and making sure everyone can participate in an AI economy without the bottom falling out. And so what I think, maybe a provocative thing to end on, I think it's time for America to come together in an all-hands-on-deck way, probably at the state level first, because that's where workforce training happens, apprenticeships happen, college happens, and say, let's fundamentally redesign, tear down the wall between learning and working, bring employers into the equation from the get-go, and make sure that every American, whether you're 18 or 45, has an opportunity to get the skills that you need at a price you can afford to thrive in the economy.
Thank you so much. Daniel.
I was just thinking that instead of talking about economic policy, I'm going to share a very romantic story with all of you, which is my relationship to this country and to President Reagan. I was born in Mexico City. My father was a Holocaust survivor. He was liberated from the Dachau concentration camp by American soldiers who risked their life to liberate a continent and asked basically nothing in return, risking their lives, giving their lives, and helping, propel an incredible 50 years of growth for all of humanity in every regard, not just economic growth, but democratic growth, rule of law, all of that advancement. And my dad was a third grader when the war started, when he was sent to Dachau, so he didn't go to high school, let alone college. My mom barely finished high school. I was able to go to college, to law school, to my parents' regret, as a nice Jewish Mexican kid, did not practice law and studied kind instead. And I just always think about how there's no chance I would have been able to build a company from $10,000 to a $7 billion company just through hard work and through merit and through bringing everybody together. No place I could have done it elsewhere. I think upwards of 50% of CEOs and founders of Fortune 500 companies are either immigrants or children of immigrants. So for me, the thought that we would not want to attract people that see the American dream, that recognize the American dream is just bad policy. If anything, we need to help have those people inspire all of us to not take for granted the incredible gifts that we were given and to find a way to unite together to celebrate that and to work on that. On that note, Brian Hooks does a lot of work there. So.
Brian, go ahead.
Well, I think it's fitting that I'm flanked by two people who were not born in this country but are tremendous leaders and really kind of charting a course on two of the most important issues in the country. And so on the immigration front, I think my colleagues here speak for me on that issue. I'll talk about education. I lead an organization called Stand Together. We're a philanthropic community, which means we have hundreds of the country's most successful business leaders, innovative philanthropists, and we try to solve problems all throughout the country, which puts us in about 1,300 communities all over the United States. And so we have a unique window into the challenges that people are experiencing right now in the country. And the punchline won't surprise you. People are struggling. Right? They're looking at the pace of change right now, and the reality is that the institutions that we've relied upon for the past few generations to help people live good lives are not keeping up. And when we think about that, you have to wonder, why would we expect them to? Right? The 20th century institutions that kind of define our society right now were not defined for our 21st century problems. And to Secretary Raimondo's point, more importantly, we're not designed to make the most of our 21st century opportunities. And so I think what's really important when we're approaching challenges like we're talking about today is now's not the time to kind of tweak things at the margins. I think we need to reimagine the institutions that help us to live well together so that everybody can make the most of the potential of the future. And just a word briefly on education, because I think this is a great example of something that's already happening. When we look at the education system right now, it was a system that was designed for an industrial age. And we can debate on whether it was good then, but it's certainly not helping to prepare kids to succeed now. The good news, though, is that people recognize that, and there's a tremendous amount of energy to transform our education system to make sure that every kid gets the education that's right for them. We can talk more about the details of that and some of the opportunities. I hope we'll get a chance to, but I'll leave you with this. We're a partnership organization, so we work with incredible business leaders. And one of them is a guy named Joe Lamont, who started a program called Alpha Schools, which is producing 2 to 5 times the learning outcomes for kids as even the best private schools. And Joe has a saying. He says, "There's never been a better time to be a 5-year-old." And I think we need that sort of North Star. We need that kind of thinking. And then, of course, our job, all of our job, is to make sure that as a society we can live up to that aspiration for every 5-year-old.
Thank you so much, Chancellor.
Well, first of all, thank you for having me at this wonderful, historic place, and a great honor to be on this panel with all of you. So Brian is being flanked by 2 Daniels here, and the romantic story is inspiring to me. So I'm gonna start with that with just a couple of remarks. So, like the other Daniel on the other side, I also came to this country. I was from another country. I was born in Berlin. Germany. I'm the first of my family to graduate from high school. And I arrived in LAX quite a while ago with $1,000 and 2 suitcases to go to school at University of Southern California. And for somebody who had no background in academia and come to this country, it was the opportunity, the ability to create something amazing is incredible. And when I look back to that, I have a tremendous gratitude to that, to these opportunities that were given to me, and it motivates me, I think, to play a role in like shaping the future, particularly of higher education and universities, which has really been essential to my life and of course of the life of many. So my lane are research universities. Vanderbilt is a great research university. We still have the world's greatest research universities. Don't quite believe the hype about Chinese universities. They're catching up, but we're still the world leader on that. I think whenever you think about the future of a sector, the initial perspective is really critical. And what we say at Vanderbilt, we're proud but not satisfied. So what we mean by that is that the great American research universities are having an enormously positive impact on the country. Pretty much every innovation that we are familiar with that are changing our lives daily had their origin in the university or made an important, the university played a hugely important role, all supported by federal research funding. And the returns to research funding, the economic returns are, if not astronomical, very high. For every dollar that the federal government invests in research, we produce $5 in social impact back. And this has been a partnership really since the Second World War, right after that, where private philanthropy, funding from the university, plus research funding that comes from the federal government really has created magic. So this is still going super well. There are universities at the core of many local innovation systems. They are often the community anchors when it comes to innovation, really across the country. But then, what can we do more? And I think we need to have a point of view on technology, AI. I'm sure we're going to go deeper into that. I think we also need to ask ourselves, what's the role that we can play in terms of workforce development beyond the students that are full-time on our campus? So one of the things that I find scandalous about universities is that we are having an enormous impact on 18 to 22-year-olds, where it's like the time of their lives, and they're having a transformative education that launches them on their career. And then 50 years, we have nothing to offer, and then we have a cruise on the Nile for them, where they can hang out with their other alumni. So what's happening here? And why are we not playing a bigger role in helping development, not only for the segment of students that are on campus, but for the communities as we think about lifetime learning, continuing education, a partnership with businesses. So we're very interested in that. We're doing a lot of that in Nashville. We're also starting campuses in New York City, in West Palm Beach, in Chattanooga, Tennessee, and in San Francisco. So we think about it really from a national landscape point of view. That role that we can play in how do we really get the most out of technological change, and how do we have a positive impact on workforce development is certainly front and center for us.
Thank you so much. Another little reminder to please submit your questions. We've already had a couple come through, which is great. I want to get as many as possible. But I'm going to abuse my position as chair and ask the first one, not least because the Reagan Institute provided such fantastic exclusive polling going into this conference. So hopefully you can pull this up on the screen. This is some of the polling they did on support for further government regulation of AI. Now what you can see there, and I know we have a couple people on the panel who are heavily involved in nonprofits that promote bipartisanship. Well, there's large agreement there amongst Democrats, independents, and Republicans that we need more government regulation of AI. And this reflects what we are being told poll after poll. Americans are genuinely worried about AI and the impact it's going to have on their jobs. So the two questions I want to put to the panel, answer whichever you'd like, combine them, is how can we convince American workers to have more trust in this process, in this technological revolution, or should they trust it? Are they right to be as skeptical as they are? And my second question is, how do you start to reskill workers that are simply not convinced that the job is going to be on the other side for them? And I would point to something like coding. I mean, young people were being told less than a decade ago, become a coder, your future is set. Well, If you use any of these AI chatbots, they can help you build an app in a matter of hours if you've had no experience. It's not to say coding's gone, but what do we do when a workforce is genuinely skeptical about the jobs actually being there on the other side? Daniel, I'll start with you.
This Daniel?
Your
okay,
chancellor.
you have to have a light.
Your
Okay,
chancellor
good.
for the purpose of the panel.
Whenever we think about regulation, it can be useful and can be terrible. I think when you look at what's happening in Europe, I think the regulation of the technology sector and AI has really choked off a lot of the innovation there. They're trying to kind of fix that, but one has to be very, very smart about this, so that the fears that people have to be understood, addressed, but you don't want to overreact either. So that's the kind of overarching aspect. I think there is when you remember the launch of ChatGPT, I think this was an amazing moment, but there also was something that was problematic. Because the way we were all kind of blown away, I think, that we saw ChatGPT do things that people could do reasonably well, like write a mediocre poem. That was amazing to see. And you saw like, wow, this is something else. But the next thing it does, it triggers, of course, a fear, am I going to be replaced? And you mentioned the coding, of course, where it probably has the most visible impact of that. But that's only one part of AI. The other thing is that it's a huge enabler. So we can do things right now with AI that we just could not do before at a massive scale. We see this certainly in the research enterprise, where our faculty are all over this. Faculty are the ultimate first adopters, so they love new technologies, and whether that's on, we solved one of the hardest problems, not me, but one of our graduates, John Jumper, got a Nobel Prize for that, solved one of the hardest problems in drug discovery, or how to think about drug discovery, is how to understand protein structures from a sequence from amino acids. Enormously complicated problem, did it at DeepMind, and amazing opportunities. But we need to be able to tell that story, I think, in a way that's convincing to people. Because right now, I think the focus is too much, okay, your job, you do data entry or you do spreadsheet, oh my God, that's at risk. That's typically what we see, right? We see these reports, statistics, which jobs are most likely to be replaced, rather than focusing on the opportunity. But these opportunities can't be abstract. They need to be concrete. You need to have examples where you can do things now and create opportunities for people, for businesses, for universities, for communities that you couldn't do before. So I think that's a miss, and I think we need to fix that.
Thank you. Let's go down the line. Yeah, Brian.
I think this is such an important moment, and I think that we have to take polls like the one that you showed with a big grain of salt. It sort of reminds me of the early 2010s, when there was this fervor of public opposition to government spending. And when you ask people in the abstract, should we cut government spending? Absolutely. Huge numbers for it. And then you offered specifics. Well, should we cut the government spending that you like, or this government? And of course not, right? Let's not do that. And so when we poll in the abstract, I think that we shouldn't be surprised when we see these sorts of answers. But if we react to those answers, and we forego the opportunities, the upside benefits of this technology, I think we're going to really regret it as a society. That's not to say that the challenges and the risks aren't real, and that they're not something that we should take seriously. But Kate, to your question, how do we persuade people to move forward with the technology? I don't think we can persuade people. I think we have to show people that this technology really can help them improve their lives. I'll give you an example. We're involved in a new project that was announced late last year called Next Ladder Ventures. It's a $1 billion fund. Stand Together, Bill Gates, Steve Ballmer, and Scott Cook and John Overdeck have pooled some funds. We'll deploy this to invest in new companies that are building AI tools that are intended to help those who are economically vulnerable, defined by 200% of the federal poverty level, which is about 90 million Americans, build tools that help them to navigate difficult life decisions. Things like, should I enroll in that 4-year degree program, or should I go to a workforce training program? What do I do about these medical bills that might bankrupt me? How can I best navigate that? Challenges that many of us have resources or people that we would turn to, but that often really derail somebody who is otherwise on a tough life but a good trajectory. just an example of where AI can fill a real gap in our society right now and become an accelerator to people who are otherwise struggling. We put more solutions like that in market, and we show business and we show governments that this is the potential to help people improve their lives with AI. I think we start to see not just these sort of, feelings in the general, but we start to narrow the conversation about what are the things we want to make sure that we don't stymie, that we enable to go forward, and then let's get really specific about the actions that need to be taken to control the downside risk. But if we legislate right now, or if we regulate right now in the midst of this hysteria sort of at the general level, I worry deeply that we're going to forego so much of this upside that can otherwise really help to transform society for the better.
So Brian is one of my dearest friends, so I'm just going to pummel him to pieces right now. Just
We talked about having some controversy, right?
No, Brian and I, he's an authentic libertarian. He does not like any regulation whatsoever. I'm very skeptical.
That's not true. That's not true.
You'll have a right to rebuttal,
but I
don't
think
worry.
sometimes you need to harness someone with some guardrails. And AI has incredible potential. I'm very excited about it. But absolutely, there's dangers to humanity from it. And the overwhelming support of people that are concerned is valid. And the problem is nothing is going to get done. Why? Because there's concentrated interest of all the AI companies, and they're going to own the politicians, and they're going to prevent things that are in the interest of the broader society. And this theme of AI regulation happens with social media regulation, where all of us see that some things need to be curtailed and harnessed and regulated, but the social media companies have the politicians in their pockets. And all of the wedge issues that politicians use to divide us, actually 60 to 80% of Americans agree on 60% to 80% of all issues, but the stuff is not getting done because special interests, political parties, and politicians are using division to prevent us as the citizens from leading our politicians, and they're now owning all of these institutes and all of this power to prevent the citizens from leading the way. I can give you hundreds of examples. The only way we're going to win is if citizens recognize the imperative to join forces, to hold politicians accountable, and to make sure that the politicians are following the will of the people. Not that I'm passionate about this or anything. This is why this is called the builders movement, is to replace all this us versus them with a problem-solving mindset, with the interests of citizens prevail over special interests, divisive politicians, and political parties that are more concerned with power than with actually solving problems for the citizens. And you're talking about inspiring people with AI, about doing this stuff. We need to help citizens, young people and all, to recognize that they can be protagonists, that they can be agents of change, to not be programmed to think that they're just going to be victims or oppressors or just observing all of these other happen. They need to understand their power and the responsibility that comes with that power to be part of propelling the politicians to hold them accountable, to build a movement. You know, every industry has a special industry. Every single sector, it's fascinating. The Toilet Papers Association, the this and that, everybody has an industry. Guess who doesn't have a group that represents all citizens? Citizens. There is no, in the existence of our country, there's never been created a platform where all citizens say, where can we all agree? When can 80% of citizens agree? And then hold the politicians to propel them to do what the citizens want. And that's what we need to do. There's no chance on AI, social media, immigration, all these issues, unless we all join forces and start creating, mapping out how do we hold politicians accountable.
Brian, do you feel like you need a 30-second rebuttal?
Thank you. Thank you.
I would second what Daniel
Get that
says.
applause.
I would second what Daniel says.
Okay.
Absolutely. I agree completely.
Secretary
He's actually a
Raimondo.
partner in this with me.
We've been steaming.
Spicy, I like this. No, just two things. I think we have to separate AI security as a national security issue and AI and jobs. And I was, by the way, I'm thrilled to be here because when I was Commerce Secretary, I got myself invited to the Reagan National Security Conference. And the first couple times I did it, I think people said, wait, what's the commerce lady doing here? This is the zone of Joint Chiefs and generals and Secretary of Defense. And I said, well, hang on a minute. Semiconductors, supply chains, industrial base, manufacturing, AI kind of matters to our national security. And so out of that grew this conference, economic security. And so it's hard to know from the data that you had up, when people say we want regulation, is it jobs, because they're afraid to lose their jobs, which they are, or is it, you know, the mythos example, which is like genuinely scary. So what I would say is on the national security aspect of it, I am a bit of a hardliner on this. I think we'd be crazy and stupid to give China our most sophisticated AI chips and our most sophisticated model weights. I think we need to control that. We have it, they don't. They want to use it against us. Take care of America first. On these sophisticated models, I do come down on the side of government testing these models before they're released to the public. And so that sort of regulation, I think it's important to do. I had a meeting this morning with Secretary Bessent. They're thinking through this. You can't just let these models out into the wild, particularly when then, you know, think about what a non-state actor could do, getting their hands on a model or model weights and applying it to create a bioterrorism. I don't know about you, but I don't want 10 guys, a non-state actor, 10 guys in a cave somewhere creating a new pathogen and releasing it into the world. So I'm for regulation of that and government doing the testing. On the jobs bit of it, as I said before, I'm an AI enthusiast. I think the toothpaste is out of the bottle. Being anti-innovation is not going to lead to growth or prosperity for America. I think it's a transition. And this country, like, people should be anxious because our country has a terrible track record of getting people through economic transitions, right? Anyone remember TAA? Basically, disaster. We told everybody, don't worry, free trade's going to create lots of jobs, and if you're going to lose your manufacturing job, we got a government program for that. It's called Trade Adjustment Assistance, and it didn't work. It was a disaster. It was bureaucratic, and it didn't work. So, and, you know, my dad got crushed in that. You know, he was a victim of not being able to get another job when he was 56. He didn't want a government handout. He wanted a job. So I think we got to get ahead of it. I think we show, don't tell. Show Americans, you know, give incentives to companies to retrain and redeploy and show them how they're going to get redeployed into a new job. You know, I have 2 kids in college right now. You know what they're being told about AI? Don't use it. If you use it, you're going to get caught for cheating. Hello? Teach these kids how to use it so they can go off and start their own company. Then young people might feel a little bit less afraid. So I think what one of you said, Brian, let's massively update our system to help people get through the transition. And I don't think telling them is going to work. I think we have to just get to the business of doing it, which includes employers changing the way they hire and fire and redeploy. And by the way, they need incentives to do that. And then also, like, I'm a real proponent of massive change in the way we train people.
Thank you so much. We have some fantastic questions here, so I'm going to throw out 3 to the panel, and I'm going to ask each of you just to pick one that you want to answer. And please, let's keep the answers snappy, because I'd love to do a second round if we've got time. First question, AI will automate a large share of the knowledge work tasks which traditionally made up college degrees and the ticket to the middle class. If that's true, does the entire premise of this panel, invest in education, attract certain skill sets, need to be rethought, and does it become more urgent? Second question, with innovations such as classic private schools, homeschooling, charter schools, education vouchers, micro schools, what excites you most about K through 12 education today? And the last question, should we think about some form of AI dividend or AI equity stake for all Americans, paid for by the AI companies that supports talent curation and education initiatives? So Daniel, I'll start with you, and then we'll jump around on the panel.
This Daniel.
Yes, this Daniel.
The real Daniel. The real Daniel.
Daniel Lubetsky.
This is, by the way, I was with Brett Stevens earlier this week, and I'm like, we're launching a show to spotlight builders, and I'm like, who is the most important person you recommend I interview? And he said, Daniel Dermayer.
Very kind. Thank you.
For me, I'm going to combine the first and second questions and come up with an answer that has nothing to do. No, I'm just joking. For me, it's connected to what Brian said earlier about how we're teaching our kids. We need to teach the skills that are going to be important in spite or beyond AI. Creativity, thinking outside the box, leadership, courage, curiosity, compassion, all of the skills that make a builder's mindset. Like to help people to be critical thinkers, to think outside the box. Because what is AI today, at least? It's taking all of the data and creating logical conclusions on patterns of what exists. It reminds me of when we were launching Kind, and other companies were like, oh, we used all this data to tell us what should be the next product. And all the stuff that came was like Me Too items, things that already exist. If you really want to transform society, you want to think outside the box, something that does not exist. You have to come up with something, dream things. So we need to teach kids how to dream. We need to teach kids how to look at each other's eyes, how to lead, like skills that Joel Lamont and others are at the forefront. By the way, he's from Austin, Texas, where I now live. And I think the essence is for education to prepare the kids to add value, even though AI is going to be able to do a lot of the other earlier stuff for us.
Thank you. Secretary Raimondo?
Yeah, listen, no one has a crystal ball. We don't know where AI is going. I just don't buy that there won't be work for humans to do. I just don't buy it. I think it'll be different. But every technology there's ever been, after a period of transition, creates new jobs and different jobs. I just believe this technology is going to lead to the creation of new industries, new businesses, new services, new products, and we'll need people to work in those, in those new industries. So, and also, if you make something cheaper, people tend to want more of it. So I think, once again, I do think there's a transition. I'm deeply worried. I'm not too worried about like the 10-year forecast. I just think there'll be new industries and jobs. I just met a young woman who has a company building space infrastructure. You know, if you were here 10 years ago, you would have thought that was science fiction. She has a real company, hiring real people. So I'm not too worried about the longer term. I am very worried about the next, call it, 2 to 5 years, because every incentive, CEOs aren't bad guys. They have no incentive right now. They fire 20% of their people today, their stock price goes up tomorrow. It is rational to hit the layoff button. So to get through a transition, I think we're going to need some incentives to incentivize companies to hire human beings. Maybe it's lower payroll taxes, maybe it's incentives to redeploy and retrain, and while we get to the place of creating more jobs. Also, honestly, like this concept of universal basic income, I personally think it's like the end of America. So we just have to not allow it to happen. Don't allow it to happen. Like, what defines Americans? We like work. We are strivers. What defines an American? You go into a bar, hey, nice to meet you. What do you do? It's the first question. We're defined by work and striving. Universal basic income kills that, kills what's American. So we got to figure it out.
Thank you. Certainly a tax on jobs these days looks increasingly sillier, even more so than it did before.
Could I just double down on that?
Ryan,
I think
please.
what Secretary Raimondo just said is maybe the most important thing I've heard in a long, long time. And I think it's important that that not get lost. You know, when we're in the middle of a challenge, a problem, and we are in the middle of a challenge right now, it's easy to just start solving things without thinking, where do we want to go? Where do we want to be as a country? And I think we want to be Americans, right? We want to be a country that recognizes that every person has dignity and every person has the potential to contribute. And that looked different 100 years ago, it looked different 20 years ago, and it's going to look different in 2 and 10 and 30 years. Mm-hmm. But if we lose track of that and we solve problems that are proximate to us right now, like a very real disruption and a very challenging transition with easy fixes like universal basic income, we might solve that problem in the moment, and destroy what we're trying to create over the long term. And so I think that kind of perspective and thoughtfulness, which is hard to do when you're in the middle of a crisis, is absolutely essential right now, both for the education issue, but also for the larger transition issue with AI.
I appreciate you saying that. Just to spice it up with my friend from Kind. But as a Democrat who says things like I just said, it makes me basically unelectable, which is why.
No, it gives you courage. That's what it does.
Which is why, your point, like our politics is screwed up.
We need to change the structure, the underlying structure, low primary participation, ultra gerrymandering, that makes it very hard for people that are problem solvers to elect and get elected. And so we need to all join forces to structurally demand some changes.
It's also about framing, right? I mean, there's something a little strange happening at the moment amongst these very high-level tech conversations in which the CEOs of these companies are the ones saying, you won't need human workers anymore. That's a very scary argument. It comes across quite different if you say, well, would you prefer, a modest handout from the state, or would you prefer a secure job? I think a lot of people would opt for the second. Chancellor, which question would you like to answer?
Tough to follow, tough acts to follow here. So I'll say one aspect on the AI side, because I think that's front and center for many of us.
Yep.
I've been around the block now long enough that people say the university will die in the next 2 years, and here's why. And we've had this with MOOCs, remember those? We had it with virtual reality that everybody completely has forgotten about. But we had it with the book. We had it with TV, with the computer, with the internet. We had it, I mean, like every time there's a big transformative technology, and they are transformative. I mean, having books, that was a big deal for humanity. But universities tend to adapt. They tend to metabolize innovation. They're not being replaced. Of the, I think, 10 longest living institutions in the world, 7 are universities. The oldest universities are almost 1,000 years old now. So, and the way this works is you take the technology and then you adapt and you change how you think about education. And I do not believe, I could be wrong this time, absolutely, that we're going to replace radiologists completely with AI machines. But we will replace radiologists that don't know how to use technology with those that do. And so what we see with our students is we're laser focused on that. You got to know the technology. You got to know your domain. So you need to know how to think from first principles, and you have to be able to be collaborative, work in a team, work together. When you have these two things, you're thriving in the job market right now. Certainly, we see this certainly for our graduates. But the key for us is no matter what our lane is, whether it's philanthropy or politics or business or universities, to be super agile and to understand that this is moving very fast. And we need to have an operating system that allows us to move with pace that is kind of commensurate with the pace of change that we're seeing in technology.
Thank you so much. We've got 2 questions on immigration here in about 5 minutes. We're going to do our best. The panel title pairs homegrown talent and immigration as 2 solutions to the same problem, but politically they often pull in opposite directions. Is a coalition that supports both actually achievable, or does winning on high-skilled immigration require accepting restrictions on lower-skilled immigration, some of which we might find morally troubling? And then the second question is simply, can the restrictions that the administration has set out last? I'd like to pull up another slide from the Reagan Institute with their exclusive polling, Views on Scaled Immigration. This one personally warmed my heart, the fact that there really remains broad support for immigration, especially when people feel like the immigrants are contributing. And Daniel, you had some great stats there about the businesses that immigrants set up and the huge prosperity that they can bring. Panel, you each have realistically about 1 minute, a little bit less. I'm going to give you 45 seconds each to sum this up, but I would love your views on immigration before we go, either on either of those questions or on this polling. Chancellor, let's start with you.
So I was at Jamie Dimon's keynote earlier before, who talked about his grandparents, and Daniel talked about his parents, and of course, in my case, I came to this country a few years ago. Look, what makes this country great, it's a country based on an idea, on a set of principles. And that makes it unique, and it's an idea based on opportunity. And in my lane in universities, the reason why we are thriving, where we're the best in the world, is because we have support from the government, and we are the destination for the world's greatest talent. Those two pillars can never be lost. We have around, when you look at the high-end STEM PhD programs, where we're creating the next generation of innovators and scientists, about 60 to 70% are PhD students from foreign countries. And they're the best in the world because they want to do here, they want to come here to do the best work. Now think about what a great deal this is. They got 16 years of education paid by a different country. They're super motivated. They come here, they work for very little money because you don't get a lot of money as a PhD student, let me tell you. And then when they're done, they create businesses and the next innovators and scientists. That is awesome. There is not a either or here, we need both. We're roughly $200,000 engineers short that we need for this country. We're around 700,000 skilled workforce short in the high-end kind of industries. This has to be an all-out effort in order to create the human capital that will further foster and nourish this great innovation economy.
Thank you so much, Brian.
Look, I think this conversation about immigration over the past 20 years has got us all balled up in the wrong place. Get out of the current frame and think about it this way. A bunch of CEOs in the audience. If you ran your company the way that we run our country, you would be bankrupt. and that's absolutely true when it comes to immigration. You think about immigration is a critical path to bring the best of the brightest here, talent. And the idea that a CEO would have to choose between keeping their company safe or attracting the best and the brightest, it's just ridiculous. You can do both. We can have border security and we can have a welcoming environment for immigrants. Here are 3 words that you will never hear in a successful talent company's strategy: lottery, country caps, and high-skilled, low-skilled. This doesn't make any sense. The question is, can a person come and create value for our country? And if they can, we want them here. And the idea that we would call somebody who wants to come here and make a life for their family and work in agriculture, is that high-skilled or low-skilled? I don't know, but it's high value because we need food, right? The idea that we would call somebody who wants to come here and help to build houses in a country where the price of housing and the shortage in housing is extraordinary. We have more open positions in construction today than we've ever had in our country. Is that high-skilled? It's high value. And you can go sort of down the list. You know, these gentlemen are extraordinary examples of what immigrants have brought to our country. My grandfather came here 3 generations ago. His parents, after they got off Ellis Isle, they got shipped to the middle of the country on a train to work at a factory they'd never heard of. 3 generations later, I'm sitting at the Ronald Reagan Institute talking to a room full of some of the most successful people in the world. If we had called them low-skilled workers and said they couldn't come, I wouldn't be here. And I think many of us had that story, that same story. So I think this is one of the most important issues for our country, but if we try to solve it in the current framework, we're going to fail. We got to start thinking correctly about this rather than be constrained by the wrong-headed thinking of the past 20 years.
Thank you. Daniel?
Yeah, I want to just connect a couple dots. First of all, it's very apt that we're here at the Reagan Library. President Reagan's last speech that he gave as president was about immigration. If you haven't heard that speech, go look it up after this conversation ends, because it will make you cry. I cry over any AT&T commercial, but it is so powerful the way he spoke. It is so beautiful the way he spoke. It's so inspirational the way he spoke. And the fact is that what Brian just pointed out, there's wide consensus on this. And if you ask Americans, they will, if you put 20 groups of Americans across the spectrum of politics, they'll come up with the answers. It's not that complicated. But the problem is incentives. This is not a problem that started now. More than 20 years, close to 30 years I've been tracking these issues being talked about, and the politicians don't have the courage to solve it. And it's not like Secretary Raimondo said, CEOs are not bad people, they're just responding to incentives. Politicians are not bad people, they're just responding to broken incentives, where if they try to solve problems together, their party will tear them apart, and their primary constituents will tear them apart because they just are speaking to their bases. And structurally, this has become a very serious problem. And the only solution is that all citizens develop methodologies for all of us to come up with solutions to propel the politicians and to create the right set of incentives so politicians will respond to solving problems that are tearing us apart.
Thank you so much. And Secretary Raimondo.
Yeah, first of all, I love what these three guys said. I find excellent, excellent points. 3 quick points, I know we're out of time. One, to me, this is all about America's competitiveness. I've spent a lot of my career thinking about how does America compete in the world? How does America outcompete China? This is competitiveness. We need to be a magnet for the world's best scientists, for the world's, eager beavers. Like, we want to be a magnet for the talent that we need to compete. And we got to figure out a way to do that. Secondly, just playing off of your comments, Brian, I remember at one point somebody was talking about how, if wealthy people could, buy the golden ticket, they could get into the US. And I was thinking, I'm not sure I want that. Like, my parents came with a lot of immigrants I know who are now massively successful, had your stories. I came with $5 in my pocket, and then I created this company. So I'm with you. Like, I don't care if you come here rich, but if you come here with the dream to be part of it and make our country better, I want you. We need you. It's how we will compete. And then, the only thing I would say is I agree completely with this, Daniel.
And stop right there.
Which is, gosh, I bet if we got in a room and said, let's draft an immigration reform law, we could do it reasonably quickly. It's the politics. In fact, every problem I did pension reform as a Democrat, I did the CHIPS Act, it's actually not the policy that's the hard bit of it. It's the politics. And so I think in this regard, that's why I'm going to end where I began, which is a matter of competitiveness. If we want to have the best companies, if we want to be the most innovative, we need the best talent. And it's in all of our interest to figure this out.
Please join me in thanking Secretary Raimondo, Daniel, Brian, and the Chancellor.
That was fun.
You fit a lot in 50 minutes. Well done. I think we're off to lunch now, so hopefully we can all catch up there. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, this concludes the panel. Please make your way to the Air Force One Pavilion for our luncheon and keynote conversation. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Getting to World-Beating Manufacturing. Please welcome to the stage Ms. Brooke Sutherland of Bloomberg News and our distinguished panelists.
We built this city on rock and roll. We built this city. We built this city on rock and roll.
Thank you all so much for joining us today, and thank you to our panelists for participating in this conversation about how exactly we go about revitalizing U.S. manufacturing. I'm joined today by Chris Power, founder and CEO of Hadrian, Dr. Boris Softman, co-founder and CEO of Bedrock Robotics, and Jan Schramik, founder and CEO of California Forever. Members of the live audience can submit questions via the RNEF app. We have a lot to get to today and a very important subject, but I wanted to start just by asking you all how we got here. There's widespread support for revitalizing manufacturing in the US, but we've been talking about this for roughly 2 decades. Given all of that rhetoric, it would be great to hear from each of you, why don't we have more manufacturing in the US? What are the key hurdles? And Chris, maybe we start with you.
Well, I think you're in such a deficit because really 2 big structural things happened in 1986 to today. One is we offshored all commercial manufacturing, which was most of manufacturing in the first place, and then after the peace dividend, we cut defense manufacturing jobs by 63%. And then you've got this 40-decade deficit of skilled trades, both in aging and just raw volume. And the second thing I don't think people talk about enough is the reason why Germany and Japan have such good manufacturing economies is because all their factories got blown up in World War II and they had to greenfield them. But we won in the United States, so all our factories are still from, like, honestly, still World War II, maybe Cold War. But it's mostly a people problem because we told all the kids in the 80s and 90s that if they didn't have 4-year college degrees, they weren't kind of celebrated in the country, and then now everyone's 62. And now things are speeding up a lot, but the deficit is so large that you're talking about a couple of $100 billion of recapitalization, not to mention, 50 to 100 million jobs a year kind of productivity gap. There's just a lot to catch up on because the tide massively came out over 4 decades, and it's going to take slightly longer than the first year of the Trump administration to fix it.
So I'll add one really big category, maybe a little bit of depth on it, and that's the labor side of it. So, of course, there's policy elements, there's regulatory, but at the end of the day, in order to build manufacturing capacity, you have to build and then you have to staff it. And there's a systemic challenge here where labor in China is $4 to $5 an hour, and you're talking about 5x jump minimum in the United States. That's challenging. And the population is not growing, and it's not a money problem. You just won't physically have enough people. When you look at construction, you have already a 500,000 worker shortage. 500,000 workers are retiring every year, and in the next 5 to 7 years, there'll be a 40% retirement rate. And so you have this gigantic gap to fill, and so if you can't do it through just a giant labor pool and low-cost labor, then you really have to take advantage of what is now enabled by these really amazing waves of autonomy capabilities, which can tackle both the building and the staffing part of it, and that will be hopefully a key part of the answer.
Anything you want to add there?
Yeah, I would add, I think there's a cultural component to this as well. And Chris talked about the fact that Germany, for example, still has a very active manufacturing sector, although now they are doing a really good job of screwing it up by making energy unaffordable. And I think that part of the issue is if you want people to work in manufacturing, if you want investors to back manufacturing, if you want the government to invest in it, it needs to be cool. It needs to be respected in the culture. And to some people, manufacturing is a kind of abstract concept. My grandparents worked in a steel mill and in a quarry. My dad is a mechanic. My brother is a truck driver. My other brother works in construction. And then my uncles work in factories and as carpenters. And so I grew up in it in the former, in Central Europe, in the Czech Republic. And when I was growing up, there was a deep sense of cultural appreciation that if you were an electrician, that mattered.
Pride,
And it was,
yeah.
there was pride, there was a sense of pride, it was respected in society, and it was more prestigious to be an electrician than to be a manager of a coffee shop, or a, whatever is the equivalent of it today, I don't know, social media influencer, failing social media influencer. And I think that a lot of things come together if you get it right, in that you have a sense of pride in the schools that you teach people in, the trade schools. The trade school that my cousins went to looked the same way and was the same beautiful building that the kind of academic institution that I went to looked like. And so I think if we want people to work in manufacturing, we have to respect it. We have to use all of the modern things that people like Boris and Chris are doing to make the job safer, cleaner, more interesting, better paid. And then we have to create an environment where people want to work in manufacturing because their life is interesting, rather than get in a car, drive to some nameless industrial park in the middle of nowhere where the only two options for lunch is two fast food joints and then drive home and sit in their house. People don't want to work like that. And so we need to do a better job of creating real ecosystem where it's fun and interesting to work in manufacturing.
Chris, can you pick up there? My next question was going to be, how do we do things differently now? How do we stop this cycle of constant rhetoric of wanting to revitalize US manufacturing and not really doing it?
Well, in some ways, it's you kind of just got to do it. There's a couple of very interesting problems here. The first thing that the administration has changed, which seems silly to mention but is important, is that 90% of manufacturing in the United States is either space or defense. It just is, because everything else got offshored, largely. And the issue there is 70% of the manufacturers in the defense supply chain are small businesses. So more than 70% of an F-35, for example, is actually small businesses doing things. The problem with that is the government gives someone $1 billion in year one. Maybe Lockheed Martin's got a huge balance sheet. They can build ahead. Small businesses can't do it. So there's no long-term demand signal for small businesses, and yet they're holding up the defense industrial base. The second big problem, and these are very easy changes, by the way. Second big problem is after the 2008 financial crisis, it became functionally illegal for a small business to get a loan for a new machine. Versus you used to be able to go to your local small bank and get a loan for $1 million, and the small banking business who was in your community would be like, wow, Jan's running the manufacturing company. And the third and most pecunious one is that the funny downside of cost plus, which is it's functionally illegal for most defense primes to pay a small business. They get fired if they don't pick the cheapest option, and the payment terms are 300 days. So you basically have got patriotic American small businesses kind of by the throat, and these are very easy structural changes, and the Germans do a very good job of this. And the one thing you would change structurally, economically, is that the German government will give you a loan against your invoice to a defense prime, so that you've got like working capital. So there's like several of these very simple structural things that just like unleash everything, and that largely solves the small business problem, to be honest. It's like access to capital, there's working capital, and letting them just kind of do their jobs and getting out of the way. In terms of the big scale stuff, it's starting to happen, and there's basically two problems. The skilled people are retiring, and you get a 10-to-1 shortage. So you need AI and robotics to give them productivity, but it has to be about making the workforce more efficient, not replacing them. And then, secondly, frankly, you got to pay and value them culturally in stock-based compensation, so they're actually part of the company instead of this idiotic, McKinsey-esque concept called, I don't know when we started calling people who work in factories labor. This is like extremely idiotic. And those are the two big ones. And then the third big one is you've got $500 billion of capex that needs to be refinanced. And up until about a year ago, I thought we were screwed, except you've got Morgan Stanley, JP Morgan, Apollo, Blackstone, everybody coming in basically be like, wow, the IRRs on manufacturing are actually insanely good and way better than data centers. And you've got administration and a culture that's behind it. I actually think it's moving. I don't think we've solved the small business issue yet, and that's at a standstill because we have not fixed the economic drivers to let them just run and be American entrepreneurs. The rest of it, I think we're getting there. The only problem is we're not spending enough money fast enough. We should have already spent $200 billion, and I think what's actually exited is several billion dollars, maybe. There's a lot of pressure on the administration to speed that up, but I think we're getting there. It's just like the size of this issue is magnitudes harder than people think. That's the lengthy short answer.
And it's also not singular where you have very different types of manufacturing and skills that are necessary. And you're mentioning how like some of this actually is a skill set problem where over decades and decades of fine-tuning the processes in China, like there are just really magical things that are very difficult to replicate from a start, especially when that hasn't been invested in so long. And so you can shortcut it with a new wave of technology, but like at the end of the day, these are not simple things. And then there's also some systemic challenges to making certain types of manufacturing profitable, no matter what you do. And so you pick your battles and you really focus on onshoring kind of key categories and making it actually make sense from an economic standpoint. Because from a manufacturing and supply chain standpoint and cash flow and predictability, nobody actually prefers to manufacture in Asia. If you're sea shipping, it's 5 weeks on the water. It's a lot more complexity, time gaps, cultural gaps. There's like all these challenges. And so if you could, you would bring it on shore. And so then you start to really think about how do you make this really make sense for big categories that become the catalysts of developing that muscle and then spreading it to others.
Jan, do you feel like the ingredients are in place to finally see more manufacturing come back to the U.S.?
Yeah, I mean, I think if we continue the direction of making it, I think Secretary Besson said it this morning. The idea of abdicating industrial policy to the free market is insane. You cannot be a superpower if you cannot manufacture the things that make you a superpower. If we get cut off from our supply chain and we can survive for maybe 2 years before society breaks down, I think COVID showed that actually it's more like 6 months, then you are not the world superpower. And so I think you can have sectors where you can let the free market run, and entertainment. I mean, I think we don't need to over-regulate or subsidize entertainment, but I think in critical national security industries, which is a very broad range of industries, we need to have industrial policy, which is what made this country work for 250 years.
In the Ronald Reagan Institute survey that was published this week, one insight that jumped out to me is that by an almost 2-to-1 margin, respondents favor speeding up government approval to build factories, although there is a drop in support if that speed comes at the expense of lax regulations and opportunities for legal challenges. There's also pretty consistent agreement across political ideologies in that 40% range that it is too hard to build factories in the US right now. Boris, what do you make of those data points? Is it too hard, and what is necessary from a practical perspective to make it easier to build without sacrificing those other priorities, particularly around the environment?
Yeah. So just looking at the building part of it, like it's genuinely challenging and the costs are high. Some states are much better than others at the regulatory climate. And it's not being helped by the fact that there's the most immense competition for building that we've ever seen in our lifetime from data centers, where like right now, this year, there's about $700 billion spent on data center construction by the hyperscalers, and that's actually expected to go up to well above $1 trillion next year. And this is already straining, a challenged, force. And so you have these physics that are actually quite difficult because now there's a capped supply, and what happens is that this becomes a radiation on everything, including the ability to build manufacturing facilities. And it tends to actually also cluster where on top of that pain, you see a disproportionate amount in the South where you have a friendly regulatory climate, energy ecosystem, workforce, land, everything, at least to the deepest degree possible. And so you start seeing a huge congregation of investment in areas like Texas and Arizona, which again strains the ability to kind of keep up with this. And so you really need to unblock it from all dimensions. And when you look at such a kind of deep pain point, I think these are actually pretty similar challenges in manufacturing as you see in the in the building phase, as you see them in the manufacturing phase itself. What changed over the last probably 5 years is that the ability to physically automate, for example, a manufacturing process used to be a scripted process, which was very expensive, but it was worth it if you're doing something high volume and very expensive like a vehicle. And so you'd have robot arms kind of going and doing things. And there's very little actual versatility to these systems. But now, like, you're actually able to take large-scale kind of machine learning algorithms and data where you have it available in these sort of circumstances. And in the case of Waymo, you're able to have a vehicle driving in absolutely kind of infinitely complex environments with 200 million driverless miles. And this is like a highly interactive system with 10 times greater than human safety. If you take that driving task and you apply it to the construction phase of a project, or actually the assembly part of what actually needs to happen, you're bypassing these constraints where the labor just doesn't add up. Like, there's only so much economic stimulus you can do to compete with a $5 an hour labor pool in China. But now you can turn this from a rigid process that has very limited capability to something that's actually far more versatile and starts to have a library of things that it's able to do. And you start to kind of build up this capability set similar to how circuit boards are now very automated in the final manufacturing phase, because you have a library of things you can do and you use that library very effectively. That can start to bleed into so many other categories that all of a sudden changes the economic feasibility of this to actually exist in the United States.
Jan, what would you like to see more of from the government in particular to make it easier to build things?
Yeah, I mean, maybe I'll comment on the permitting question as well.
Sure.
I know more about permitting than I ever wish to know. We're building a city with 174,000 homes and 100 million square feet of space, and possibly the biggest shipyard in America. So I've learned a lot. And we're doing it in Northern California, by the way. So I know more about permitting than I ever wish to know. I think the way to think about permitting, and I think the mental model is really important for what happened. We had a massive industrial build-out during the war and in the after-war periods. And what happened as a result of it is we didn't have standards, and so we polluted the water, we polluted the air, you had smog in LA, and there was a reaction to it. And in '69 and in '70, we passed the National Environmental Protection Act, and in California, the equivalent, which is called California Environmental Quality Act, which basically said, before you do something, governments have to go and study the impacts and describe them. They can still decide to do it, but they describe them. What we did then in the '70s is we passed the Clean Air Act, the Clean Water Act, and a series of other acts that basically regulate in an objective way the pollution. So they say you cannot do something if it emits more than X amount of pollution into the water or into the air. The cardinal problem is that we now have two incompatible regimes. We have a regime of regulating the consequences of your actions, which are these objective standards, and we have a procedural regime that says you have to go and study all of this. And so you study all of it for 5 years, and then you have to go and apply for a second set of permits to comply with all of these laws. And we could have either one of them. Either one of them would be fine. We could have the procedural regime, or we could have the standard regime. But if you have both, you more than double the amount of time it takes and requires, because there's a toxic interaction sometimes that happens between these two things where you kind of keep going back and forth between them. And so I think now that we have objective standards and you can never do the kind of things, it's illegal to do the kind of things that we used to do in the 60s and in the 70s, we can lighten up a lot on the procedural things. And when you hear these horror stories about a 6-year environmental review, whether it's at the federal level or whether it's at the state level, it's the procedural stuff. And so I think we need to lighten that up. And that work has started. It started at the federal level. It started in California. Governor Newsom, Assemblymember Wicks, Senator Wiener, they actually passed a very strong set of laws over the last 10 years to lighten it up in California. And the administration is doing the same thing at the federal level. So I'm very hopeful about that. And the way that I think about permitting is imagine that you wiped out all of the infrastructure of the United States tomorrow. We had the money, we had the human talent, we had all of the same people, we had the same ideas, we had the same IP. How long do you think it would take to rebuild the United States? Infinity. We would absolutely never be able to rebuild anything that we are in. This building, the highways, the water systems, the airports, none of it could be built under the current regime. None of it. And if you live in a civilization where the world you live in is illegal to rebuild if it disappears, then you know that we have the wrong set of regulations, and we need to simplify it.
Chris, to what extent do you think reshoring is actually happening right now? Because if you look at the data for manufacturing construction spending, it spiked significantly under the Biden administration and the various stimulus programs there more recently. it's pulled back, albeit at a very high level. To what extent are you seeing that trend, and are tariffs helping or hurting that?
So I think taking a step back, effectively, commercial manufacturing in the United States, which has been offshored, is, if you had perfect levels of automation and free energy and free raw material in the United States, China would still be 3 times as cheap because they just subsidize the hell out of everything. So that's kind of position number one. And therefore, there's what I would call strategic reshoring, where because of tariffs or incentives, large companies are doing some reshoring. Certainly in things like semiconductors, in these big partnerships.
Biotech, yeah.
Biotech. At the mass scale, it hasn't really started, but I think it's about to begin. Because what the government is doing with things like the drone dominance program is, okay, we're going to go spend $56.3 billion on a bunch of drone companies. Great. All of those components are currently made in DJI's supply chain in China because there's subsidies. And this is American consumer basically paid for China's military drone program by buying toys at Christmas. What they're doing now is every quarter, one of those components is going to get banned. Printed circuit boards, goggles, gallium cameras, batteries, right? And then you'll see this mass reshoring. And the strategy there is now you have this, I don't know, $40 to $50 billion drone industrial base that is now priced at a level that is achievable for the American people because it's not subsidized and it's forced to be onshore in this regime. And oh, by the way, all that stuff can go into the robotics as well. So I think in these big policy moves that are actually shifting, because China has always treated, to Secretary Bessett's point, manufacturing as national security, and in the last 40 years, the United States has treated manufacturing as economics, and disconnecting the two was a very silly idea. And now the government is reconnecting that strategy. So I think then you'll see mass reshoring, especially with things like the drone dominance program passing at the supply chain level. But the reality is that unless you enormously hard correct with structural tariffs or policies like what's flowing down in drone dominance, China just subsidizes it to a point because they want to steal the designs that it's just structurally impossible. Whether it's us, we're automating a lot of types of manufacturing, whether it's new manufacturing styles of companies like Markina Labs, Divergent, where they're kind of dual use. No one's going to make any money on commercial stuff unless there's a structural reset because of the levels of subsidies. So then if you make those resets, you'll start seeing reshoring. I think drone dominance will be the first big move there. And then it also has to happen with semiconductors. Certainly it has to happen with shipbuilding. Certainly has to happen with these other things. But I think the administration is getting there very quickly, category by category.
There's a challenge where if you go from the final manufacturing to the supply chain, there's a very deep exposure because there's certain components that you just cannot currently get in the United States. You want to get motors, magnets, they're coming from China very largely. Many types of cameras, sensors, other chips. And so you have this exposure that most companies are not in a position to go and reinvent their entire supply chain and try to onshore it until you get to fairly massive scale, like tens of billions of dollars. And so one enabler of this is to actually treat this bottom layer of inputs to manufacturing as a hyper-strategic focus area, and through technology, subsidies, and other means, actually try to figure out how to bring that, how to onshore that, and then that actually catalyzes both the unit economics and just the sheer feasibility of a lot of the other types of manufacturing.
Another interesting insight, in my opinion, from the Reagan Institute survey is that by a margin of almost 2 to 1, respondents say that keeping prices low through free trade is more important than strengthening domestic manufacturing if making goods here would raise total household spending on those items by $1,000 a year. Jan, how do we avoid that being the choice with domestic manufacturing?
I think it's what Chris said. You start at the top end where we are less price sensitive and where we already buy domestic, and then use that to scale up the expertise, the ecosystem, the workforce training, and then it's going to go down in the supply chain. I mean, if we look at how did we get most of the industries that we got, in an incredible number of cases, it started with the Department of War or Department of Defense, and it started with basically national security. It started with the space. So many of the innovations came from radar and aviation and space program, and so we started at the top end where it's less price sensitive, and then we drive it down throughout, and those also happen to be the industries where we need to catch up the soonest. And so there's a very natural thing to do, things like the drone dominance program, things like shipbuilding, and then that is going to bring with it slowly the supply chain step by step. And eventually, are we going to make all of our T-shirts and sneakers in America? I suspect we're going to end up making more than we do today. We don't have to make all of them. But I think we start at the top end and then we go down.
Chris, I mean, what's sort of the metric that you think of what makes sense to make in an automated US factory versus the math not working? Is it having that national security meaning? Is it having high margins? I mean, is there sort of a formula that you think about?
It has nothing to do with the manufacturing method or the production content or the type of market. The only thing that matters is whether it is currently ITAR or not. And if it's not ITAR, everyone offshored it. To a degree where they now can't onshore it even they wanted to because there's no scale. That's it. Now, in terms of automation or not, it's pretty easy. There are things people will pay a lot more for, like robotic welding, because there are no welders and there's a structural imbalance. And then the higher the labor component, the more automation you can put into it. But structurally, I just think it's regulatory right now. The only reason we have any manufacturing left in America is because the defense supply chain got locked onshore. Everything else is gone and has to come back with structural resets.
Boris, you touched on this briefly, but this push to build more factories in the US is colliding with the AI data center build out. 42% of contractors with more than $100 million in annual revenue are under contract to work on data center projects, according to Associated Builders and Contractors. Is America capable of building everything that it wants at the same time?
Today, no. Very clearly, it isn't. And the interesting thing is a lot of the collateral damage isn't even just felt by other sectors like manufacturing. It's going all the way to housing prices and local schools and everything. This is just a foundation of the entire economy. So today, it definitely cannot keep up. You can't fix that by squeezing data centers. That's obviously also a very strategic in so many other ways, and actually can be responsible for so much of the economic growth that then fuels everything else. And so you have to fix this with efficiencies. The challenge is that industries like construction is one of the few industries that the efficiency of construction as an industry has actually gone down over the last 50 years. It's one of the few industries that hasn't actually seen an increase. And that's only going to get worse with the physics of retirements. And so we need to be able to move faster through all the means. Some of the regulatory elements are actually a source of the uncertainty in construction that ends up creating a lot of inefficiency because of contingencies and buffers, which forces you to not be able to stack projects as efficiently as you could. And so there's a lot of these sort of elements that, if you look at what's happening, there's a high degree of waste. A lot of machines are unutilized. A lot of jobs have a huge unpredictability. And I believe something like 80% of projects, major projects, go over budget. And so when you have this sort of dynamic, you're inflicting a huge amount of pain on yourself, even with the resources you have today, and then you have to find ways to expand that.
I mean, I think on that point, there is a possibility to solve two problems with the same solution. Mm-hmm. If the data center build-out continues, then part of the concern is that it's going to replace white-collar jobs, right? In office roles where you can automate things and so on. We should have a massive retraining program at the federal level and at the state level. The last time when we dealt with an issue of a lot of people coming back into the workforce was after the war, when a bunch of veterans came back. And what did we say? We said, you can go to college for free. And I don't know that college is the answer, but if we have a problem where we don't have enough people to build ships and planes and manufacturing, and we have jobs like the kind that Chris is creating that pay over $100,000 where you work in a clean factory, and then we have people who potentially are concerned about losing their job as a result of AI, that seems like an obvious space where the government should come in and say, if you're losing a job as a result of some kind of automation of an office process, we are going to pay for you to go and train to work in manufacturing, to work in shipbuilding, to work in one of these domains. You don't have to get any debt. And then you can tax the data centers or the companies that are profiting from it to pay for the training. And that seems like a quintessentially American program that I think would help the defense industrial base, help the shipbuilding base, help the construction industry, help train more people to go work in building more homes. I mean, there was a big discussion about housing this morning. And then at the same time, alleviates the concern about the impacts of AI and allow us to reap the benefits from it in making other jobs more interesting and safer and paid better, which is what Boris and Chris are doing. So I think this is a quintessentially American problem to solve, and one that we are perfectly capable of solving.
Reminds me of the Industrial Revolution, where there was a lot of fear that you start to automate a lot of jobs, start to disappear. What happened, to work? But the reality is when productivity skyrockets because of these sort of factors, you end up seeing way more leverage per worker that is now operating in this new world. Now it takes training, it takes time. There's inefficiencies as all of this propagates through, but by the end of the Industrial Revolution, the productivity skyrocketed, the average salary, I believe, more than doubled, and the net jobs increased. And so it is not a zero-sum game when you have these sort of technological revolutions, but you do have imbalances that need to be worked through, and then there's ways to facilitate it. It's a great idea.
And I wanted to ask all of you all about the labor problem, because I don't think I can have a conversation without the issue coming up when talking about reshoring with industrial leaders. I think there's 500,000 job openings in the manufacturing industry, and this comes up all the time as a reason why companies manufacture in Mexico, because you can get the labor and it is available. And so Chris, would love for you to jump in here about how do you get people excited about manufacturing again in the US? How do you get them to want to be a part of this industry, and what is the role of the companies themselves here in bringing them in?
Well, firstly, I think what we have to do is make it exciting, make it clean, make it safe, and pay people what they're worth. These are very simple, but apparently very hard things to do for everyone else other than most of you companies. And then I think the fourth one is I really don't think there's this labor gap. The reason why people send things to Mexico is because they're not ITAR and they're offshored at a price that is bad for American jobs. But I will tell you that I'll give you a practical example of where I think this is the opposite answer is. The submarine industrial base by itself has a 50 million man or woman hour gap per year of highly skilled people. At the end of the day, we have very good trade schools. Actually, the training inside the primes is pretty good. But at a practical level, we are attempting to pay people less than you can work on the McDonald's at Rhode Island to do a very difficult thing. Oh, and by the way, it's in an area where an apartment costs $4,000 a month, which at the end of the day, I think comes back to letting the big industrial companies run their companies instead of being legislated by the government to pay a GSA rate, which has nothing to do with what's going on in the local area or what their recruiting team can attract talent. And then secondly, everything like housing and level of autonomy comes down to massive amounts of deregulation and let the public market. If there's a massive shipyard and there's a lot of people that need, nicely built but, economically viable housing, I am sure someone will come and develop them if they are allowed to. And then the third big one is what autonomy, like construction, like what we do at Hadrian and our other kind of peers in the industry, is you can put the work in the center of the country instead of having the high value jobs only available to the coasts. And that is, I think, the most important thing about the reindustrialization of the nation is pushing the value to where the people are, instead of the only place you can get a well-paying job is by moving out of your hometown and going into an area where you literally have to be on the coast for that economic advantage. And building in the middle of the country, I think, is much more possible with things like data centers, high levels of factory autonomy, certainly shipyards, and all this other stuff. And I think that's the way you go do it. I think the main one is it's got to be cool, it's got to be culturally celebrated, and honestly, I think the Pentagon is doing an incredibly good job of starting to push this message out. But the main acid test is if you're some 18-year-old kid, and you got to be just as proud to hit on some girl at a bar and be like, well, I'm going into manufacturing, and unless that happens, the whole thing doesn't work,
There,
Word.
There's been talk recently about bringing trade schools under the mantle of the Ivy League as a way to sort of bolster the prestige of these roles. You mentioned earlier trade schools when you grew up being, like an academic institution. Would that help? Would that make it more appealing for people?
100%. I mean, you've got to remember that in every kid's head since the 80s through the 2000s is basically like, and parents, if you don't get a 4-year college degree, you're not kind of worth anything to the country and you won't be celebrated by your family. That has to just be massively reversed because frankly, I mean, think about it this way. Why do people continue to keep getting themselves in debt for terrible certifications, not from an Ivy League school? They're in $300,000 worth of debt and they kind of can't find a job and the jobs are 40 grand a year. It's got nothing to do with economics. It's just that we told all the kids for 30 years that they shouldn't be proud of being an electrician or a plumber or a welder, and yet they could be making literally hundreds of thousands of dollars in a construction job.
These are some of the most rare jobs right now.
It's all cultural because we went turbo elite, we offshored all heavy industry, and we told everyone unless you sit at a desk, you're kind of like not an American anymore. And that's the main thing that has to change, and the rest of the economy will sort it out after that.
I would, so we've actually been discussing this. We've been discussing an idea of building what does the Stanford of trade schools look like if we build it in the new city? And I'm not sure that I would have the Ivies run it. I think that should look like an Ivy, but I'm not sure I would have them run it. I think culturally there might be a conflict. But I think it's, you build a great campus. I'm all for giving electricians and welders degrees. Let's just give them degrees. Degrees have been already spread widely. You can get if you can get a degree in social anthropology, you can get a degree in being an electrician or a degree in being a welder. It's way more complicated, it's way more demanding. Yeah, I do not understand why we give degrees to people who have degrees in all kinds of social degrees and English literature, and we don't give degrees to electricians and plumbers and people who operate CNC machines. It's so complicated. If you've ever been to any of these production lines, it's way more complicated than most of the stuff that people get degrees for. So just give degrees to people, build a beautiful campus. You can go there, you can have a college experience. Maybe it doesn't need to be 4 years, it can be 2 years. You can be in a sorority, you can be in a fraternity, you can go to the football games, you can get the experience. Let's subsidize the hell out of it with money that is being made in the AI boom right now. The government can pay for it. We're going to fix the shipbuilding industrial base. We're going to fix the defense industrial base. People don't have to have debt. And we can have national security. It's not that complicated.
I also wanted to ask, I was taking a look at your plans for the Solana Foundry, and it struck me it was kind of akin to GE Appliance Park back in the heyday in Louisville, which for the uninitiated was such an economic force that it had its own zip code, own railroad tracks, and fire department. It worked for a while, at least. What makes that ecosystem model right for this particular moment in time?
I think the history of manufacturing is kind of, actually goes to Chris's point again. So the Industrial Revolution starts in England, then the huge benefit that we had in America is that we didn't have the old guilds and the old system.
Yeah, there were no radiologists.
Exactly,
guilds.
exactly.
Yes.
We could create a new industrial system, and then in that, we created places like Detroit, or El Segundo and the aerospace industry in Southern California, or Silicon Valley. And the reason why Detroit worked was not because you made cars. It worked because you made mufflers and windshields and the whole supply chain. And then what happened in the 70s is the Chinese looked at it and they were like, oh, this is a really good idea. It's a really good idea to build a city that is focused on making some things in a particular way. And they stole all of our best ideas and they just run with them for 50 years and we let them. China works because they have these incredible innovation ecosystems, and generally speaking, the way it works is a lot of the cutting edge stuff happens in Shenzhen, and once they figure out how to build it in scale, they go and they put it in some other city somewhere else in the country where they build the equivalent of the gigafactory. And then they go and invent the next thing in Shenzhen or somewhere like that. And I think we can 100% just take the best ideas and implement it here. And I think the relationship between places like El Segundo and Silicon Valley and the nation should be, we invent the new things there, we scale them, we perfect it, that's where the company is started, it is funded, it creates a factory for 100 employees, then a factory for 1,000 employees, and once we've perfected it, and we know how to build it in scale, we go and build a factory in Ohio, or Arizona, or Pennsylvania, or Michigan that employs 10,000 people, and it makes that thing. and the next cycle can begin in El Segundo or Silicon Valley. And so these ecosystems work. We know it because we invented it. We just forgot the lesson. So let's just do it all over again. Do it in Southern California, do it in Northern California, do it in places like Austin or the Research Triangle, and then we take all of the factories and we put them in the rest of the country, and we can run the world.
We have time for one question from the audience. Reshoring advocates often cite national security as the justification. We can't depend on adversaries for critical supply chains. But the U.S. defense industrial base has historically been kept alive by government contracts, not market forces. If the Pentagon stopped buying tomorrow, how many of these manufacturing companies would survive on commercial demand alone?
Oh, tomorrow?
Oof.
If it's specifically tomorrow, zero. I do think if you skip ahead 10 years, we are going through defense with high levels of autonomy and back to commercial. And I think the NDAA banning components under drone dominance is a great way to do that. And I do not know this for a fact, but I almost guarantee you someone's going, well, if I can make an actuator or a motor for a drone or a printed circuit board, that's exactly what we're going to need for the robotic supply chain. But we've got to bootstrap it with high value, price insensitive defense and then come back into commercial. But if you cut it off today, I think the whole thing goes away. I mean, the revitalization of shipbuilding is just going to be purely defense driven. And then we have to unlock regulations to let American ships be sold throughout the world. But it's got to start with defense and then unlocked through commercial. But it's a big bet everyone's making.
I think, so there's a good example where this was, at least more recently, less influenced by government, which is automotive. And so you think of like the new automotive companies, Tesla, Rivian, others that have started successfully in the last 20 years. They got boosted by some government subsidies, so that wasn't tariffs, that was subsidies, and so that let them get off the ground. And more recently, in a lot of ways, they're actually at an advantage because a lot of the traditional automotive companies, they have structures and manufacturing strategies that are fairly set. They have really long-lasting kind of contracts with labor that actually are challenging them in being more malleable and flexible in a way that actually hurts both sides. And if sometimes it's actually easier to build a company from scratch than it is to try to evolve an existing company. You see that all the time in this new age of AI, where the new versions of a lot of these industries are actually way more efficient and moving way faster. And it's quite difficult to take a company where you have a giant established team and workforce and everything and try to manipulate it versus try to build it the right way from scratch. And so that's a lesson that I think applies to a lot of other spaces where it may be easier to just rethink from first principles a lot of these challenges.
My contrarian opinion is that asking whether the defense contractors would go out of business if we stop buying from them is kind of like asking whether police departments and fire departments would go bankrupt if we stop paying taxes. Some things are not just about money.
I'm going to squeeze in one more question, but we've talked a lot about autonomy and robotics, and I'm curious if you think the best path forward to bringing about a true U.S. manufacturing renaissance is one that's not actually focused on human job creation.
Yeah. It feels like there's no other way. There's, like, if you were to try to mirror the sort of properties that you see in Asia, you just cannot compete on the low-cost labor front. You can compete on the very specialized and highly trained managers of these facilities, the specialized development of new processes, but we should not try to find unnatural ways to compete with $5 an hour labor. And so doesn't mean you like solve 100% of it, but you actually figure out how to create superpowers in some of these areas that are actually most limiting. And then you push the highly skilled and specialized workforce into where they have a leverage because they're overseeing a much wider swath of production.
Yeah, I think for high mix, low volume manufacturing, it has to be augmenting humans to be 10 times more productive. Tesla learned this lesson. It's like a very bad idea to have a fully automated factory even for automotive production. Like Navy welding, you're never going to get that 100% automated because it needs to be, there's like a little bit of good human judgment. The strategy has to be, none of us in this room could drive a Formula One car manually. I could barely start the clutch. If you put Tesla autopilot on a Formula One car, we could all get around the track faster than anybody else. And so it's about giving, Giving
on your driving skills,
humans
maybe.
superpowers is the point here.
Yeah.
Great. Well, thank you all so much
Amazing.
for being here today. I appreciate it.
Ladies and gentlemen, this concludes the panel. Our next conversation will begin on this stage in 5 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage, member of the Board of Trustees of the Ronald Reagan Presidential Foundation and Institute, Mr. Ben C. Sutton, Jr.
Thank you. President Reagan once called American farmers the real miracle workers of the modern world, keepers of an incredible system based on faith, freedom, hard work, productivity, and profit, a system that feeds us and sustains millions of the world's hungry. And President Reagan also believed government should be a friend, partner, and promoter of American farmers and their products. That job is one of the many responsibilities of the United States Secretary of Agriculture, helping our farmers and ranchers grow not just our food, but our economy. So we're thrilled to welcome to the forum Secretary of Agriculture, Brooke Rollins. I know Secretary Rollins has many friends here today after her many years of policy and advocacy work. Before leading the USDA, she served as the founder, president, and CEO of the America First Policy Institute. In the first Trump administration, she served as the director of Domestic Policy Council and director of the Office of American Innovation, frequently shaping critical economic policy. The Texans here today will remember her work as Governor Rick Perry's policy director and her transformational leadership at the Texas Public Policy Foundation. But they're most likely to tell you of their pride in that she's the first Texan and the first Aggie to be the Ag Secretary. Gig 'em. She traces her love of public service to her time at her alma mater, and she once said in an interview with the Texas A&M Foundation, "It often takes years of labor in the public policy trenches to see change come to fruition, but it's worth it to see people's lives change for the better." Secretary Rollins, thank you for your service and your years in those trenches. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming for a conversation with Fox Business anchor and Global Markets editor Maria Bartiromo, the 33rd United States Secretary of Agriculture, Brooke Rollins.
How great. You are feeling good.
Oh my goodness gracious. We're at the Reagan event at Reagan's Ranch. I mean, is there any better place to be?
You're right.
Right, everybody?
Yes,
this is
you're
amazing.
Right. Big hand of applause. Well, Secretary, thank you for sitting down with us and giving us an update on all that is going on. Let me start with the issues of the day around this war in Iran. And I want to get your take on how things are different this term as opposed to last term for President Trump. But right now, we're all waiting to see whether or not a deal materializes. Yeah. We know plenty of commodities have been affected, in particular fertilizer, as a result of the closure of the Strait of Hormuz. What can you tell us? Are you expecting this to open soon and fertilizer prices to reverse course?
Well, yes, let's talk fertilizer. But first I want to say it's really an honor to be on the stage with the amazing Maria. We are on TV, right? I mean, she's kind of an icon, to be honest with you. And I do her show quite a bit. It's usually at 6 a.m. or some zero dark 30. And she's always so well prepared and so beautiful and frankly, such an inspiration to a lot of us in making sure that the right information is getting out. And you've just been such a champion for America First, for free markets, but doing it in a way that I think honors your profession in such a remarkable way. So I am honored to be on the stage with you, Maria, and I just am so grateful.
Very kind of you. I appreciate
thank you. Listen, y'all, let me start here. Talk about fertilizer, talk about inputs, talk about American agriculture, talk about national security, farm security. Is national security right? If we can't feed ourselves and fuel ourselves, we will no longer understand what freedom looks like or tastes like. That's how I believe existential this really is. And I think that I look back at the first term, I was the president's domestic policy chief. I was in the West Wing with him. We built out that entire domestic policy agenda. At the end of the term, we fully expected to be there for the second contiguous term. I had basically led the effort to prepare for that second term, and that included agriculture. But what I didn't realize is sometimes it was not on my bingo card that I was going to be the Secretary of Agriculture. I grew up on a farm. I'm a rancher. I'm a fifth-generation row cropper from Minnesota. I studied agriculture at Texas A&M University, as I think Ben mentioned. But I never expected to be the Secretary of Ag. And I often say that sometimes God and Donald Trump have different plans for you than you have for yourself. So here I am. Having said that, this has been the best job I have ever had and will ever have. The opportunity to make a difference and to fight for the most American of Americans, I believe, which are our farmers and ranchers, to fight for food security, to fight for a healthier America alongside Bobby Kennedy with the MAHA movement, to fight over weaponization of government, to begin to deconstruct all of the unbelievably bad policy decisions that were made under the last administration, that basically we inherited the trade deficit after leaving a trade surplus. We inherited a 40% increase in inputs for our farmers. 8 or 9 out of every 10 farmers in America are not profitable. I mean, these are massive issues. In the meantime, we have offshored our supply chains in agriculture and food. We have let foreign interests, including foreign adversaries like China, I would argue Brazil and others, to buy up a lot of our agriculture in America, to consolidate. The family farm, the independent farmer and rancher is being pushed out by, if not weaponization, by solar farms and wind farms. I mean, it is one massive, complicated issue after another. And my approach, and this is where we'll get to fertilizer, my approach is a very outside the box, very, I think, similar to my boss, which is probably why we've gotten along so well for a decade, is to think about, we have such a short period of time, what do we do to break the status quo? Because if the status quo is to continue, we will no longer have a country within a matter of a generation or two. The fertilizer issue is an interesting one. The Strait of Hormuz, obviously the Iranian conflict, certainly caused some disruption in fertilizer, and our farmers once again are seeing a 30 to 40% increase, but that was on top of a 50 to 60 to 70% increase in the Biden years for a lot of reasons. 20, 30 years ago, we produced almost all of our own fertilizer in America. During that time, and this is basically reflective of almost all of agriculture right now, we began to offshore. And as of today, 50% of the fertilizer that we use in our country, we have to get from China or Russia or other countries. And so when the strait closed, it really shined a light in a way that has allowed us to move at warp speed, we call it Trump speed every day, to begin to reshore our fertilizer in this country. So just a couple of days ago, Maria, I announced the largest ammonia plant in the world will break ground in less than 30 days. We basically took 2 years, maybe 3 years off of the permitting that was necessary for that to get it back to America. Howard Lutnick, and I know, how great is Scott Bessent? I'm sure he's gone off to the next thing. I call him Scotty B. I've got Scotty B on my left in the cabinet meetings and Scotty T, Scott Turner, on my right in the cabinet meetings, which is another conversation for another time. But we have the most amazing cabinet. We all love each other. But Lutnick has his pot of money, Maria, from all the trade deals, the tariff money. Chris Wright in energy has this pot of money on energy dominance from Congress. We're now prioritizing some of that to build fertilizer plants. And that's what's so beautiful about this. We're talking to the Army Corps of Engineers, General Graham's running that, about fast forwarding all the permitting so we can start it right away, bringing those costs of inputs down for our farmers, and making sure that we can continue to feed and fuel and clothe ourselves so that we have the national security and putting America first for the next few generations.
This is really the president, pardon me, this is really the president's agenda.
That's right.
Deregulation, tapping into energy,
all of the above.
Tax cuts, and all of this has produced a very strong backdrop for the economy, despite the war in Iran. Once the strait opens, would you expect fertilizer prices to reverse?
Absolutely. Fertilizer will come down immediately. Fuel is going to come down immediately. All of these inputs that are so important for all Americans, but certainly for our farmers and ranchers, which of course ties directly to affordability.
Yes.
And that is the number one issue amongst an array of issues for our president, making sure that every American has the opportunity to live the American dream, the housing, the food, the fuel, all of the above. And to that point, I'm sure Scott talked about this, but we have built the infrastructure, what I believe, for generational prosperity. Very similar to Ronald Reagan back in the 80s. I see so many similarities between what we're doing today on the policy front to what was happening then as well.
You know, it's interesting because Treasury Secretary Bassin did talk about what has gone on in the last couple of decades in America, and he called it "While America Slept," right? And he talked about how supply chains were in China, and it was just cheaper to do that. It's just incredible to me that suddenly now people's eyes are opening to the fact that these are national security issues.
That's right.
How is it possible that for all of those years we were relying on China and still rely on China for things like the underlying components in our medicines or for semiconductor chips? These very critical things for America's growth.
That's right. I tell you, I grew up in the Reagan years in Texas, a small town. I was raised by a single mom, very not fancy. Went to Texas A&M on a scholarship from the Future Farmers of America, kind of full circle. FFA paid my way through Texas A&M, y'all. And then the Houston Livestock Show and Rodeo paid my way through Texas Law School at UT. So anyway, God has a really funny sense of humor. So here I am, the ag secretary. But I remember growing up in those Reagan years in the 80s in small town Texas. And the reason I paid, even though I was fairly young, the reason I was paying attention is my uncle by marriage, much fancier uncle, was James Burnham, who founded National Review with Bill Buckley. So even though my mom was struggling as a single mom, we didn't have anything, National Review would always arrive to our house. And that's really, I got very interested in policy and making a difference and fighting for patriotism and the American dream.
Wow.
I say all that because it was sort of this foundational idea that free markets are imperative, and that if China can do it cheaper, and so that's where I came from too, which probably most of us, I'm guessing, did. And Donald Trump came down that escalator in 2015, talking about how that's not okay, how we're giving our sovereignty to a foreign adversary, how we have offshored our food, our medicine, our manufacturing, our widgets, all of the above, that we had basically been importing energy for all of those years and we needed to be exporting. And it was like, wow, this is a whole different way of thought.
Yeah.
And Maria, I think before the intellectual class, which probably included me at that point, which is funny, caught up to that, the American people understood it immediately. He came down that escalator and all of a sudden 40% of our population who probably never voted, paid attention, were like, yes, what he is saying is what I am feeling.
Yeah.
And now we're 10 years into this and we see it. And in agriculture, it is terrifying.
Well, I mean,
terrifying what we've offshored.
We really need to talk about China because there was a moment in time, I think, when the U.S. hoped that China would come to the middle. Let's explain and show how democracy and capitalism works. Maybe we will get them to understand. So they are invited into the WTO. So we start engagement. What happened? Did China become even more undermining of the United States? Did the world change dramatically? When did China become as severe an adversary as it appears to be today?
I think from a world history perspective, China's playing a 100-year game. And I'm getting a little out of my lane here because I normally talk soybean, sorghum, and screwworm. But I do think about this quite a bit. My personal perspective on this is that China's playing a 100-year game to move toward superiority, to basically become the next America. And when you look at the thousands of years of history in our world, you've had great civilizations rise, Greece, Rome, Egypt, move over to Europe, Great Britain, Spain, Portugal, France, and then you see great civilizations fall. And normally those civilizations fall under the weight of their own largesse, right? They rise and then they become corrupt and then the government becomes big and then they overtax and then it all ends. And that, from my perspective, in a very simplified way, is exactly what was happening with America until we woke up under President Trump 10 years ago. And we have the best country in the world with the best system. Our founding fathers at 250 years, the Constitution they wrote, the Declaration they wrote, nothing will ever compare to it, ever. But the challenge is we're running for elections every 2 years.
Yeah.
Every 2 years. We don't have a 50-year or a 100-year plan to execute or deploy. And that's why I think this administration, Trump 2.0, this cabinet, we are so focused on fixing the long-term structural challenges that we have basically, the sleeping America, have basically snuck up on us, and I think that's a lot of what we're doing.
How worried are you about China owning farmland? I want you to assess today's farmer for us, and I know that there are certain states who've said, no, you cannot buy land in this state.
Correct.
Because of what we've seen in terms of the undermining, consistent theft of intellectual property, cyber attacks, lots of undermining in other ways. Should we be afraid of our food supply from the land that is owned by our #1 adversary?
In 1983, China owned about 2,000 acres of American farmland. Today, they own almost 300,000 acres of American farmland. They also own Syngenta, which is a seed fertilizer input company. They also own Smithfield, which controls a fifth to a fourth of our pork in America. It is one thing after another. And the farmland piece, not surprisingly, when we map it, and Maria, you've been so great letting me come on your show to talk about this to your audience, when you map it, a lot of that farmland is actually around military bases. Can you imagine a world where my friend Ross Perot Jr., who I think is here somewhere, decided to go buy farmland in America or in China, and the Chinese said, yes, come into China, buy whatever farmland you want, and buy it around our military installations. This is amazing. That would never happen in a million years, and perhaps most countries that would never happen. But in America, again, while we have been asleep, it has been happening.
Is that about surveillance, that they want to be near the military installations?
We certainly believe so, but it's also about undermining our food supply chain, we believe, and I believe, I should say, and I think it's a massive issue. You know, the beautiful thing about our country and our Constitution is, and you alluded to the states stepping up into this gap, is the 10th Amendment of the Constitution talks about the states and the government being closest to the people, right? This was the founding fathers' vision. This is what President Reagan was so good at explaining, that the self-governing style, the self-governance approach was unprecedented in American history. And the way our founders envisioned it is a small federal government. We're trying to get back to that. By the way, I think the newest numbers are our government. I mean, at USDA, we've let 20,000 employees go. We went from 100,000 employees to 80,000 in just a matter of months, and that's happening across the entire federal government, that we're back to the size of the government from 30 or 40 years ago, which is kind of amazing, and I think sort of deserves a round of applause. Yes. Nothing like instigating your own applause here, but that is sort of a game-changing transformation. We just have to codify it and keep it so. But the point of that is, what the founders envision with the states is they're really the laboratories of democracy. That's where the innovation should happen instead of Washington. So as Congress is deliberating, for example, on Chinese farmland, the states are taking action. Arkansas under Sarah Sanders, the Dakotas have stepped in, Nebraska, I think Governor Bill Lee is here, Tennessee has stepped up, and many of them have not only said no China purchased farmland in my state, but we're actually going to begin to start clawing it back, and we're seeing that across the country.
How do you believe China is undermining our food supply?
I think this consolidation, this offshoring of our food supply chain, not just China, but Brazil, for example. 2 Brazilian companies own 2 of our biggest beef processing plants, and 2 American companies, Cargill, Tyson, but alongside these 2 Brazilian companies, control 85% of our beef processing in America. As I mentioned, the pork, as I mentioned, the feed, the fertilizer. Again, this has all happened. Agriculture has never even been on the CFIUS committee, which is the committee that reviews foreign investment, until this year when I called my friend Scott B. and I said, Scotty, we gotta get ag on this committee that can actually have a say and understand what's happening. We've lost tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of family farms. We've seen massive consolidation. At the same time, we've seen America get sicker and sicker and sicker because the food that's coming to the plates, especially in our socioeconomically disadvantaged communities, is not working. And so you have massive economic implications as well as national security implications by how we have moved away from the original idea of producing and growing homegrown, locally grown food, selling to your schools and your hospitals, et cetera. And that's what we're working to now reverse the trajectory of.
Well, what do you want to say about affordability? I mean, the president is walking this balance of trying to eliminate a potential nuclear terrorist in Iran, but at the same time trying to get the Strait open so that oil and gas prices go lower, and so much so ahead of the midterm elections, so that people don't feel the pressure that they're feeling right now. What are you expecting?
So the reason I love working for this president, and it has been an almost 10-year journey. I was in year 2, year 3, year 4 of Trump 1, running the Domestic Policy Council, and then, we didn't stay for that second term, and lots of people sort of went other places, and I started an organization called the America First Policy Institute in the very dark days of post-January 6th, post-Biden being inaugurated, a lot of conversation that the president, Trump, he's either going to go to jail, he's going to be bankrupted, he's done, he's finished. And from my perspective, I just felt, it's almost like God was whispering in my ear that, listen, God gave America another chance in Trump 1. What you proved in 3 years, 4 years, including COVID, was that you can deregulate, you can drain the swamp, you can return power to the people, you can light an economy on fire and have the lowest unemployment in the history of the country, where more Black, Hispanic, high school, non-high school grads are going to work and feel the American dream for the first time in their lives. That actually happened, and a lot of people said that would never happen again. Talk about a country peaking and then on the downslide, and it happened. And so from my perspective, when I walked out of the West Wing for what I thought would probably be the final time ever on January 20th, I was one of the last 8 there with him on January 20th, 2021, it occurred to me that we're not finished. And I didn't really mean Donald Trump. What I meant was the America First movement and the battle against the darkness and the radical left and the idea that, that entrepreneurism isn't righteous and biblical, and that free market capitalism hasn't been the biggest driver of prosperity and anti-poverty of any policy in the history of the world. That if we didn't build something to keep that going and to prepare for whomever was next, Maria, whether that was a DeSantis or a Haley or whoever, that if our side, the other side's really good at government, our side is good at building businesses, supporting churches, building families. But if we didn't get good at government, that we would never have another shot. And so working with the president in the interim, building the America First Policy Institute and drafting 300 executive orders in 2023 and 2024 in case our side did win again, having 196 agency plans ready for day one in case our side did win again, whether it was 24 or 28 or 32, that we would never be caught unaware again. And so having that opportunity to be part of that and working for the president and circling now back to Iran, the point of all that is that he is perhaps the only president in our lifetimes that would be willing to take this Iranian challenge on. I think most would be afraid of what it would do. It's true. Yeah. And he just wants to do the right thing. Yeah. And sometimes it's a little bumpy, and sometimes it's a little imperfect, and sometimes maybe he says things that a few people are like, oh, wish you hadn't have said that. But that bold courage is unlike anything I've seen, and I see it all day, every day.
But you've got to communicate that to voters ahead of the midterms.
Yes.
Voters who are feeling gasoline is above $4 a gallon. I mean, last year it was all about eggs, which is what the Treasury Secretary just said, and he's right. And now the media is focused on other things, like the price of beef. Yes. And so, again, in terms of affordability going into the midterm elections, can you get that to be the top item to talk about so that voters feel better and the Republicans have a better shot? Because there's a
Yes.
lot of expectations that the Republicans will lose the majority. And then what happens?
Yes.
Every committee will be an investigative
Go into
committee.
impeachment.
And they
Yes.
will
We did it the first term.
Yes.
Yeah, I lived it the first term.
So in terms of getting that back up to the front and center, affordability, how are you going to do it?
Well, I think, first of all, I am so cautiously optimistic that we will keep the House and the Senate in the fall, that we will be able to, and if we do, I agree, big clap, and if, or should I say when we do, it will be historical. But when we look at where we were 4 years ago, 6 years ago, 8 years ago, the districts that are in play are much smaller than they were the last time we had to go through this. We have significantly more resources in the bank, thanks to probably many of you in this room who have answered the call to give to the efforts to support these midterms. And we have such an extraordinary story to tell. Now, it's hard to tell through the mainstream media, et cetera, but we have such an extraordinary story to tell. So from my perspective, to answer your question, we just have to go tell our story. This morning, I was on a potato farm in Bakersfield, California. That's Congressman Valadeo's district. That's one of the swings. Yesterday, I was in Arizona talking about cotton and how we bring the great American cotton industry back from almost complete destruction. There's not much left, but we're now going to build it back up. Well, that was in one of the swing districts in Pima, Arizona, that congressman there. On Monday, I was in Pennsylvania with Bresnahan and McKinsey, two of the swing districts in Pennsylvania. We are hyper-focused on making sure that we are going to Americans where they are and telling the story in an intentional and strategic way. And I just believe we're gonna be successful at that, and most Americans will see what we've been able to achieve.
Very important. And you mentioned cotton. Tell us about the Great American Cotton Plan. This is one of your recent announcements about changes in cotton. What are you trying to do?
Well, so you go back, and this is probably, not that anyone in this room is probably interested in cotton, except my friend Ben from North Carolina. Or I'm sure everyone's interested, but probably never thought you'd hear someone from the main stage at the Reagan Library talk about it. But here's why it's important. In 1607, way before the Declaration of Independence, way before the Revolution, the first settlers came to Virginia. And the very first plant that they planted was cotton. In 1776, George Washington outfitted his army as best he could in those times with cotton. The cotton story is real, and unfortunately, because of China, because of cheap synthetic fiber over many years, we've offshored so much of our clothing and everything that cotton has been a part of. Bad government policies, especially from the left, has basically shut all that down under a Green New Deal climate kind of craziness stuff. And so here we are, where we have about 15% of the cotton that we did even 20 or 30 years ago. But here's why this matters. First of all, preserving the rural way of life and supporting our cotton farmers. Secondly, the next step in the MAHA movement, Make America Healthy Again, is actually the clothes we wear, the sheets that we sleep on, and what we put next to our skin. And what we're finding is those synthetic fibers are becoming more and more, people are becoming more and more aware. Research is beginning to show that has been extremely detrimental to our health. So as we're working to shore up agriculture in America, Brazil overtook American cotton in 2023. We've got to bring it back, and it's time to show our cotton growers some love. So we're really excited about that opportunity.
Well, you're also trying to help the cotton companies, the growers, become more profitable.
That's right. Yeah. Across cotton, across really almost every industry in America in agriculture, only about 1 of every 10 farms is profitable today without the government propping up. That has to change. Talk about national security. That has to change. Now, we're bringing the cost of inputs down. We're opening up markets around the world. I bet Scott talked about this, but the Biden administration had not one new trade deal, not one in 4 years. And in 1 year, we now have 24 new trade deals. So opening up these markets for our great American farmers, making sure that domestically, we used to produce 100% of our own citrus in America. Today we produce 10%. So making sure that we're doing everything we can. And one more staggering statistic, every day the USDA, U.S. Department of Agriculture, my organization, spends $400 million every day on nutrition programs. SNAP, which is food stamps, WIC, Women and Children, school lunches. $400 million a day.
Wow.
You've probably heard, and again, that's under the USDA, who knew? You've probably heard that school lunches, most schools don't even have an oven anymore to cook real food. Everything comes in plastic, everything gets warmed up. It's no shock that our kids, 3 out of 4 are obese or pre-diabetic or chronic health. 3 out of 4 of our kids, y'all. This is a military readiness issue as well. So all of these things are gonna allow us to pivot back to that market mover that the USDA is, purchasing more locally produced foods, incentivizing the next generation to become farmers and ranchers. It's a very righteous, beautiful, biblical profession, and we're working to do all of that.
I really like the idea that the president has put national security at the center of his agenda. Is that the directive for all of his cabinet, national security?
You know, it's an interesting question. It obviously is a massive focus for him. The international sort of regime, and how even with tariffs, his ability and focus on reorganizing the entire world around putting America first.
Getting the supply chain in America.
Exactly, and the fact that we had become basically bowing to the altar of all of these other countries, including foreign adversaries for so long, changing that. And so whether it was intentional or just as a result of that, we're all in the national security business, whether it's agriculture or housing or education, higher education, we could talk about that. All of us, it's about putting America first and bringing all of it back to our country.
What would you say is your #1 priority for the rest of this term?
So it would be reshoring so much of what we have let other countries take. It is about ensuring that every day our farmers and ranchers and our agriculture supply chains are based in America, that they have what they need to continue to produce the best, highest quality, most efficient way to produce it in the world, that we're able to preserve this pioneering way of life, and that we are doing it in a way that makes sure the American dream is possible for everyone. So from my perspective, and that, if you'd asked me that question, by the way, February 13th, I was sworn in, voted on by the Senate, sworn in by Justice Thomas, which was incredible. If you had told me on February 13th to today that would have been my #1 issue, I would not have guessed that. But it is what I have learned in this first probably 6 months, and being literally stunned at what has happened to our supply chains, and especially in agriculture, and then what that means for our national security.
How are farmers using technology right now? Because what I've been saying recently is, not only are we in this moment in time where artificial intelligence is changing the way we live, changing the way we work in such a profound way, really an industrial revolution as well, but we also have an administration right now that's willing to take the shot. Willing to say, okay, let's try this, let's do that, something different. And that is also helping the innovative process accelerate. Are farmers changing the way they operate as a result of technology and AI? What can you tell us?
So this is the great news in all of this, and I should have mentioned, I'm glad you brought it up, that technology, a lot of the Silicon Valley, some of them may even be here today, a lot of that leadership is now pivoting to agriculture, because the idea that you can fly a drone over a 5,000 acre field of corn, and that drone can in 5 minutes tell you where the certain pest is, which corn stalk needs more water, which one may need a crop protectant. It changes everything. This morning I mentioned I was at a potato farm in Bakersfield. It was amazing to see these incredible potatoes being grown, shipped all over America, all over the world. But one of my dear friends came as well. His name's David Friedberg. You may know him. He's on the All In podcast, an AI investor, a technology investor. He's really focused on agriculture. And one of the breakthroughs that his company has is for potatoes, which is why he was there this morning. And they now have a seed. Potatoes are usually planted, you chop up actual potatoes and you put them in the soil, and then they grow the next round. What he has done is created a seed that allows you to skip that whole process. And in so doing, you have a cleaner field, you don't have to do as many pesticides, and the numbers show that for the potato farmers that haven't made money in 7 years, by the way, 7 years potatoes have not been profitable on their own, that it will increase the profitability by $2,000 an acre. This is a game changer for agriculture. So we are so bullish on the opportunity to turn this ship around for profitability, for value, for affordability for the consumer, and to make sure we're also making America healthy again.
By the way, why haven't potatoes been profitable?
Well, again, agriculture, we have, especially in the Biden years, inputs went up 40%. The markets around the world closed. Unfortunately, government, and man, I wish I could change it overnight, but I can't. But you all know the ag subsidizing that comes from the government. And listen, I now believe it's a righteous effort. If we hadn't, we probably would all be eating all Brazilian and Chinese food right now. Like there actually is. I will argue, which I'm not sure I would have until a year and a half ago, but I will argue there is a very important role, a national security role in the government of America, making sure that we are preserving our farmland and our products. But because it hasn't been a free market, you just see a completely dysfunctional market in ag. And some years, some commodities do fine. Most years, no one does well at all. And then the government comes in with a check. So we're trying to figure out how to better do that as well.
I know the president is waiting on the European Union to sign off on this trade deal that the president has put forth with a 15% tariff. What would be a victory for the agricultural industry in the U.S. with regard to Europe on trade?
Europe has been a market that, for the most part, has been closed to a lot of American agricultural goods because of their crazy radical left agenda, to be honest. What the president has done is completely opened these markets up for the first time. And just such a huge shout out to Scott Bessent and Jameson Greer and Howard Lutnick, who are kind of our trifecta, our trade negotiators. They are walking into every room, obviously with the manufacturing in mind, obviously auto in mind, but they have all put agriculture really in their top 1, 2, or 3 in every one of these negotiations. We just saw them come back from China. The Chinese commitment to buy, a lot of our soybeans, which is very important, but then an additional $17 billion in agricultural products from America. That's an unprecedented deal for our ag community. So we're seeing it everywhere. For the EU, they just use all their crazy leftist stuff to keep everything out. Oh, wait a minute. I went over there and trying to, sling some of our chicken and try to sell more of our stuff over there. And they're like, the press has said, oh, we don't want your chicken because you spray it down with all kinds of bad chemicals. And I said, well, what you're talking about actually hasn't happened in America since 1978. And they said, oh, really? Well, we didn't know that. That's not what is known. So, Europe is protecting a little bit themselves, but it's also they're in a lot of problems over there. Their farmers are not doing well. They talk about us losing our family farms. They're almost down to nothing in Europe. They've got a lot of other problems too. But all of this is just going to be so massive. We're selling American beef into Australia for the first time. We're selling rice into China for the first time. We're getting so many of our commodities into Europe for the first time. And this is, again, it's unprecedented, and it is going to make a massive difference in the long run.
Well, Secretary, we can see and feel your enthusiasm, and it's amazing to see government directors and government employees, cabinet secretaries have this kind of euphoria.
Oh.
And is there anything you want to share with us that the public doesn't really understand about your portfolio and about the Secretary of Agriculture's role?
As I mentioned, I never, this was not on my bingo card. I was not planning to be the Secretary of Agriculture. I had 4 kids. My husband is in the energy business. I am a policy person, build policy, infrastructure, and change hearts and minds and try to move towards freedom wherever I am, whether it was in Texas to begin and then America First Policy, which I founded after the first White House. But the president had a different idea and really wanted me to take this job, and so I did. And looking back, having the opportunity to step into this role at this moment in time, where we're working to literally get America back, making and building and growing and producing, is a historical moment, and it isn't lost on any of us. We had our 12th cabinet meeting on Wednesday. And people say, do y'all really like each other that much? And we actually do. And it is a family. We love making fun of Marco Rubio and all his new jobs. It's actually really funny. We have a text string called the Golden Age, just with the cabinet, that we're always, it's happy birthdays and happy weddings, and we love you, and this is so great. But you look across the cabinet, and we are so arm in arm. It is. I do believe God's hand is on all of us. It's on the president. It's on this work, and so to be the agriculture representative, and to be able to take that into this cabinet for this president at this moment in time is the honor of a lifetime, and I'm just so grateful for it. Thank you.
Secretary, thank you. We so appreciate your time.
Thank you, Maria.
Final question, Secretary. Who do you believe will be the president's successor in terms of the candidate for 2020?
Oh, look at her, look, that good journalist that she is. Here's the exciting thing. Our bench is so deep, and we have so many. Someone said, and I haven't run these numbers myself, but someone said that the average age of our cabinet is 54. And that's about 18 to 20 years younger than, including Trump 1, than what the average age normally is. And you can feel the energy in the room. And when we go out into the states and talk to some of these governors who are just such superstars, and the understanding, President Trump, again, realizing probably not everyone in here that he was your guy, but what I will say was he taught our side how to battle for freedom. And how to walk in every room and not be bullied by the left, by the media, by big government, by big business, that we have to stand up in the truest sense of our founders' vision, the way Thomas Jefferson and George Washington, and you think back to the founding, again, 250 years, Ronald Reagan, here we are, it's not lost on me, but you think back, and at that moment in time, only a third of Americans even wanted to declare revolution, right? A third were very happy with the way things were, the status quo, and a third were very happy staying under Britain's, as a part of the Great Britain, and wanted to do more, wanted to be more part of the British rule. And so that 1/3, that handful of men, with probably some real strong women behind them, including Abigail Adams, got in a room and said, no, this is what we're called to do to meet this moment. And unlike any time in my 25 or so years in fighting for freedom and whatever role that looked like, I have never been more impressed and inspired and encouraged by the people that I'm serving with every single day. So I think it could be any number of people. Obviously love our vice president more than anything, and he's amazing. So I would be very happy with him, or really anyone.
Secretary, we appreciate your leadership.
Thank you. Thank you all. Thank you. That was very fun. Thank you, guys.
Ladies and gentlemen, this concludes our conversation.
Okay, thank you all for joining us. We have an expert
excellent panel assembled here today, and thank you for being here. I don't know if Michael Strain is in the crowd, but thank you, Michael, for letting me borrow your tie since I forgot one in DC. We're going to be talking about the question of America's global economic competitiveness today on this panel. There's lots of good news, right? The US is 4% of the world's population and a quarter of its GDP. 59 of the 100 biggest companies in the world are Americans, and we have more than 50% of the top AI models. That said, obviously, huge threats to America's long-term economic standing and economic competitiveness. Currently, 70% of the world trades more with China than with the US. China is leapfrogging us, or at risk of leapfrogging us, on a huge range of categories, from EVs to photovoltaics, machine learning, circuit design, biotech, a lot of stuff I don't understand. And that will be sort of the framing device for our panel today, which is how well positioned is the US to lead the global economy for the rest of the 21st century. Joining me today, Chairman Smith, thank you so much for being here. I'm sure it will be easy to find unanimity on these questions as it is on the committee. But if you could just talk to us about sort of trade and tax policy in the last 2 years. There's obviously been a lot, and I thought this could be a good opportunity to take stock of how what we've seen, in those two domains in particular, which you've been so involved with, how those have changed or influenced America's current global economic competitiveness. And thank you all for joining us, really.
So last July 4th, we passed the One Big Beautiful Bill, or the Working Families Tax Cuts. And that was the product of the work from traveling to 32 different states, listening to small business owners, working moms, farmers, of just the issues they're facing in today's economy, and how that there can be more growth in their paychecks, more growth in the economy, more growth in business. And so we set up a piece of legislation that had 103 different tax titles that is really the first time since 1986 and Reagan's tax cuts that we've had this many permanent provisions that won't expire. And usually you just have temporary extensions, but we made like 100% expensing permanent. We had a very important provision. It's called the small business deduction, and 95% of all businesses in the United States are small businesses. And if we would have not passed the One Big Beautiful Bill and made permanent 199A, these small businesses would have faced a top tax rate of 43.4% rather than 23 to 28%, which is almost 20 points higher than that of China. And so what we ended up passing was one of the largest tax cuts in U.S. history, and it helped allow us to be globally competitive. But I'll tell you, a piece of legislation that was not enacted that really helped us become globally competitive is what's referred to as Section 899. Section 899 was going up against the international community under OECD because they had promulgated rules and they were adopting a policy not honoring our global minimum tax. And it was going to cost U.S. companies about $120 billion if we allowed it to just happen. And started 3 years ago, I led a congressional delegation of members to France and Germany to meet with those trade ministers, the secretary of OECD, to try to push them back. Ultimately, every Republican in my committee signed on to a piece of legislation to raise taxes on foreign countries if they did not honor our tax. And it led to the point of 2 weeks before the Big Beautiful Bill was signed into law, I was in Stockholm, Sweden, meeting with a group of finance ministers. And I had committed to them that if they worked with Secretary Bessent and honored our global minimum tax, that myself and Chairman Crapo would pull out Section 899 from the big, beautiful bill. 5 days later, they did that. We honored it, and then the bill was signed into law. That wasn't even legislation, but it had a huge impact because we leveraged every aspect we could for the U.S. businessman.
Let me bring in Katie. Katie, you have a term that you've been using to refer to something in the bond markets. Can you enlighten our audience about what that is?
Yeah, sure. So first of all, I actually just want to start by thanking the Reagan Library for having all of us here today. And I really want to thank the Reagan National Economic Foundation as well for sponsoring this conference. I am been living in LA for 3 years, so it's very grateful to have this gathering in our beautiful hometown. I'm going to talk a little bit briefly about some of the challenges we have in the debt markets, and I think what some foreign owners are doing of our bonds, which is a term I had used, which was there's a little bit of quiet quitting happening of some of our treasury debt, which I'll talk about. But before I do that, I do want to just say I am a huge believer in the US, and I think it's all going to work out fine. And when I was walking around the library today, I wrote down this quote because I thought it was great. There's many Reagan quotes around here, but one was, "Our problems are many, but our capacity to deal with them is limitless." And I think that's true. And I think one of the ways that we're going to deal with the debt challenge I'll talk a little bit about is through leadership. And so I thank, obviously, Secretary Bessent for his leadership, because in these volatile moments of the Treasury market, he has made a promise to be regular and predictable in the auctions, and they've done a very good job of that. So we're in safe hands from a Treasury perspective. And one of the ways we have to deal with this issue is to grow our way out of it. So I want to thank you as well for your leadership, Chairman, in making sure that we are producing growth, because I think that's actually one of the most important things we have to do as it relates to debt. So just I'll make this, try and make this super simple. Foreign ownership of US debt has actually gone up a lot. It starts at 0 at some point this century, and we got up to 33%, and now it's back down to 31. So it is decreased, but people should put it in context that the decrease is actually relatively marginal. I'm out meeting asset owners of institutions all over the world, and so I just want to share with you some of the reasons I think that there is some diversification away from our debt. I'm going to say it as a push factor and a pull factor. The push factor is that people need to recognize that most we'll call global, non-Americans, international investors are actually very overexposed to the US. And I think that's important for people to understand as a starting point. So specifically, we are winning as a global economy in terms of our share of capital markets. We have 5% of the world's population, 25% of GDP. We have 70% of equity market capitalization and 40% of the sovereign bond market. So we are disproportionately represented in capital markets, which is one of the great strengths of America and one of the reasons that we should continue to be very optimistic about it. But that is the starting point. People are overexposed, and they're looking for some diversification. Second brief point, and you may have a different view, but a lot of foreign investors are worried about our debt profile. That does not pronounce itself at the short end of the curve, but the long end of the curve, which is behaving more volatile. It's not because of the war in Iran, it's because term premium, which is what people demand to be compensated for duration and owning out longer bonds, is actually gone up, and there's more volatility there. And that does make people nervous at the margin and looking for diversification. So that's a push away. And I'll end by saying kind of what's the pull? Why might they go back to their domestic markets? And we should keep an eye on this. For the first time in my investing career, I'm 45, we actually can get positive yields on the debt of many other countries around the world. So for example, I run TCW, we're a global asset manager. One of our largest shareholders and strategic partners is Nippon Life. Nippon is the largest insurance company in Japan, so that probably makes it the second largest insurance company in the world. They can now, we all know JGBs were yielding 0. The long end of the curve there now is 3.3%. So if they can match their liabilities in their own currency and get positive yield, there is going to be some of that sucking sound of capital back home to invest in domestic markets, and for even non-Japanese people to pick up that yield and to diversify and invest outside the US. I will say also, on the fiscal responsibility front, we kind of have a new group of actors that are unusually being fiscally responsible that we should reflect on. which is, if anyone remembers Greece being in a debt crisis in 2010, they're now actually running a fiscal surplus of 4.5%, and they've cut their debt load by 25%. And they have the smallest spread they've had for a long time to the German bund. So they've improved themselves. Emerging markets have cleaned up their fiscal position. So people are looking at these countries as diversification, and also they themselves have, in some ways, a better fiscal picture. So I think we should continue to keep an eye on this. I want to end where I started by saying I'm very optimistic about America. I truly am. I do think we have to grow our way out of this situation. So again, I thank you for your leadership on it, but the debt burden that we have is real. And I think people around the world are looking at it and acting with some caution. So thank you.
Katie might be optimistic, but my job as a journalist is to be pessimistic. Horacio, you guys have been looking very carefully at sort of AI-related risks in the supply chain. Can you talk a little bit about that, particularly from this sort of macro question of where the real long-term risks are to the U.S. economy, or maybe even medium-term? You can correct me.
So let me start. First of all, it's great to be back at the Reagan Library. I get to do this twice a year now with a new forum, and it's terrific. And to me, the connection between all three of us is President Reagan talked about peace through strength. You could actually add the word economic there, and it would make just as much sense, because you can talk about peace through economic strength. Economic security is national security in all of its aspects. And the economic dynamism that the chairman talks about, which is what ultimately is going to solve the debt issue, is what we're all after. And a key element of that, for sure, is technology. The U.S. has led in technology really for well over 100 years. And this is a lead that we need to maintain and we need to expand if we are going to continue to be the driving country with the largest military, with the fiat currency, with the ability to really lead the world. And for the next 25 years, the decisions we're making now around artificial intelligence are probably going to drive the U.S. dominance for the next 25 years. One of the things, as you mentioned, we've been looking at is the fact that while the U.S. is still ahead in terms of building the best large language models, China has taken really the Chinese playbook to this. And so they're building models that are open source, that may not be quite as good, but that for the user, they're a lot cheaper. And one of the things we observed, in fact, we published a paper this morning, which you can get on our website, boozelon.com, is about the fact that US developers are beginning to use these Chinese models, again, because they're so economical. And when we go investigate these models, if the model believes that it is coding for a US government agency or a national security priority, it will actually produce more vulnerable code than if it's coding against a neutral prompt. So we are at risk.
Can I just ask, how big do you think that problem is? How widespread?
First of all, the Chinese models are already everywhere and they're proliferating. So I believe we have a short window of time in which we can do something about it. I think allowing our software supply chain, which is really what drives a lot of the US economy and ultimately the global economy, to get weakened by this is a real danger. And so, and it could affect ultimately both our economic security and our national security.
Mm-hmm. So, I mean, in terms of China, Congressman, this idea that Horacio has just articulated is a sort of Chinese economic model specific question. And I wanted to ask you a little bit about how you, when you are thinking about formulating US tax and trade policy, how much are you thinking sort of specifically about a sort of narrow China related set of answers, or do you sort of believe that the US needs to sort of do the best policy in a more comprehensive global sense and sort of go from there and hope that that works? I don't know if that question makes a ton of sense, but how do you think through whether China needs to be specifically addressed in the tax and trade policies that you guys are pushing?
Well, I think that clearly the two issues that keep me up at night is the debt and China. Those are the two that definitely concern our security issues here in the United States. And so looking at tax and trade policies nonstop to always be able to compete, they're a trading partner, but they're also an adversary. And so we have to be serious and real about it. Like, they would love to eliminate every industry that they possibly can to have a competitive advantage over us. And so you see, just like the trade policies that President Trump has put in over the first year, much different than prior administrations. But if you look at the statistics from his first year in office, exports were $3.4 trillion, the largest, highest amount of exports in the history of our country. The trade deficit with China is at the lowest level it's been in 27 years last year. And it's really a result of numerous things, whether it was eliminating de minimis. For example, de minimis, China was abusing it, bringing in 4 million packages a day under de minimis, which was undercutting a lot of U.S. businesses and manufacturers. But also, I hear a lot of people talk about AI, and something that alarms me so much is in regards to what I'm seeing in 501c3s and C4s. We've been doing a lot of investigative work about foreign dollars that's coming into our non-for-profits, basically subsidized by the U.S. taxpayer, and that foreign money is coming in to create unrest and chaos. And in fact, we've tracked down Chinese money that has came into U.S. non-for-profits that are organizing the protest against data centers and various aspects, because China wants to win computation dominance. There's no question. And if they can sow discord and chaos within the American citizenry, then it slows down the AI race and they win. This is as real as it possibly can. And just from a tax perspective, watching it, so we have to be guarded at every angle we can, especially with China.
Is that information public? Have you disseminated that?
Yeah, we've been trying to make it public, but we're going to continue to make it public because it's madness of what's happening.
Do you see that some of the popular unrest about the data centers is motivated organically and domestically, or do you think it's been sparked by foreign actors, or do you think it's just been accentuated by it?
I absolutely believe it's sparked by foreign actors.
Wow.
And it's working.
Can I get a show of hands? How many people agree with that? Interesting. Do you guys have any thoughts on that question? It's a provocative claim.
Sorry, there you go. Go ahead. Please go. So imagine a world, go back 30 years. Imagine a world in which it was China, not the US, that invented and proliferated the internet. And imagine what that world would look like. Imagine what the economy would look like and everything else. And these are the stakes that we're playing for now with AI. We are seeing a lot of really, I would call it disturbing and interesting behaviors in some of these malls. If you ask a Chinese mall to do something for you that is counter to what the mall has been taught is Chinese doctrine, the mall simply will not do it. Now imagine these malls being all over the world, right? I mean, the issue in the US is a significant issue. The issue of these malls gaining dominance and penetration in the Western Hemisphere throughout the world, that becomes an uphill battle for our country. And so I think the chairman is right. I think it is hugely important that we not slow down, that to the extent that there are domestic concerns and issues, we figure out how to address them in an intelligent way. But that this is, and that the American people get a clear explanation for why this is a race we must win.
I'll just add to that. So let me say something brief on investing, and then I'll give a view on, I think, some of the risks around this and competitiveness with China. So we invest in equity markets, debt markets, private, public. We are obviously overweight AI theme. It is the biggest economic theme in the country now. Just for context, actually, though, our biggest overweight is in power transformation and generation, which is a second derivative, and we think in many instances at the moment a better valued way to play on AI. And you get, we need to, as you know, have energy security. We need to be able to support the growth of AI, but also the reshoring of our supply chain, which Secretary Bessent spoke about today, and the electrification of everything, including vehicles. So this is a big theme, AI, but we would just say from an investment perspective, power's our favorite way of getting at it, and we really believe in the continued need to have domestic security of power in the US. So then just on the AI point, to give people a sense in this country, we have a little bit of a PR challenge, actually, I think, on AI. And it is true that about 70% of Americans, and I don't know what your constituents would be, but about 70% of Americans are anti-AI. You've given us a reason as to what's sowing that fear, but they are very against it and believe it's going to take their jobs. Whether or not you want to believe the data from China, the data coming out of China suggests it's the inverse, that actually most of the country is very accepting and excited about AI. So a couple of things. This is a personal view. You guys should share your own views. We've never had a technological innovation in the 250 years of this country, but really in the world, that didn't ultimately result in job creation. We don't know what those jobs are going to be right now, but they will come. That's my view. We will get there. There could be a disruption point, but I think it will ultimately can be job creative. That's a personal view. I also think back to the PR issue, this scale of investment that we have to make here, it's over just the next few years. It's $10 trillion of capital. It's 250 gigawatts of power. And there will be job creation, and I'm sure you guys are focused on this in Washington, but we need 500,000 electricians over the next 3 years just to build out these data centers. And those are real great, these are jobs paying $150,000 to $200,000 a year that we haven't fully trained and given capacity to for people to do. I think it is true that there is a negative sentiment to AI, and in a democracy that really matters because we have to have the capacity to build this out. It's a national security issue, which I know the chairman would agree with, and we've got to get it right. But it is a democracy, and so we do have to get the voters on side. And I do think there's some very basic things we can do here to show people. They may not understand right away why it's a national security imperative, but they do understand the importance of getting 500,000 people into jobs as electricians, as an example. So I think government needs to focus on this, and I think our largest companies, which are the largest companies in the world, which you said at the beginning, have a very important role here to play in telling the world why AI is good for them and good for the American worker.
I'd love to stay on this theme for a second. Also, by the way, there's a way to submit questions, so feel free to do so, and we'll try to get to them at the end. But I feel like this is such an important, I know it's been discussed in some of the other panels, but Congressman, I just want to, this idea of the backlash being foreign funded, what do you think the IRS or Treasury might need to do about that if those findings are verified? And I guess the question for the whole panel is, obviously so much of the meteoric growth we've seen has been tied to AI investments that seem, at least partially premised on the potential to get this build out done. What does it mean for the US economy if there's now political bottlenecks that could make those investments, force them to go awry? So maybe take the first question, and then everyone else can jump in on the second one.
What was your first question?
What do you think the Treasury or IRS should do?
Okay.
And how would you evaluate those?
So I've actually called on Secretary Bessent and Treasury to revoke 13 different non-for-profits tax-exempt status. And I've called them out by names because this is how real it is of us tracking and following the dollars and seeing what they're doing and how it does not serve the non-for-profit purpose. And so that's what I think Treasury can do, is start revoking these non-for-profit entities that are all basically one huge web. It's absolutely crazy.
I don't mean to be difficult, but I guess it does seem, as someone who lives in Washington, and everyone who lives in Washington will know, that Washington is just awash in foreign cash. Every almost every like think tank and nonprofit, like there's foreign money all over town. And so I'm just wondering how you sort of delineate like why this issue as opposed to that one.
Well, what started our investigation was foreign money going into U.S. elections, because that's illegal. As a member of Congress, I can't receive a donation from a non-citizen. Can't, or I'll go to jail. However, we have seen foreign money, hundreds of millions of dollars come in from billionaires, foreign billionaires, and they have used 501c3s and C4s to pass through their dollars to engage in elections. And so that's what originally started it. So yeah, there's foreign dollars here, but they should never be used in foreign elections. And if those foreign dollars are using our non-for-profits to create unrest and chaos and trying to jeopardize our economic security and our national security, we as taxpayers should not be subsidizing that tax-exempt entity.
So I'll add in two directions. In one direction, first of all, I think we do need to understand that we are in competition with our adversaries over this topic, and that they're not playing fair. Whether it's this issue, whether it's the issue of distillation, right? I mean, millions and billions of dollars at times used to train models, and somebody, by asking the right questions over and over and over, can essentially steal a lot of the value of that training and apply it to their own model. We know that that is happening. And we need to take a stronger hand in trying to prevent it. And this is not just the government, it's also the companies that are working on it. This is a huge issue. The second point that I would make, this is getting gloomy, is on a massive technological scale-up like the one that we're doing, we are going to hit constraints. I think it's a given, and I don't think we know exactly.
Political constraints?
We're going to hit all sorts of constraints. Either we're not going to have enough electricians, and then when we have enough electricians, we're not going to have enough wire, and then when we don't have enough wire, we're not going to have enough power. It's natural because at the speed at which this is happening, that's, I think, the nature of it. I think that's what actually, I view that with actually a fair amount of optimism, because I think it's the dynamism of the American economy that is going to continue to allow us to stay in front by working around those constraints, by inventing around those constraints, and so forth. But the rules need to be fair. The chairman started talking about the trade rules with Europe and then how to make those fair. We need fair rules around this, because there is a point around which, no matter how well you play the game, if the rules are constantly against you, you're not going to win. So I think that the role of Congress, the role of government, is to make sure that the playing field is fair on a global basis. I think the American economy is going to find a way.
Just to stay on the economic question and the bond market, or just the markets generally, if we continue to see political pressure, if more states pass moratoriums, how big of a risk is that from your perspective, from where you sit?
I think, how many states now? Like, it's 23?
It's a lot, yeah. I thought almost half, basically.
But I would guess, I actually want to ask the chairman that, but I think the federal government could create like a national security act, right, to force the build out of it. What would be the federal government response if the states refuse to build the data centers? I think they can do something.
That's a much better question than the ones I've been asking.
No, but I do think, I think they can. I think that's probably the federal government. So you have to start with, is it a national security issue? And I think it is, because if you control AI, you control weapons, right? And I believe that to be true. I'm not there, and so I do think there are limits on the build out of this. Democracy, the moratoriums is one, the energy capacity is another. The bond market capacity is another. People probably know the platforms can't fund it through their free cash flow, so they're flooding the bond market with issuance to build out this infrastructure. That will have a natural limit of how much Google debt everybody can buy. There will be a natural limit to that. And so I know we're in the home of the man that said the federal government's not the answer to everything, so I'm conscious of that, but I do think at the scale of what we have to build out, there's gonna have to probably be some kind of an answer there, because I don't think it's optional. I think we do have to win at this for national security and for economic supremacy. I just want to say one thing about our allies quickly, which is that we're talking about the US and China, and those are the most important people to talk about in the context of this debate. But we do need our allies with us in lots of ways, and it would be helpful if Europe could lead also at AI and people that we generally have a shared value system with. And if we think we have challenges, they have severe challenges to be able to win at this. You run a global company, so you would know that. But just a basic thing, one of the reasons that we're going to be able to finance a lot of this through our capital markets is that we have one of the deepest securitized markets in the world where we can lend against real assets in all of Europe. And actually it's true of Japan. Japan is a little bit further along, but in Europe, and a very important ally base for us, they need to reform their pension and their insurance markets to be able to do securitization, or they're not going to be able to build out any of this infrastructure. And I think that does introduce additional fragility to the US. And I hope that, yes, we have to solve it, but our allies are even further behind us. And if this is the new world we need to live in, we need our friends to live in it too.
I can't get this iPad to work, despite all the AI and tech advances we have. Does anyone have any questions that they want to jump in for the congressman or for anyone else? We can also keep talking if that's what you guys want.
I think this.
Oh, sorry, I couldn't see. If you could stand, I can't.
And shout.
And shout. Well, let me just ask, Congressman, do you use AI in your daily responsibilities, and if so, how?
You know, I've used it several times in this conference to actually fact-check some of the panelists. So I use it all the time, all different types of AI. And I would be shocked with the numbers you just said, because I have 80 different members on my staff, Ways and Means and Personal Office. And I would say 90% use it on a daily basis up there to some degree. So I think it was interesting watching a lot of the graduations where some of the speakers over the last couple weeks were talking about AI and then started to get booed by the graduating, the graduates. But then I thought, are you telling me those graduates didn't use AI to pass college? Like, you know that they did, but now they're looking at that they could lose their jobs. But there will be individuals that will lose jobs, companies that will have to change course. I would say accounting, lawyers,
journalists.
That's gonna journalists. You know, it's just it is crazy, like what AI can do. Like from the sense, I'll type in AI. I'm like. Chairman Jason Smith is going to do an interview with Maria Bartiromo on, you know, the new reciprocal trade agreements. What are some great talking points? Bang, 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 bang. And I'm like, oh, wow, this is better than some of what my
I think this is why your staffers don't like it.
But it's out there, but you have to be careful, because one of the things I did with AI, I was like, how many Ways and Means chairmen have been president of the United States? And it came back with one, and I'm like, well, what about President McKinley? And they're like, oh, good catch. That's literally what AI says, you know. And then I was like, what about President Fillmore? Oh, yes, 3, you know. So it started out with 1, but like now it gets it right.
It seems like unlikely we'll have an AI chairman of the Ways and Means Committee for a little bit.
So to not overcomplicate this, I mean, I think the discussion about AI is really important and fundamental. But this is, I think it needs to be extrapolated, because this is one technology that is affecting us on a wave of technologies that are going to be subsequent. Mm-hmm. You know, we're talking a lot about large language models, but what's coming next is physical AI, is the application of AI to the real world. What's coming after that is quantum. What's coming after that is moving all of that to space. And then each one of these is going to be an opportunity for leadership, an opportunity to leapfrog. And again, I go back to where I think we all started, which is a great level of optimism about the dynamism of the American economy, about the creativity of the American people, and about the economic framework in which all of that can yield dominance on each of the subsequent waves. And I think, if we do that, peace through strength, economic security, and national security continue to be this virtuous circle that has, to go back to the name of the panel, has kept the U.S. In a leadership position.
And I just say, there's a question back there. Oh, I was just going to say, from an investing perspective, these things work in cycles. So you first have the enablers, which is the build out of the infrastructure, which is what everybody is talking about now. Then you get systems. So this would be like, it would be like a company like Symbiotic that combines physical AI, which is robotics, with software to run more efficient warehouses. And then you just get adopters, which would be Deere, probably a company very popular in your district, which is an agricultural district, which is increasing yields of agriculture productivity. And that last piece hasn't even been priced into markets yet. So I would say, in addition to your comments about economic opportunity, from the capital markets perspective, there is still a lot of latent opportunity as this technology disrupts and rolls through and creates a lot of winners and losers. So it's going to be a very interesting investment landscape for that.
Is that John in the back?
From Uber, you said?
Hoover Institution. The next crisis always, or recession always comes unexpectedly. I'm curious what you guys think the biggest risks are. Obviously, private credit may be too small to be systemic. Fiscal, if anywhere, it's probably going to be another country before the U.S. AI, there's all these AI IPOs. Maybe there could be some delusion. I'm curious what you all think in your own respective roles, what you think the biggest crisis.
I'll answer that quickly, and then we could go down the line. But I do want to know, because I couldn't hear, are you from Uber or Hoover?
Hoover, the Hoover Institution.
Okay.
Whether or not that comes
They're
up
both
every
great.
time.
I couldn't hear you. So I actually, you're right, private credit, we invest in that. It has its own issues. It's not big enough to be systemic. For people's knowledge, it's a $2 trillion market and it's a $50 trillion credit market. So we can talk about that separate if people are interested offline. I do think what you just said about other governments' bond markets, I actually think they do present a challenge to the US. I think if we got with a 200% debt plus debt to GDP in Japan and the issues we're facing in the UK, if we got a sovereign crisis in those markets, personally I think there would be a feedback loop to the US, just to give you my view on that. I think if we get a recession near term, it's going to happen the old-fashioned way, which is through the consumer, which still drives 70% of GDP. I want the chairman to weigh in on this because he has a district that would have good insight to this, but the bottom 40% of Americans already are in a recession. And you can see that in credit card delinquency, you can see it in auto loans, you can see it in subprime in the housing market, you can see it in the data from Walmart, Target, in terms of people changing buying behavior. So there are Americans, we need to acknowledge that, already in a recession. And if this war stays prolonged and gas prices are elevated and that oil price starts to seep through to all of the other products that people consume, plastics, just everything that we basically consume, and puts pressure on an already beleaguered consumer, that could tip us into a recession. And I'll end by saying risk markets are not priced for that. The market and the administration has done actually a very skilled job of talking markets into being calm as we go through this. We're not calling it a war, right? Conflict, engagement, whatever this situation is. Like, they've done an excellent job actually of keeping markets calm. We have credit spreads at record tights. We have negative equity risk premia. So if we do tip into slower growth, it's going to be very ugly in the capital. I'm not saying that's what's going to happen, but if it does happen, it is absolutely not priced in to any risk asset right now.
I guess I'll go briefly and give you the last word. I think this economy already feels very different if you have assets versus if you don't. I think that is a much bigger differentiation in terms of how people feel and how people experience the economy than it used to be college grads versus high school. I think that is the fundamental issue, and one that I know the administration is working to resolve, Congress is working to resolve, but I think that is a fundamental issue.
Without a doubt, the current issues with our constituents is affordability. That's top issue, is what they were talking about. I represent the 9th poorest congressional district in the nation out of 435. Family of 4 makes $42,000 a year. They have to drive 25 to 50 miles one way to go to work. and they don't have electric vehicles. Most of them don't have gas-powered automobiles. They have diesel trucks, and diesel's $1.50 more than gasoline. So you're looking at $5.50 and not as fuel efficient as other cars. And it's really getting into their burden. But going back to the two biggest things that keep me up, I talked about China, but it's the debt. Without a doubt, $40 trillion. And you look at just paying interest on our debt right now is the largest area of the budget. And it's growing faster than anywhere else. So that should make people very, very concerned.
I want to say, I learned this from the chairman in the green room before. So you serve the 9th poorest district in the country. But as we think about, I know there's a lot of people in this room that identify as Republicans and conservatives who could be part of the answer to this, because your district is also, where does it rank in conservatism?
It is the 6th most conservative. That's why whenever I became Ways and Means Chair, I said that we're the party of the working class as Republicans, because my district is reflective of one of the most conservative districts, but one of the most blue-collar, hard-working Americans. But they are red-blooded Republicans.
Well, thank you everyone for coming. I think we're out of time. I appreciate it.
Thank you. I'm sorry your iPad didn't work.
Ladies and gentlemen, this concludes the panel. in an era of great power competition. Please welcome to the stage Mr. Daniel DeRocher of Political and our distinguished panelists.
Hello. Welcome to our discussion about economic statecraft, where we're going to be looking at a lot of the economic tools that the administration can use to kind of promote our national security and our national interests. With us today, we have Senator Kevin Cramer. We have Michael Froman, who is the former U.S. Trade Representative and the current president of the Council on Foreign Relations. We have the U.S. Ambassador to the European Union, Andrew Puzder. And we have William Kimmett, the Undersecretary of Trade in the Commerce Department. And so I think that if we're going to talk about economic statecraft, we kind of have to talk about the most significant tool that we've seen over the past year, right? We saw the administration take a very old tool in tariffs and use it in a lot of new ways, in a lot of ways that kind of reshaped the global economy. And so I wanted to start with you, Ambassador Froman. I am curious, given that you were a U.S. Trade Representative, what have your observations been of the way that the administration has used tariffs as a tool? What do you think of the lessons that you were able to take away from the first year and a half here?
Well, so first of all, I think they initially laid out the reason for the tariffs. I think one is a source of leverage, and I think tariffs proved to be quite an effective source of leverage. It got countries to the table to negotiate everything from trade issues to other issues, fentanyl, migration, other issues as well. As a source of revenue, at least for a while under the IEEPA tariffs, there was actually a fair amount of collection, about $300 billion on an annual basis. Now, of course, that's being refunded and other tariffs are being put in place. We'll have to see how that pans out. But it's hard to get a $300 billion tax increase through the Congress. It's much easier to impose tariffs. And so I think as a revenue raiser, it may be moderately successful. I think the hardest part is, will it lead to the reindustrialization of the U.S. economy? And there, I think, first of all, it takes time. The jury is still out. We've seen sort of mixed reports in terms of manufacturing actually slightly down as a percentage of the economy. Manufacturing jobs are slightly down as a percentage of the economy. But the question will be if the uncertainty around tariffs convey to companies that if they want to avoid uncertainty, there's only one true way of avoiding uncertainty, and that is move your production to the United States, and whether tariffs will prove to be effective alone in doing that, or whether other things, other parts of industrial policy and government intervention proves to be necessary remains to be seen.
Yeah, and we also kind of saw the administration use this as a geopolitical tool in a way, if you threaten a country with high tariff rates, maybe, he says that it's been successful, right? He's gotten countries to kind of bend to his will in a way that we hadn't seen before. Secretary Kimmett, I'm curious, right? Because we've seen some legal setbacks for, obviously the IEEPA tariffs were struck down. The Court of International Trade has ruled against the Section 122 tariffs. But the tariffs coming out of the Commerce Department, the Section 232 tariffs, those are intact. Those are still being used as a tool. What do you make of, obviously the multi-pronged tariff agenda that's going on here, but also do those legal setbacks make things more difficult or undermine the effectiveness of tariffs as a long-term geopolitical tool?
No, I don't think so, and I think you are exactly right. The 232 tariffs were unaffected by the Supreme Court's decision and really are the foundation for a lot of the biggest trade deals we reached, certainly because we cover so much in the 232 programs. It's autos, it's trucks, steel, aluminum, semiconductors, pharmaceuticals. These are big industries, and so our trade deals, particularly those with the EU, with Japan, with Korea, Taiwan, UK, these are deals that were built on the 232 program, and those deals have held, notwithstanding the legal setbacks. And so I think certainly having the authority of the 232 programs have been very successful, and the trade deals, the historic trade deals that President Trump and Secretary Lutnick secured have held.
Yeah, and one interesting thing I think there, the president threatened a 232 tariff on the EU to get them to move faster for their basically lowering tariffs on U.S. goods. Ambassador Puzder, I am curious, how do you see this whole dynamic here affecting the U.S. relationship with the EU? Do you feel like we are moving into a place where we'll have less economic cooperation with the EU, or does it not necessarily affect the relationship in that way?
Well, I think we're going to have more economic cooperation with the EU. First of all, it's great to be here. Thanks everybody for staying. This is, I think, our last one of these sessions, and it's great to see such good attendance. I'm sure it's due to the wonderful quality of the other panelists up here. The fact that the European Union got this trade deal done is really kind of a testament to their desire to do business with the United States. You have to keep in mind, and I was mentioning to the panelists before we came in here, that just imagine that President Trump brought a deal to the United States where he said, look, we're going to pay 15% tariff to Europe, and they're going to pay 0 tariffs on their selling their products to us. And by the way, the House and the Senate both have to approve it. Now, does anybody think that would never get it? We're done. Well, that's basically what the EU just did. I mean, they came in, they're giving us 0 tariffs, they're going to take 15%. They're going to pay 15%, and they passed it in the Council, which is basically their Senate, and the Parliament, which is basically their House. They've also signed a critical minerals deal. About 2 weeks ago, Maros Šefčovič and Secretary Rubio signed a critical minerals memorandum of understanding. We need to get an actual deal, and we need to get actual projects, but we now have a memorandum of understanding, and we're trying to get them to sign Pax Silica, which will bring them into the AI economy. So if we can get those 3 documents finalized, or those 3 programs on the road, and start doing some positive things, some actual things. You're not in Europe, it's meet, strong memo to follow, and nothing happens. We need to make sure that something happens with these deals. But when it happens, I think we'll see greater transatlantic connectivity on the economy.
Yeah, I think we're also seeing in Europe, they seem to be at least warming up to this idea that they need to start imposing a few more protectionist measures, to keep steel and aluminum out. As the EU does move to boost their trade defenses and their kind of trade defense fortress.
There's a big opposition to China, right? I mean, I don't know if you've been following the last couple of days in the press, but I think they're more worried about China now than we are.
Yeah.
I think the relationship between President Xi and President Trump is real. I think they have a real relationship. That may make Europe nervous, but the things that Europe was dumping on the United States, they're now dumping on Europe. And so Europe is deindustrializing. We've seen Germany go from really the leader in the economy in Europe to now it has a GDP per capita lower than the state of West Virginia, which is the 49th lowest GDP per capita state. So they're concerned, and they're reacting to China for sure.
Yeah. Do you see that as they lift their trade defense fortress? Could that backfire on the U.S.? Could it be turned against us?
No, I think what they'd really rather see is that we kind of ring fence things, and this is going to be, William will have more knowledge on this than I do, but they would really like to ring fence steel and aluminum so that we treat it as one economy. Not we now have a 50% tariff on, they have a 50% tariff. So they would like to join with us and keep China out. It's a choice between, are you going to partner with the free market democracy, or are you going to partner with the totalitarian, communist, economically coercive mercantilists? And for them, I think it's a pretty obvious choice.
Yeah. And I will say on that point, I mean, we in discussions with the EU, when we talk about sort of the tariff measures we have taken for the U.S. market, if our trading partners like the EU were to impose the same tariff structures around their market, not substantially the same or something similar, but the same, then that's a different conversation. The EU has moved on steel and aluminum. They have moved, as you mentioned, Daniel, on sort of increasing the quota amounts from certain countries, and directionally, of course, it's moving towards what we've done. But really, the discussions we've had is if you're going to look at your market and match what we do, that's a different conversation than just slightly moving towards the direction we're in.
Yeah. And so a lot of this, right, the intention here, as Secretary Bessent kind of laid out, is the goal is to reshore American manufacturing. We want to build more things here that are important to national security. That said, when we saw the Reagan Economic National Survey that came out, and it indicated that on a 2-to-1 level, people preferred that they had low-cost items in a world of free trade to domestic manufacturing if it meant that we were going to have to pay $1,000 more. I'm curious, Senator Kramer, I mean, what are you hearing in North Dakota? I mean, what is the dynamic on the ground in terms of the agenda landing?
Well, first of all, thank you for the opportunity. And by the way, since we're sitting in a presidential library, I'd be remiss, and my former governor, Doug Burgum, would be very disappointed if I didn't invite you all to the Theodore Roosevelt Presidential Library, soon to be open in Medora, North Dakota, in the heart of the Badlands, overlooking Theodore Roosevelt National Park. I think we're going to cut the ribbon on July 3rd. Anyway, where we'll talk about how to carry a big stick, and whether it's in national defense or in geopolitics of all types. I think in North Dakota, we're a commodity economy, obviously. We've been selling wheat around the world for a long time. Beef, and now sunflowers and soybeans, all the other things, as well as oil and gas. And so we understand, and everybody in North Dakota understands that we can't consume everything, so trade's really, really important. However, they're equally patriotic as they are eager to sell stuff. And the idea of a trading partner who doesn't reciprocate or who takes full advantage of certain critical supply chains and we've allowed them to do it, so kudos to Donald Trump for stepping in. I think they understand that you can do both, and they're willing to ride it out. But we like high-priced oil but cheap gas, and we like high-priced cows but cheap steaks. You know what I mean? Yeah. And so I think they've got a pretty good balance. They've been geopolitical long before most parts of the country.
Yeah, I mean, just to build on that and your question, Daniel, I think as the Secretary Besson said earlier today, a lot of the trading system historically, actually the field of economics, had been largely based around the notion of efficiency, producing the most goods at the cheapest possible prices, real-time supply chains. We're now entering a world where efficiency is not out the window, but resilience, diversification, national security are also values. Yes. All that means is we're going to have a more expensive, more fragmented world. And that trade-off may well be worth it. But we ought to have that conversation because somebody's going to pay the price for it. It's going to be the consumer or the intermediate user or actually the manufacturer in the United States that is reliant upon some inputs because you can't build everything necessarily in the United States. And we need to have a conversation of how much more we're willing to pay for national security, diversification, or resilience. And at a time, particularly when the American public is focused on affordability, they may not connect all the dots between tariffs, fragmentation, et cetera, and the prices that they're paying at the grocery store or elsewhere. But it is another priority of the administration to deal with the affordability issue and the inflation issue. And sometimes policies go in opposite directions and need to be reconciled.
Let's just say that when President Trump announced that he was going to, get rid of the tariffs on beef coming into the country, ranchers took a different look for a while. And again, they lived through these cycles. However, the earlier conversation about harmonizing with your friends versus a common adversary is very useful in the long run. And if we can just get to that point with our friends.
Yeah, and I intended this as somewhat of a jump ball, but I am kind of curious what Secretary Kimmett has a thought on this. But what is this, because we are in a moment of restructuring of global trade, right? I think that when you talk to most people, they say, we're not going to go back to an era where there are no tariffs. There will be tariffs on certain things. It'll be higher than it was kind of before President Trump's first term. So what does this new era mean for U.S. economic security? And does it mean that the era of kind of racing for freer trade, is that era dead?
So I would say, the focus is really on reindustrializing the United States and bringing supply chains and onshoring capability. And I think the moment, both in terms of having a transformational president like President Trump, but also the moment with AI and the tech transformation that we're at right now, it's really a moment to chart a new path forward, and that's precisely what the president's done. And so when you look at in terms of trade and look at the investment, that's what we as an administration are trying to do, what we can to make it easier to invest in America. We want companies to build here, we want companies to grow here, and we're seeing that. And particularly, going back to the 232 discussion, you're seeing it in a lot of the areas where we've taken action on 232, semiconductors, TSMC has massive investment in Arizona. Micron has massive investment in New York and Idaho. I was at an opening for their memory chip facility in Manassas. They're bringing a new chip to Manassas, Virginia the other day. And then also in steel, you look at Hyundai Steel breaking ground in Louisiana, and aluminum, EGA Century in Oklahoma. I mean, these programs are working, it's bringing it home. So I think it's companies now are realizing bringing this to the United States is the way forward, and using that technology, using the supply chains, particularly in the technologies of tomorrow, like TSMC, like Micron. That's really the emphasis, and we're seeing a lot of that movement here.
Yeah. And then, Ambassador Puzzler, I am kind of curious, right? You mentioned that the Europeans swallowed this we're going to put a 15% tariff on their goods for no tariff on our goods. I mean, what have those conversations looked like with the Europeans? Has it been hard to convince them that, like, hey, no, we're going to keep a tariff on you? Like, you're not going to be able to get this down.
Well, of course, those are very difficult decisions, or discussions. But I generally will point. I say, look, prior to President Trump, if you wanted to buy a Mercedes-Benz in Detroit, you paid a 2.5% tariff. If you want to buy a Cadillac in Berlin, you paid a 10% tariff. I said Europeans weren't complaining then. I mean, that wasn't exactly free trade. Free trade implies it has to at least be fair trade, or it isn't free trade. And then when the Chinese entered the discussion and really started to subsidize certain industries to try and put those industries out of business in their competitive nations, as happened to Germany. I mean, they basically sucked Germany dry. And they began to use, they use very inexpensive, if not slave labor. They use sanctioned energy products such as Russian oil to keep prices down. Then you've got a player on the international stage that you may have WTO trade rules. You may have these wonderful trade rules that everybody's supposed to play by. But America was getting taken advantage of in that process, and somebody was very obviously taking full advantage. Now, we've gotten the deficit down with, thanks to Jameson Greer and Secretary Lutnick, we've gotten the deficit with China down, and President Trump, obviously, President Trump guiding this process. Now our largest trade deficit is the European Union. Mm-hmm. And I think next year, at that time, if we're all sitting on the stage, I'll be able to say that's no longer true, because of this trade agreement. So we're seeing a rebalancing, a recognition that some people weren't playing by the rules, and if somebody isn't playing by the rules, there's no advantage to you playing by the rules. You actually get disadvantaged. So that's not going to change.
Yeah. And so obviously we have this EU trade deal, but there have been some other deals with other major trading partners, Japan and South Korea in particular. I'm fascinated by the Japan and South Korea trade agreements or frameworks, because they include these investment pools, right? And the Commerce Department is kind of overseeing this with President Trump getting the final say. I mean, it's a really interesting mechanism, right? You have the hundreds of billions of dollars coming from Japan and South Korea. You have investment committees, they're picking strategic projects, and the US and Japan and South Korea all get to take a share or a stake in the projects that they're hoping to build. Secretary Kimmett, I would love for you to kind of dive into this a little bit more, right? The idea behind this approach, and is this a new mechanism to kind of counter state-sponsored capitalism that we see in China to make sure that we are able to get these, say, critical or minerals projects off the ground, or shipbuilding off the ground, et cetera?
So, I mean, it really is historic and unprecedented what is in particularly the Japanese and Korea trade deals. I mean, certainly everyone has seen the numbers of the trillions of dollars of investment and foreign direct investment that is coming into the United States through traditional channels. But the Korea and the Japanese trade deals are they're unique and unprecedented in what is included. And so if you look at Japan, a lot of the word sort of this time last year was about reciprocity, and how do we balance trade and reciprocity, and it sort of a fundamental decision was made that, even if Japan were to lower all their tariffs, and even if Japan were to take down all their non-tariff barriers, the idea that Japan was going to suddenly start buying, tens of billions of dollars of American cars was unlikely. And so it's a cultural thing. And so we pursued a different strategy with them, and the end result was a $550 billion investment commitment for investment directed by the United States. We set up an investment committee with, it's led by Commerce, Secretary Lutnick, and then it depends sort of what the project is. If it's an energy project, of course we include DOE, and there's an investment committee where we discuss projects with Japan, and then the idea is FDI is great, these companies moving naturally to the United States, that's fantastic, but this is really for strategic sectors in the United States. So we're talking about energy, pharmaceuticals, projects like that. And so the idea, it's completely unique in that we identify projects, and I'll just give an example. So $110 billion worth of projects has already been committed, and we've already broken ground in Portsmouth, Ohio on a gas-powered 9.2 gigawatt facility in Portsmouth, Ohio. And so the idea is this is a investment commitment for projects directed by the United States government for strategic sectors, and it's really a remarkable mechanism. And then I'll just say with Korea, it's structured slightly differently. It's a $200 billion commitment on that same structure, and then they've committed to another $150 billion in shipbuilding. And the Korean government had to pass a law to start deploying those investment figures, and the final law, I think, passes, I think it's June 17th, and so the $110 billion on Japanese projects have already been announced, and more to come on those funds, and then the Korean projects will start soon towards the end of next month.
Yeah, look, I do think it's ironic that for a long period of time, we used to, both Republican and Democratic administrations used to go to China and lecture them about don't be protectionist, don't engage in industrial policy, don't restrict foreign investment into your country, and don't intervene in the private sector. And now we are protectionist, we're engaged in industrial policy, we are intervening in the private sector. I think instead of China becoming more like us, we become more like China. And I think as the ambassador said, that may be the reality, that if another country is following a different set of rules, we need to, move our position too. What worries me is whether we can out-China China, whether we can compete with them on their playbook as effectively as they can, where they don't have democratic constraints, they don't seem to have any fiscal constraints in the same way that we do, or whether we're going to be able to kind of sustain this going forward. And we're here at the Reagan Library. I kind of wonder what the ghost of Reagan says about us taking equity stakes by the government in private firms and intervening in the market in the way that we are, which doesn't seem exactly in line with some of the free market principles that he stood for. Again, maybe it's the reality of where we are in our competition with China, but it does raise the question whether we're going to be able to do this over the long run.
And speaking of that kind of competition with China, right, we saw Secretary Rollins talk about Chinese investment in U.S. land, and there's pushback against this because of how much farmland they own. That said, the president really does seem to like investment pledges, right? He likes the $550 billion that Japan wants to give us, or the $350.
Can I say, the one thing I think we have that China doesn't have is a consumer-driven economy.
Absolutely.
They don't buy stuff. So if we cut them off, if we're not buying their stuff, they've got problems. If we can start to make that stuff here and consume our stuff, maybe buy from friendlier nations, I think maybe we can be a little better at it than China.
What's interesting though is, as you mentioned, imports from China have fallen significantly under this administration. China's trade surplus with the rest of the world at $1.2 trillion is an all-time high. So they have found ways to sell their stuff, even if they can't get into the U.S. Market. But your point is a very good one, which is fundamentally they need to move towards a more domestic demand, consumer-led, more balanced economy. Otherwise, we're all going to face challenges with the global imbalances.
Exactly.
And Ambassador Puzder, you mentioned that earlier with the EU being afraid of being the dumping ground for China, right? Like that idea that this production is going to have to go somewhere, and so it is kind of causing a ripple effect where other economies are figuring out how to act. But Senator Kramer, I am kind of curious, like this conversation about investment and this idea that, how do you draw that line of preventing China from coming in too much and capturing farmland?
Well, one of the terms that Bob Lighthizer uses a lot, and I've always appreciated, although I've had to ask for a definition from different people who use it differently, is we're not talking about a complete decoupling from China, nor are we talking about China, owning more farmland in the United States, but rather a strategic decoupling. And so I think you almost have to go through sector by sector, such as pharmaceuticals, as you mentioned earlier, energy. I would put critical minerals at the top of that list as well. As areas that we just have to say no. I mean, the fact that China owns, I don't know, a third or so of the meatpacking industry in the United States of America, that concerns me more than land. we don't like them owning a whole bunch of land either, but when you start talking about critical supply chains like food, and you have 100, you have 1.5 billion people, we love to sell them lots of soybeans and corn. But what I don't want them to do is having control over about a third of our food supply in the case of a pandemic or a crisis of some sort. So I think being strategic about it makes most sense. And certainly farmers in North Dakota don't want Chinese-owned food processing, and we've proven that.
Yeah, and then you just kind of led into what I was also wondering about, which is critical minerals, right? Part of this big push is to make sure that our critical mineral supply chain is independent of China, because we saw them effectively use that choke point last year. You have a legislation, I think, to reauthorize the Export-Import Bank. That might be something that works there. You care about this space. I mean, tell us about what efforts are you making, and can we do it fast enough?
Well, I think we can, but this also goes hand in hand a little bit with what we were talking about earlier too, as it relates to the European Union. There's onshoring and there's friendshoring, and we have plenty of friends who have a lot of critical minerals, a lot of rare earth elements. We have a lot of them too, but we're not as nuts about mining them as other places are. To include, by the way, our friends just to the north of us in Canada. I think therein lies opportunity. So, with regard to the Export-Import Bank, I had the legislation that extended it for 7 years, which is, we're in the 7th year now. That was a record amount of time. I remember as a baby freshman congressman signing the discharge petition when Chairman Hensarling just about threw me out of the Republican caucus for it, on the Export-Import Bank. Well, now I have one, then this is what's really fun. The bill I have now to authorize it is for 10 years, along with Mark Warner. When we did it the first time, it was with Kirsten Sinema. And so 10 years is, and we don't have anybody so far that's opposing it, interestingly, which, it used to be very controversial. We have a specific piece in there. We identified critical minerals as an area for possible investment. We have to find ways to bring more of that. That's one of those critical supply chains. More, if not to the United States, at least North American continent, or at least to our friendly Norwegian friends, or something. Then DRC, and there are lots of geopolitical opportunities in this space that we're playing in. But Export-Import Bank is one of the tools that I strongly advocate for and support, because for one thing, it actually creates its own revenue in many respects, and it's a tool that makes other deals that may not be quite bankable very bankable. So I think it's a great backstop.
And the thing on critical minerals that we need to understand as a government. I mean, you hear we secure the rights to a mine in wherever in Africa and Central Asia. Great. But it's not just the mine, it's the mining, it's the processing, it's the refining, it's the advanced manufacturing. There's still many layers to it that require a secure supply, if we're going to claim to have a secure supply chain. So just having mining rights, and so bringing that capacity to the United States is paramount. And I think it was last week, I was at a signing for a POSCO, a Korean company, and ReElement to do this kinds of processing work of critical minerals here in the United States. And the other challenge with critical minerals is a lot of this stuff, it's really, the total amount needed is really not that much, but it's so important at such small amounts. And so when you talk about things like, I think, indium phosphate, or things that go in, we need for semiconductor manufacturing, if you think of critical minerals that go into semiconductor manufacturing, this is microscopic. And so the total amount that's needed is a very small amount, really, when you take a step back and look at it. So the question is, how do we take this critical capability that we need to have, but there's not really an economic incentive to pursue it? And that's why the Japan trade deal and the Korea trade deal, that's precisely where those should go. These are strategic investments in the United States where there's demand there, but there may not be the natural economic incentive to pursue those.
Yeah. So I am kind of curious, though, if we look kind of, big picture at these choke points, right? Critical minerals was an absolute choke point that really drove the kind of status quo that we're seeing right now with China. Ambassador Froman, when you're thinking about choke points, and China's kind of superiority in rare earths and how long it will take us to reach that level. I mean, where do we find the equilibrium, right? Is it going to be kind of testing each other out and figuring out, okay, well, we can cut off this thing and they can cut off this thing. How do you see this progressing, given, you know, both sides do have things that they can choke off?
Well, first of all, in the audience, we have Eddie Fishman, who runs our Geoeconomic Center at the Council and wrote a great book called Choke Points. So I recommend it to you all. Try and boost it up on the New York Times bestseller list, just with this audience right here. But look, I think when we look back historically, to go to your question, in some ways the U.S. Innovated choke points when we realized that the rest of the world was so dependent on the dollar-based institutions, dollar-based payment systems, and we started using it as a tool of sanctions. We could cut off people using that, and we did it with Russia when they invaded Crimea, and the rest of the world took note, and many countries, both friends and foes, began to say, we need our own payment system. We need our own way of settling transactions so we're not dependent on the dollar, and the U.S. can't cut us off. The Chinese took a page out of that book, as we saw in 2014, but most recently last year, when they announced the potential to implement a global export licensing scheme on critical minerals, but it could be on any number of other products. And they sort of weaponized supply chains. We weaponized the dollar, they weaponized supply chains. And now, of course, Iran has taken a page out of the book and has figured out how to weaponize and make choke points out of geography. And now they have a global choke point that they can turn on and off potentially in the future. So I think the big question is this the new reality? Is this the new normal, that every country is going to see where do they have leverage over the rest of the world and how do they want to use it for their ends? With China, I think the action last year, I think, took a lot of people by surprise and put us a little bit back on our back heels. And we said, okay, we're going to seek stability in the relationship, a decent peace. We are going to reduce our tariff threats, and we're just going to try and have stability, bide for time, while we invest very aggressively, as the Secretary said, in our own critical minerals infrastructure and work with allies and partners on that. I think we're going to have to do that, and we're going to have to see whether we can achieve at least a certain level of independence from China on that, as we're doing with semiconductors, with the Chips and Science Act. And you know, the issue is there's probably dozens of products like this, you know, active pharmaceutical ingredients, other things that we are completely dependent on China on. And again, the question will be, how many of these can we, do we have the political support for, do we have the fiscal space support for, to actually take on ourselves?
Yeah, one of our strengths, right, is in chip building, right, or chip, and the NVIDIA in particular, their high capacity chips. We authorized the sale of H200 chips. I think it was either late last year or earlier this year. But China, we haven't seen companies necessarily buying it, which is an interesting thing as they try to promote their own internal processes with Huawei as they build their chips. Secretary Kimmett, tell me a little more about like our export control measures, the levers that we can be pulling here to prevent these chips and other really kind of sensitive national security materials from getting into China's hand, particularly as we are in this race for AI superiority.
Yeah, so the export controls are run sort of at our sister bureau at the Department of Commerce, at the Bureau of Industry and Security, and my friend and colleague, Undersecretary Jeff Kessler. We put out on the H200, of course, I think everybody knows that is not the frontier, that's not leading edge, it's a couple generations behind, and there are very strict security requirements that go into that process to get approval, and BIS has put out regulations there. But I think the broader point is, you know, we do have significant leverage that we can use as well, the Export Control Authority that the President and Secretary Lutnick can use to take the things where we have a significant advantage over China. It's a very strong tool, and it's one we explore and look to, but that's largely run out of BIS.
Yeah, fair enough. But Senator Kramer, I noticed you kind of sat up there. I don't know if you were just being an active listener or you have
I was.
Yeah, but I am curious because there are efforts in Congress. There's a couple bills here to kind of strengthen the U.S. export control regime. Do you see those actually making their way through Congress, or is it just kind of you're tossing around ideas and hoping the administration kind of latches on to some of them?
No, I think there are serious members that want to pass durable legislation that sends a stronger message to our partners and our frenemies. And there's a bit of a game of chicken going on right now. I mean, so we allow H-200s, and China says, well, we don't want H-200s, and we'll see. You know, I mean, if it's that or nothing, maybe they'll feel differently. Who knows? That said, we are definitely looking at more stricter, stronger export controls, specifically on chips, and I think I'm inclined to be supportive of that.
Yeah. I'm going to take a question from the audience here because I think it's a particular one, and I'm going to put it towards Ambassador Puzder. Effective economic statecraft has historically worked best when coordinated with allies, sanctions bite harder, export controls hold longer, and development finance competes more effectively when partners are aligned. What's your read on the current state of that allied coordination, and where do you see the most promising opportunities to strengthen it?
Well, as I said, I think that once we get the trade deal done, the critical minerals deal done, and Pax Silica done, I think we'll have a much stronger relationship with the EU economically. Look, the EU, they know they need to be part of the AI economy. If you're not part of the AI economy, if you don't, you're done. It's over. And they can't win it. They can't get ahead of the United States. They can't get ahead of China. They're far behind China, which is somewhat behind us. So they need to partner with us. I mean, I think the reality is going to hit them eventually, that they need energy, they need critical minerals, they need data centers, data, and access to the US AI hardware stack. The companies that can do that are Google, Amazon, Meta, they're the large tech companies that they have to stop regulating to death. You know, these companies come into my office or into the embassy, and they'll sit across the table and say, look, we don't know what to do. We want to grow here. We want to bring the data centers. We want to build them. We want to collect the data. We want to bring the hardware stack. But it's hard to find a place with energy to power the data centers. And every time we get a little momentum, they either pass a new regulation to punish us, or they move the goalpost on an old regulation, and they fine us $100 million or $200 billion. So it's very hard to do business on the continent like that. So at some point, and we're making this argument very aggressively in the EU, look, you can't win this on your own. We want to partner with you. You know, wake up and smell the roses. You know, come on and partner with us now. And we are getting some. There's 27 member states. They're in the EU. They're worse than regular states. They're actually independent countries. So if they don't get along and they don't agree, you find the further east you get to the old communist countries in particular, the friendlier they are to free enterprise and to the United States. The further west you get, the less friendly, the less free enterprise they become. So we're negotiating with a varied group of countries and political perspectives, but I think they all agree that Mario Draghi, who was the Prime Minister of Italy and also head of the central bank in the EU, came out with a report in 2024 called the Draghi Report about competitiveness in the EU. And he pointed out that the digital economy, Europe missed it. This is why Europe's in such trouble. The digital economy went right by them. They can't miss the AI economy. They can only participate in it with us. So I think reality, when it sets in, should set in that we should be partners and move forward together.
Along the lines of that same relationship, I did something, Chris Coons and I had introduced legislation called the Prove It Act, which would direct the Department of Energy and NETL, the electric and technology labs, to do a study on the 24 most carbon-intensive products that we have that we produce in the United States and that the European Union produces, because the European Union was preparing then and now has implemented a carbon border adjustment mechanism, and we are quite confident that we do every bit as cleanly as they do, produce all those same products, and in most cases probably with less carbon intensity. And we're preparing for a defensive push. A lot of the people on my side of the aisle were, well, in fact, when we passed it out of committee, I got every Democrat vote and half the Republican votes. But when I put it into an appropriations bill this year, it passed and the president signed it. And the first people to come over and complain to us were European Union representatives to my shop to say, wait a minute, why, just trust our data. The whole purpose of it is to prove with our own data, with authoritative government data, that we manufacture everything from energy to food to plastics to steel, aluminum, anything that's got some carbon intensity to it. with lower emissions than any other country. Now, again, that was a little bit of a tussle, but at the same time, it's an aligning of values that I think allows us then to push back in a unified front against those that really do it poorly.
I would say it goes back to the earlier point I made, where if you look at sort of matching what we do, if you're talking about aligning, you can't sort of do it in these little silos. It's not just militarily. You look at, the tariff, the example the ambassador used about in 2024, if you wanted to export a car to Europe, it was 10%. If they wanted to send one to us, it was 2.5%. So aligning there, matching sort of what we're doing on the tariff side as well, and then you look at investment security as well, and aligning there and making sure you're aligned on standards, and then if you're aligned there, not discriminating against American tech companies. And so it's all sort of a broad, comprehensive alignment, and you can't just look at it in little discrete pieces.
Yeah. One thing that Secretary Bessent mentioned is, the strength of the dollar. It's a thing that comes up. It's an important aspect of economic security. Ambassador Froman, I am kind of curious from your standpoint. I mean, we've seen Treasury do these kind of currency swaps already, and are you worried about the strength of the dollar as we're competing with other countries? What do you make, given the fact that countries have expressed uncertainty about where the U.S. is headed, and how that will, or what that will mean for us being the reserve currency?
Yeah, look, there's a lot of noise out there from other countries who would like to reduce their dependence on the dollar. And you see at the margins some bilateral trade, whether it's between Russia and China, for example, being settled in RMB, or between India and Russia being settled in rupiah. But on the whole, the dollar is still the main reserve currency of the world, and is likely to remain so for the foreseeable future, because we're the prettiest house on an ugly block, and there's just really no alternative. The RMB is not going to become a reserve currency of the world if the Chinese Communist Party and government are going to intervene in the markets or have capital controls. And unless the EU actually follows through on the Draghi report and has single unified capital markets that are as deep and as broad as ours, it's hard to see how the euro, which should probably play a bigger role internationally, how it's going to do that as well. Having said that, we seem to be doing a lot of things that sort of raises the risk that we're going to lose that exorbitant privilege. And most importantly, the issue that gets almost no attention by either party is our fiscal situation, and the fact that our debt and our deficit are unsustainable. And that is, I think, the biggest threat to the role of the dollar going forward, not China, not BRICS, not the EU or Japan substituting their currency for ours.
Yeah, I've got another audience question, and I'm going to direct this towards Secretary Kimmett. Why have tariffs across the board instead of targeted tariffs on China and free trade with China's neighbors in order to squeeze China further?
So I think the tariff structure the president's put in place, it's a broad structure. I think if you look at it, I think it was mentioned earlier, our trade deficit with China has gone down substantially, but if you look at our trade deficit with other countries in the region, Vietnam, Thailand, and others, those have increased. And so you have to have a broad-based tariff structure to address the root issue and really drive reindustrialization to the United States by closing off. You have to look more broadly than just specific to one country, because there are ways sort of through, as Ambassador Puster mentioned, China is able to send things through Europe to the United States, and there are other avenues around there. So we have to be broad in our tariff approach to achieve the outcomes we're looking for.
Yeah. Senator Kramer, I want to put you on the spot on something that you said earlier. You talked about North Dakotans, sticking with it, right, or dealing with the tariffs as they are there. What do you make of an environment where tariffs are likely to be more lasting, where the administration is pretty committed to tariffs until the trade deficit really comes down?
For most North Dakotans, when they think of tariffs, what they're most concerned about is the response by their trading partners. So in other words, I don't think it's the tariffs that they find offensive. What they find concerning is that suddenly there aren't another 1.5 billion people in one country to buy all of their soybeans. And so how many can the European Union buy? How many can we sell to Japan and South Korea? How many? And so I think for most North Dakota, now we have some manufacturing where the tariff thing is, we're the home of the Bobcat, skid steer loader, and as an example, even though it's a South Korean company now. So there are some pockets like that where it hits them hard, but for the most part, they see it as a tool to another strategy, and that other strategy does concern them when their bins are full and they can't get their beans to the Pacific Northwest on a ship.
Okay. I got another audience question. Private sector actors, banks, insurers, technology firms are increasingly central to how economic statecraft actually gets executed. From your experience, how well does the coordination between government and private sector work in practice, and where is the biggest room for improvement? This is a jump ball. I don't know who to direct it to.
I spent about half my life in the private sector and half my life in government, and always seem to be at this nexus of the public and the private sectors. And I'd say we've been talking, usually when governments talked about public-private partnership, it used to mean we want the private sector to write a check. That was the nature of the partnership. I think it's actually gotten a lot better over time, whether it's in what was going on with the Chips and Science Act, or what's gone on in this administration with critical minerals and other strategic sectors. There seems to be a lot more meaningful collaboration between the two. And I'd say one area that's absolutely central, where there has been a good habit of cooperation and collaboration, is in the area of cybersecurity, where lots of information sharing between the critical sectors of the private sector and the government and the relevant agencies there about both the nature of the threat, defenses, and vulnerabilities. So I'd say I'd give it a bad grade of 10, 15 years ago. I think it's gotten a lot better now.
Yeah, and we're getting close to the end, but I am kind of curious, whether it's a lightning round or what's a little bit slower than lightning. But the
thunder, rolling thunder.
Rolling thunder, yeah. A storm brewing in the distance. We have a lot of business leaders here. We've heard from some CEOs. I'm kind of curious, what do you think that business leaders, CEOs, should be thinking about as the administration pursues the kind of economic statecraft that it's pursuing? Where do business leaders where do their heads need to be in trying to stay ahead of and kind of maximizing their productivity in this moment?
Yeah, I ran a business in California, and I had to leave. I moved it to Tennessee. I mean, it isn't that we weren't willing to cooperate with the government. The government hated us. I think they hated us for creating jobs. They hated us for generating wealth in the state. So like many California companies, we left. To answer your question, I'll go back a little bit to the prior question, which is, I'll tell you, this administration, there's the top line stuff you see, like all the CEOs going to China with the president. I mean, President Trump is a businessman. He understands business. He wants to help businesses. And I can tell you, all of the ambassadors have been instructed to do whatever they possibly can to help American businesses. Now, I have to say that in the European Union, I'm there advancing administration policy, I'm advancing what's in the best interests of American companies, but I can't think of one thing I'm working on that wouldn't make the European Union better. I mean, these policies also would be helpful to the EU. But the Trump administration overall is very positive on business, very anxious to see business grow. And I know Secretary Lutnick feels that way. I know Jameson Greer feels that way. This is something we're all very united in, Secretary Bessent in particular. We want to see American business grow. We want to see American business treated fairly. And we'll treat companies that come here fairly. We're not trying to take advantage of BMW or Mercedes. We want them to build more BMWs and Mercedes in the United States. So this is I would say it's a very business-friendly administration, and I don't expect that to change as long as we have President Trump as our president.
But at the same time, he's also been great about helping us create an environment here for domestic business to thrive, not just to sell overseas, but also, I mean, permitting reform has been talked about some today, but there's actually a moment, you guys, in this country right now where far radical left-wingers who love their solar panels and their offshore wind and right-wing mean-spirited capitalists that love pipelines and transmission lines, are coming together and realizing we need to build stuff in this country, and we need to build it faster with fewer regulations. And there's a moment when I think this administration has an opportunity to work with Congress to actually make this the place for investment, whether it's from other people or whether it's from business in the United States. And I've just end my comments by quoting my friend Dick Armey when he used to say, if you're the private side of a public-private partnership, you're probably the junior partner. I think that's changing. I really sense that's changed with this administration.
Yeah, well, I think that's all the time that we have. I appreciate all you guys for staying awake, and we're late in the day, right?
They're just waiting for cocktails.
We did our best.
Thank you guys all for coming.
Thanks, everybody.
Well done.
Ladies and gentlemen, this concludes our conversation. Our closing plenary will begin shortly on this stage. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage Washington Director of the Ronald Reagan Presidential Foundation and Institute, Mr. Roger Zackheim.
It's the final countdown.
But the walk-on music has been amazing today, right? That's been good stuff. Eye of the Tiger with the Secretary of Treasury. That is memorable. At the dedication of this institution, President Reagan said, quote, "It is my hope that the Reagan Library will become a dynamic intellectual forum where scholars interpret the past and policymakers debate the future." Ladies and gentlemen, today you have all helped us live up to that charge. So thank you to our government leaders, our corporate partners, thought leaders, amazing moderators, media participants. You really made today a great success. So indulge me here for a couple more thank yous, and then we'll get right to our forum. not really remarks, just a quick set of thank yous. First, to our trustees in attendance today, Chairman of the Board of Trustees for the Ronald Reagan Presidential Foundation Institute, Mr. Fred Ryan. Mr. Michael Castine. Ambassador Susan McCaw. And he'll get a double intro, but for this one, Mr. Steve Forbes. Now, as you know, an event of this kind requires an amazing set of colleagues and teammates. So I want to thank the entire foundation team, everyone on the California side of the Reagan Foundation Institute. Thank you, especially Miss Joanne Drake. You guys are amazing. And of course, my colleagues and teammates in Washington, D.C., thank you for traveling out here, integrating so well, and pulling this event off. I also want to thank and express gratitude to our Reagan National Economic Forum Executive Committee, my amazing colleagues, Mr. Bob Cochran, Dan Rothschild, Alice Burns, Laura Bridge, Melissa Giller, and Wes Patterson. So the world around us looks different than President Reagan's day, but in some respects, certainly our challenges, they are not entirely unfamiliar. Inflation threatening to sap our economic strength, a technological revolution upending old ways of doing things, a fierce global rival aiming to undermine American leadership, Middle Eastern instability roiling the energy markets. So if the problems are not that dissimilar, then we can learn from proven solutions. We can apply President Reagan's principles. In this semi-quincentennial year, we all have a role in helping America rediscover our founding principles in pursuit of a more perfect union for the next 250 years. And that's where our final panel, titled The Next 250, will dive in. I'm excited for this amazing panel. We have Mr. David Bahnsen is founder and managing partner and chief investment officer of the Bahnsen Group. The Honorable Michael Falkender, former deputy secretary of Treasury and professor of finance at the University of Maryland, Robert H. Smith School of Business. Mr. Steve Forbes, chairman and editor-in-chief of Forbes Media, and of course, as I referenced before, trustee of the Ronald Reagan Presidential Foundation Institute. And Ms. Bridget Mendler, co-founder of a very exciting, innovative space company called Northwood. And who better to moderate this diverse set of perspectives than our good friend, Fox Business host, former National Economic Council director, Reagan alum, Larry Kudlow. So, thank you everyone for being here, for making this second annual Reagan National Economic Forum a great success. And to close out this 2026 Reagan National Economic Forum, please welcome our final panel to the stage.
Where's Fred Ryan? I can't see him. I can't see that far. Where's Fred? There you are. You dog, you. I can't believe it. And Castine, there you are. Very good. You all don't know the meaning of any of that, but it's something. All right. The day is long, and you've been here as long as I have, so I won't try to keep you too long. But we have a very interesting panel, and thank you for sticking around. I do want to say one thing. The last news bulletin we got, Fox News, the Situation Room meeting went 2 hours, and so far as we know, no particular deal has been or was reached. I mean, when I was interviewing Scott Besson, I was thinking maybe we'd get an announcement even during that interview, but it was not to happen, and it hasn't happened yet so far as we know. The president said, President Trump has said, the only deal has to be good for America, and it must conform to his red lines. Iran can never possess a nuclear weapon. And I say good for him. I'm not here to proselytize on any of this. I would just say that at some point historically, and you all can comment on this pro or con, Reagan's singular obsession with defeating Soviet communism, which was perhaps the outstanding feature of his administration and those of us who work for him, is not unlike or dissimilar Mr. Trump's obsession with ending a nuclear and radical Islamic Iran and remaking the entire Middle East, as Reagan wound up remaking Eastern Europe. They're not dissimilar. They're not the same, but they're not dissimilar either. So I wanted to begin with that. I want to echo Roger Zackheim's points. We look ahead. We are optimists. Reagan was a great optimist. Trump is a great optimist. This is our 250th birthday year, which is a wonderful thing. We look towards the future with as much optimism, I hope, as we have in the past. And then I want to just have a little bit of fun, things that both presidents seem to say, and whether they say them or not, I say them. A rising tide lifts all boats. Bet you never heard that one before. Peace through strength. Bet you never heard that one before. And trust but verify. Bet you never heard that one before. All those two presidents conform to all those. We are growth-oriented. We are free market-oriented. We are an exceptional country. And I see no reason why the next 250 years will not be just as wonderful and exceptional and optimistic and historical as the last 250 years. I want to begin with my very dear friend and longtime associate and colleague, Steve Forbes, who is the director here, and have him comment on any and all that. He's going to get the William F. Buckley Political Award, which I received here a couple years ago. He is, as I say, an old and very dear friend and valued friend, and one of the smartest people I know. So Steve Forbes, why don't you kick it off, whatever is on your mind.
Well, the nice thing about a panel about the next 250 years, you don't have to worry about somebody 250 years saying you weren't right. So we can be absolutely forward about it. And in terms of the 250th birthday, what is remarkable and why I'm optimistic for the future, the question is, how do we make the next 250 years as phenomenal as the first 250 years, even though we had a civil war, several Great Depressions, world wars, huge domestic fights of all sorts, but we also came through creating the most entrepreneurial economy in the world. And it's an interesting question. How in the world did this country, an invented country, no other country's been invented like this one, be so phenomenal as to be able, and I know this is a controversial subject, but I'm not running for anything, able to absorb immigrants from all corners of the world where their children are just as American as people who've been here for generations. Yeah, that's right. Phenomenal achievement in history. And I wish our young people would get a better understanding of how extraordinary that was. You take, for example, the 13 colonies. One of the good things was that Britain was very haphazard in its colonial policy. It wasn't rigid like the French or the Spanish or the Portuguese. Most of the time, they left us alone. So when you came to the North American continent under British rule, there were no gold mines or silver mines, no easy money like there was in the Americas, South America. So you came here to work. And the people who came here, many for religious reasons, whole congregations in England would come up, and Scotland come over, just come the boat over here. Those who survived made it. And people came here to work and get ahead. And so we created institutions that were absolutely extraordinary. Every colony had its own colonial assembly, which what other empire would have that kind of home rule? And by the time of the Revolution, In England, only 2 out of 6 men, only men could vote in those days, 2 out of 6 men voted. In most of the American colonies, 4 out of 6 voted. 3 out of 10 Englishmen owned land. In the colonies, 7 out of 10 owned land. We also believed in education, exemplified by Ben Franklin's self-improvement. By the time of the Revolution, even though our population was 1/3 of the mother country, we had more colleges than Britain did. Amazing. The emphasis on education, on the ability to get ahead. And Alexis de Tocqueville, when he visited this country in the 1830s, really was flummoxed and impressed by what he called voluntary associations, people voluntarily coming together to get things done, whether to build a school, a bridge, fix something, start something, whether it's a professional association, sporting association. Americans were joiners. In Europe, you waited to be told to do something, asked for permission to do something. He was really impressed that in this country, you just did it. And he said, this is how a republic is training people to be members of a republic. And so you have these phenomenal self-improvement things, reform movements against slavery, reform movements eventually to get women's right to vote, all these things that lived up to the Declaration of Independence, the promises there. And one little thing, it sounds comic, but in terms of this self-help, Americans just doing things, back in the 1830s, we were a nation of alcoholics. Everyone was drinking. The drinking rate, they estimate, per person was about 3 to 4 times what it is today. And while we sort of chuckle about it now, thinking of everyone swoozing in the afternoon, John Adams began his day with a mug of beer. He didn't trust the water, but it led to predictable social problems. So there rose up a movement among the civic leaders, among religious leaders, saying, we can't let this continue to go on. And so the first public health movement in America was the temperance movement. Now, government got involved and messed it up in the 1920s, but it was people saying we've got to change. Their phrase was, if you want a self-governing nation, you have to have self-governing individuals. And so that's that kind of spirit where people coming together, doing things, entrepreneurial spirit, having to do things on your own. So by the time the revolution came, most of the time, Britain was loosey-goosey in its policies, and when they started to clamp down trying to collect taxes, they discovered they had a chancellor of the exchequer named Champagne Charlie, and when he started to impose taxes, he realized that American colonies, the tax burden on the typical American was 2% of the typical tax on an Englishman. So we were allergic to taxes, and we're going to impose them, we're going to impose them on ourselves. And so come time of the revolution, we had institutions. They didn't realize in the mother country that this was a unique culture. By the way, if any of you are interested in movies, go watch the movie The Last of the Mohicans. There's a scene in there where the guy says, talking about the people, the colonists, he said, there's a new nation, a new people being created in North America. So by the time the break came between Britain and France, which preceded our revolution, and that's why Britain needed taxes after that war, but by the time the showdown in North America came between Britain and England, French North America's population with their rigid controls was 60,000. British North America, 2.5 million. That's what kind of freedom happened. And England had its own traditions of liberty. We put them on steroids in this country. And so the past has not been smooth. And one of the things that rose up, was thanks to science and thanks to our great universities, is this idea of expertise. So let me just say something quickly on the progressive movement. It has a history in this country. And back in the late 1800s, early 1900s, the reform movement came up, say we've got to make reforms here, got to have workers' comp and all this sort of good stuff. But an underside of that progressive movement was the belief in experts. Now, we want people to know what they're doing when they're flying a plane or something like that. But the idea that experts could run government and get away from this, all this crazy democracy which slowed things down and got in the way of efficiency. Woodrow Wilson, our president, who took the oath of office twice, hated the Constitution. He thought it was an antique document shared by many, many of his kind of thinking, that this was a document standing in the way of progress, that we needed strong government. And that's how we laid the foundations for the deep state and all the crazy stuff that we're fighting today. So in moving the next 250 years, We have to remember, Alexander Hamilton created a financial system, not just for stable money based on gold, but not just for economic GDP growth. He saw money as a way of mobility. He saw it as a moral issue. Money didn't care what your background was, what your color skin was, but it was a way in which you had power and you could move ahead. So he had that moral element with the financial element. So and by the way, one other thing that made for this revolution was so unique was what historians now nobody teaches anymore, was the Great Awakening. In the 1740s, a wave of revival meetings came in America, religious revival meetings, against what they saw the rigidities of the existing churches, said you as an individual should have connection directly to God. And what that did was enhance the sense of liberty and individualism. John Adams said the Great Awakening was the dress rehearsal for the revolution. So as we look to the next 250 years, it's very basic. Stable money, it's moral, low tax rates. Champagne Charlie didn't realize that and helped us set off the revolution. But also, too, there's some fantastic things coming along, and we can discuss it in the panel, in healthcare, revolutionary things coming along, and also a new economics. Keep in mind two words, time prices. We know prices in terms of money, but now there's a body of work being developed where if we want to get real measure of progress, how many hours does somebody have to work to get something? And so in India, for example, in 1960, it took a typical peasant 7 hours to get the rice to eat for a day. Today, it's about 40 minutes, 6 hours. So in terms of measuring real progress, time prices are it's in its infancy, but this is the kind of thing, kind of ferment that holds well for the future. We're doing it in traditional things like economics, healthcare, big revolution coming. It's not going to be the disaster that it's coming now. That's why we got to keep the socialists out. So long story short, our unique beginning from British haphazard policy, having to do things on the continent on our own, developing unique institutions, led to where we are today, where whatever they may say on the other side, this is a unique nation. For all the foibles of human nature, this is the most extraordinary society ever created in history, where everyone, as Lincoln said, has the opportunity to improve their lot in life.
Thank you, Steve. Thank you very much. David Bahnsen, how do we avoid becoming England? How do we avoid becoming Europe?
Yeah.
And how do we avoid the failures that Steve Forbes briefly referred to? I mean, these are very important issues. How do we keep America in some kind of spiritual and religious and or moral course? How do we make sure that people value work as much as you and I and others, and you wrote a book about valuing work? You know, how do we avoid the pitfalls so that the next 250 years are kinder to us than they have been the last couple of hundred years, or at least the last 100 years, to our forebears?
Well, I think that so much of what Steve's talked about in that beautiful 10-minute historical summary makes the case for the greatness of America. And I would say that at the foundation of that greatness are some of the things you brought up, that if we separate from them, it is inevitable that we will suffer Europe's decline. But I have no fear of that happening because I believe that truth will prevail. And I believe that the ideals that hold the American experiment together are rooted to transcendent truth, that we will not go down the secular decline of Europe. People talk about the economic decline. I've devoted most of my adult life to advocating for pro-growth, pro-entrepreneurialism, pro-capital markets, pro-risk-taking as a moral cause, not merely an efficiency cause. I believe this is our moral duty, and that God did indeed create us to be creators, to be innovators and producers. But see, this is rooted to a belief about the human person, about the inherent dignity we have as people made in the image of God. I think that Europe's secular decline is the foundation of its economic decline, that their complete disregard for growth economics, that their aversion, Andy Puzder and I were talking about at lunch today, the aversion so much of the European Union sometimes has to risk-taking And we have never suffered for that in the American ethos. We have celebrated risk-taking. We celebrate success, entrepreneurialism, and what Steve was talking about regarding Hamilton's vision of money, it is rooted to this belief in an aspirational society where one person's station in life that they are born into is not the station they have to stay in. And we have more mobility and dynamism in the history of our country, and we will have more in the future of our country than any nation ever has had on earth. But I think that it has to be rooted to a moral urgency. This is my criticism of many of the 20th century conservative economists, is that things were going so well, worked so well, that the benefits of free enterprise are so self-evident compared to the downside of central planning and socialism and the great evil monster of communism, that we took for granted that our belief in free enterprise was not merely about efficiencies, but this moral dynamic that exists between God and man, that he made us for these things. So when I see people demonizing growth, when I see the class warfare that has taken hold, it's been in left-wing faculty lounges for a long time. But I think there's this sort of sometimes populist sentiment that is permeated against capital formation, against growth economics. I really believe that resentment mentality comes from not being rooted to the right spiritual and moral culture. That's what's happened in Europe, and I'm positive because of patriots like you all, it's not going to happen here in the United States of America.
Good, thank you. I want to ask Bridget, down there at the far end, hello.
Hi.
You know, the newest frontier is space, but also include artificial intelligence. People don't know to welcome it, don't know whether to welcome it or to pan it. I myself, without really understanding a lot of it, believe that all of these industrial revolutions, all the technological revolutions that have taken place in this country have been fabulously successful. Even though there are always some shorter-term consequences. I am, therefore, a follower of the late Joseph Schumpeter and his gales of creative destruction. He passed away in the early 50s. I speak to him occasionally. I commune with him spiritually. And he's told me to stay on this track, that AI and space is going to be good for us. And I believe him, as he's never let me down before. But you are involved in this new frontier. So perhaps you could explain to me and some of the others how you see that.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you all for having me. Hearing the other panelists speak on morals and values underpinning our country, and I appreciate the risk framing that you brought up. I think that risk really represents the combination of optimism and pragmatism. And so when we're talking about new frontiers, American spirit carries a lot of optimism for how we can do things. We can actually accomplish things. Setting out onto new frontiers previously, we've kind of carried the belief in our own ability, but also having the pragmatism to say, how do we concretely make this happen? So it's not some kind of pipe dream or something that's not tied to reality. I think that is really what's exciting about space right now, and I'll just mention space because that's what our company does. We do networking infrastructure for space. I think we're at an interesting point with space where it's going from being, it's been a part of our global economy for many decades, but the market dynamics have made it challenging to go fully mainstream. And now, with SpaceX IPO, for example, you're seeing this activation energy that's taking those market dynamics and actually reaching a point where you have a pragmatic argument to say that the economics in space can match or exceed the economics on Earth for some really critical industries. And I think that's really, really exciting when you think about frontier industries and making that possible. To your point on kind of what's the doomy future of new technology and new frontiers versus the optimistic one, I think it comes down to competition, which is another really important piece of how our country is designed and operates. the best way that we can have the solution that is optimized for good and that people have the choice to choose that is through competition. And that's kind of what our company is oriented towards. We do shared networking infrastructure. We're tremendously inspired by the vision that SpaceX has put forward for the world and for beyond the world. It's pretty wild to be on a stage this year and talk about space as a viable IPO topic as opposed to something that is more out of left field. But I think our company doing that shared networking infrastructure, we want to see 100 SpaceXs. We want to see 1,000 SpaceXs. And part of that reason is just because we think that there's a tremendously bright future with these industries to look forward to. But I think the important risk consideration that you're raising is that's the way that we can kind of ensure that we have the positive outcomes from these technologies is that there's the checks and balances of a diversity of options and that we don't wind up becoming pigeonholed into a single solution.
Well, I just think that points that have been made, if you believe in the first principles of competition and markets and market-oriented economies, then you have nothing to worry about with respect to embracing the future and even the unknown in the future. I mean, of course, we don't know how that's going to turn out in the next couple hundred years, but why not embrace what appears to be this, large-scale changes? I don't understand, and this is not directed at you personally, but I don't understand why there are so many pessimists. I mean, it's as though people were saying, don't buy any of Henry Ford's cars, for heaven's sakes, because you're going to put the buggy whip makers out of business. And that was true. But Henry Ford and his mass production ideas changed the entire landscape of the American economy. In our lifetime, the older group here, we went through the information revolution, right? It turned out to be incredible. The efficiencies, the scale, and the productivity allowed us to do things that nobody dreamed possible, and now the extension is coming, as I see it, as an extension with artificial intelligence. Now, there are things to worry about, I grant you that. Now, Roger Zackheim, of course, has been imprinting, he's a very monetary-oriented guy. Look at him standing in the back there. I just want to read out some numbers, and I want to get you to comment on this and anybody else that wants to. So the SpaceX and XAI too, Elon's merging the whole thing. Goldman and Morgan they're doing the underwriting for just shy of $2 trillion. That's what's going to be the original IPO, $2 trillion. A very big number, $2 trillion. Okay, even by their standards. But the absolute knockout number, which I don't understand, $29 trillion of something called, I think, total market value or total asset value or total potential value or total something, $29 trillion. I don't understand that, Bridget. You'll have to explain those. That's about the size of a little short of our GDP. So we're going to double our GDP. If Elon can double our GDP in the next couple of years, I'm all for it, believe me. And I'm a big admirer of his down through the years having interviewed him. But anyway, what's that stuff mean? People are making a bet. And I'm in favor of bets, don't get me wrong. Yep. And I haven't had a drink in over 3 decades, so it works. But how is this possible? How can we value the future like that? Have some fun with this. Just go ahead.
I mean, if I were to say it in one sentence, it's that our economy is moving to space. I think that is the thesis behind that.
And this is a good thing.
Yes, absolutely. There's multiple industries that are baked into that TAM figure, and if you look at the communications industry, for example, SpaceX is able to address a global market where we look at U.S. market for telecom. Major players such as AT&T, like that's just capturing the U.S. market, and Starlink has exposure to the entire world's market for telecom. Now they're talking about AI. You look in their S1, they talk about in-orbit manufacturing and what's next in terms of markets that can be moved into space. And so I view that as really the reflection of what they're talking about. And I think that's a very exciting thing, just in terms of the expansion of our economy. I was, chatting earlier with someone at my table about I think the phrase that he had used is, if Lewis and Clark were trying to, show investors an estimate for the value of Western expansion, what would they have said? What kind of figure would they have said? I think the one that we talk about with our particular networking solution for the space industry is the internet. When the internet was initially created, it was research. It was supporting very specific government research programs, and no one would have foreseen the value of the internet. And today, it supports dating apps and Uber and food delivery and so many different things that have expanded our economy. And so I am bullish on it. I'm very bullish.
Yeah, no, good. I like bullish. So Mike Faulkner, coming back to first principles for economies, whether they're on Earth or in space or in Mars or wherever they may be, it is interesting, I think, more than interesting, instrumental, that both Reagan and Trump, who are likely to be the two most impactful presidents in the last 100 years or so, but both of them emphasized lower taxes, a lighter government regulatory touch on the economy, and both of them rhetorically talked frequently about rewarding success rather than punishing success. The left, as David Bahnsen was referring to a few moments ago, the left, first of all, doesn't like to reward success, except presumably their own big government socialist model, always wanting higher taxes and much greater regulation. In fact, it was Steve Forbes a couple years ago on our show talked about communism and socialism have changed now. We don't necessarily purchase the means of production to nationalize. We just do it through the regulatory state. Although this dumb kid in New York wants to purchase the means of production too, but I'll leave that aside. You got your own problems here in California. Yeah. But it is interesting that those two first principles, lighter taxes and lighter regulations, seems to unlock the kind of economic growth and success that we all look forward to.
Right. So again, let's go back to first principles and much of the history lesson that Steve just gave us. Ultimately, philosophically, what President Trump and President Reagan share is a recognition that prosperity comes from the people and from private sector activities, not from command and control central government. And so both you and I, when we were policymakers, we recognized that our job was to create the ring fences within which industry operates to maintain sufficient security and safety, to provide the basic functions of government, enforcement of contracts so that capital and industry can flourish, but ultimately leave it to private capital to engage in risk-taking to serve the needs of the population. I mean, the notion that we're going to go through elections to figure out what products or services to offer the American people is just laughable on its face, and yet that's what a socialist or a communist system would have you believe. It's that the elected officials, again, I ask people all the time, when you think about what products and services you want to have available to you, do you entrust Warren Buffett and Elon Musk or Maxine Waters and, name your Republican, right? I mean, of course we're going to, the whole idea is to leave it to the private sector, let them put private capital in place to identify where the needs are and engage in the risk-taking. And the role of government is to create the environment where that flourishes. And what are the essential elements of it? We need to make sure that we reward serving your fellow American. We need to recognize that profit is that it is a reward for improving the lives of people. It is not, taxes by the left are viewed as punishment for extracting resources from society. That is not what profits are. Profits are rewards for serving others. And so we want to encourage that. We want to create a regulatory environment that says you know better how to run your business. And if you're going to be serving your customers for a long time, you're going to have employees for a long time, you're going to have suppliers for a long time. And competition is the best thing to create discipline in the economy, not a bureaucrat who thinks they know how to run your business better than you do. And so that's why I think when you get people that fundamentally put their faith in the American people, you're going to create an environment where you entrust them and empower them, and that means low taxes and low regulation.
You agree with that?
Well, I sure do. And one thing I want to add, because I have two of my supply side heroes on stage with me today, and I grew up believing in the supply side ethos, low tax, low regulation, to provide incentive for more growth and productivity in the economy. I would like to add one of the regulatory burdens that we have to take on for our next 250 years is tort reform in this legal system that we're in that is impeding competition. It's impeding the little guy from coming up and fighting. Big companies have the money and the resources to engage. And so I think even the legal system is an example of where there is an impediment that works against what you're talking about philosophically. And we have a responsibility to fight on a supply side basis for that to not get in the way. The court system's corrupt, and I believe that anything that is impeding the competition that Bridget's talking about, but also the incentive for people to go create. And out of that, you get dignity of work, you get more satisfied people. You're saying, why are people so negative now? But we're constantly being told that they're not just negative about the economy and about the future, that they're unhappy in their own lives. But see, with hope comes a happier life. A more productive life leads to more fulfilled life. But to me, capital investment and risk-taking, I love the way she put it. It's a combination of optimism and pragmatism. Capital investment is hopeful. By definition, it is optimistic. And we demonize capital markets to our own peril.
I think you can almost generalize, at least somebody in this audience will agree with me, that people who participate in the private sector, be it investors or workers, are by their very nature more optimistic about the present and the future than people who insist on the public government sector. Yeah. If you're willing to take a risk, and assuming the level playing field, and assuming there are laws and protections of your rights and so forth, if you're willing to take those risks as private entrepreneurs, you are almost by definition more optimistic than insisting on a public running of the economy or anything else, using other people's money. I mean, it's a whole different game. And it's interesting to me, both Reagan and Trump were great believers in private property. They were great believers in the private economy, in the private sector, in private investment. Private investment, by the way, dwarfs government investment if you ever actually look at the numbers. It's not even close, but I think it's an interesting point. Steve Forbes, I wanted to get your take on Bridget's numbers and this whole, I love these space numbers. They're really terrific. And what you think of it. You've been in and around the investment world for a long, 29 trillion total market value for something we don't really know much about. Hell, I'm all for it. Let's see, nominal GDP today, correct me if I'm wrong, Falconer, we're about 30 trillion nominal GDP. Yep. The government debt in public hands is about 30 trillion. Now here's a great one. Total household net wealth, okay? Stocks, bonds, real estate, cash in the bank if you have any, it's about $180 trillion, which is a big number, 6 times our debt and our GDP, but 29 trillion is a pretty good, down payment on in addition to that. What do you think, Steve Forbes?
Well, this is going to lead, even if Elon Musk eventually falters, What you're seeing the beginnings of is what we saw with the automobile industry 120 years ago, when you had literally hundreds of companies rising up. Only a handful survived, but from it we got an industry that we can't live without today. So I think the prospect that we're going to have umpteen thousands of spaceships going out in space, going to the moon, to Mars, probably a lot of husbands like that, thinking mother-in-law going up in space and the like. So it's going to really improve the standard of living. But the key thing is that we create the environment where these good things are allowed to play out. And recognizing that just as one person can't have all the knowledge, one government entity can't have all the power. And that's why the founders understood you got to break it up. And so, and we've had continuous challenges in our history about trying to create that kind of environment. We had a civil war over one. We had the 1890s, a very depressed period about the future of this country, talking about frontiers. In the 1890 census, the Bureau announced that the American frontier was closed. And an academician called Frederick Jackson Turner, from the University of Wisconsin, wrote a paper that just swept through the nation. Huge pessimism, the frontier is closed. Does that mean that the American special character is going to go and we're just going to become like any other country? But it turns out the real frontier is the human mind. So we've gone through these periods of we have to fight it, but we do have a real battle today, even though we've been making some progress. What has been done to the schools, what has been done with our kids is going to, I think, will unfold. And one of the reasons why I think we're going to overcome our education gap, Larry, despite some of our deplorable schools, is games, video games. The other day, a general was asked, very decorated, said, what do you think of the younger pilots? This guy was a former pilot, been in wars. And he said, the younger pilots today are phenomenal. They're light years ahead of our skills. They go in a cockpit and they're right at home. So even though our schools may be failing, in other ways, we're training people in ways we don't realize. I mean, these games today, I remember board games, fairly simple. You have these games now, my God, they're mind benders, and kids master them. I'm not talking about the violent stuff, but the way they get into it. So the mind's getting developed in spite of the school unions. But the key thing is the right economic environment. And one of the reasons why AI is under such assault is there's pessimism out there. People don't, especially young people, don't believe in the future. They think AI is going to take their jobs. Robots are going to take a lot of jobs away.
Why is that?
And
why is that?
Why is that? Because
I just don't understand.
people,
these kids are worried. They're like old fogies.
Yeah, but you know, right now, 1/3 of the American consumers are in over their heads in debt. Kids who thought they're going to have easy jobs out of college aren't getting them. So you can come up with the reasons, but the cure for it, as we've done in the past, like in the 20s, you want to see a depressed period, look at 1919, 1920, is prosperity. If you create prosperity, suddenly the spirit gets better. By the way, one little factoid, the 1920 census was the first and only time in history we had a census where we did not change the districts of Congress and did not change the allocation of congressional seats to the states. So by 1930, California, even though their population had tripled, had the same number of seats as it did in 1910 because of the battle between urban America and rural America. Urban America, they believe, immigrants and all that sort of thing. Rural America, Jeffersonian, but it was a real fight. So the key battle is making sure we have the environment where we can overcome those divisions. By the way, the 20s, despite F. Scott Fitzgerald and booze, illegal booze and all that, was one of the most productive decades in human history in bettering human lives.
Bridget, is it true that the younger group don't want to work hard and don't want to take risks? I think I'm singling you out. I think you're the younger group here. Please don't take it personally, and it's not a derogatory comment. I'm just looking for information.
Yeah, no.
An inspiration.
Appreciate it.
Yes.
I think it's mixed. I mean, if you look at the population that works at Northwood, they work incredibly hard and incredibly optimistic and enthusiastic about the future. They want to be served up a really hard problem, and they want to work around the clock to address it. And so I think it does come down to, ownership, having a sense of, the ability to actually make change with your own hands, and having something really exciting to look forward to. And I think the talent ecosystem that is kind of bubbling up through this new hard tech wave, it's gritty. Like there are a lot of folks that are willing to endure really hard work over long periods of time to accomplish something meaningful and impactful. Think about infrastructure build-outs that you've had to have in different eras. That satisfaction doesn't happen for many years. We talk about, SpaceX has been around for 20 years. There's a lot of different, there's a long time period to achieve a mission to Mars. For us, what we do, we build out this global infrastructure that sits around the world like a massive cell tower network, but for space objects that are 50,000 miles away. And that's hard. We have people going on expeditions to Finland and the outback of Australia and, US farmland. And it's not easy. And there's a deep amount of motivation and personal investment in making that possible. So I am very optimistic when I look at this workforce that is coming up around the hard tech movement. And let's just capture that. Let's just
pretty much,
bottle it up.
I pretty much my whole career worked 6 days a week. And for better or worse, still doing it. Right? Love my TV work and so forth. But I do radio for the hell of it on Saturdays. You may like it, you may not like it, but I'm there, plugging away. And in fact, a lot of younger people have kind of dropped out. I've watched them sort of go down by flies, and there I am, still showing up. And down through the years, David Bonson and I have had this conversation about work and the godliness of work. And and I'm going to be very qualitative here, but there's an awful lot of literature reporting about a religious revival that's going on today. People getting baptized, interrupting Easter services and vigils for the baptism rate is rising substantially. And so, if you disagree with that point of view, I respect that, but I'm just saying from my lights, there's a lot of discussion of that. And I myself have gone through something of a spiritual religious revival in recent decades, but work is godly. Work is godly. Your book talks a lot about it. So did mine. We've talked about it. I mean, there's no way around it. If you've got some damn bureaucratic job and the hours are set and this and that, but if you're alone in the private sector and you have no backup and you don't have 300 million taxpayers behind you, and you're putting it all on the line, you're going to work pretty damn hard, aren't you? And then if even better, if you have some faith in a higher authority or higher power, that just adds to it. Now, I think we went through something like this during the Reagan years, okay? And I think we're going through something like it right now. Go ahead, knock it down if you do, but that's just my point of view.
I think that the $29 trillion figure you're putting out there about the total addressable value is pessimistic. Because the reason I don't worry about work going away from AI is the same reason I think the 29 trillion figure is even bigger. It's because human needs are infinite, therefore work is infinite. There is an infinite capacity for work, infinite things that human beings can do, acting as image bearers of God to produce goods and services that meet the needs and wants of humanity. That all at once, Steve talked about the period of people drinking too much. People don't have isolation and solitude and loneliness and depression to the same degree when they're involved in a career and a workful, productive activity that fills their soul. All at once, we have this incredible opportunity through work to not only heal the soul of our country, but our individual souls that so much want that purpose and joy it brings.
Steve Forbes, come back to you. So we've established that there's good and evil in the world, and the castle of freedom that we wish to defend must continue to be defended. And so I come to the last point, and that is the idea that Reagan promoted and Trump is continuing, the idea of peace through strength. That we must have a strong enough economy at home to produce the resources and the morale to make sure we can defend our freedoms abroad. The world is still a dangerous place, and there are countries out there besides Iran who are not our friends. So if we don't grow the economy and keep the incentive structure for growth, then we won't be able to defend ourselves in a dangerous world. And I think, Ronald Reagan re-taught us that in the area of Soviet communism. It's not a new thought historically, but it's an important one. And I think right now we face the same thing. Thought you might have a thought or two on peace through strength.
Yes, and just to add a little bit of levity, we've been having a spiritual discussion. I hope nobody gets cross about that. But bad Friday, please excuse. But in terms of a peace through strength, the time civilization gets in trouble is when we are weak. The 1930s saw that. The 1970s saw that. That's why Reagan's presidency was so critical. A lot of people thoughtful people, that we were in a nation in decline. He turned that flat on its upside down in a very good way. So, and this gets put in a plug for Hamilton again, not the play, but the man. And Hamilton realized that if you have a good financial system, sound money, that gives you strength. And you look at Holland in the 1500s, part of the Habsburg Empire. How did this small entity, literally underwater, not only win its independence in 1581, they had a Declaration of Independence, but they became the financial center of the world because they had a sound currency, sound economic system. So this small entity against the Spanish Empire and all the other empires became a dominant power in the world. The Brits did the same thing. Late 1600s, they were a third-rate power. That changed when Hamilton learned from that. So the importance of sound money is not just monetarism and all that kind of stuff. It gets to the essence. You have a reliable way of measuring value, which is what money does, measures value. Then people can focus on doing constructive things rather than trying to hedge against destructive things. And we've seen for 250 years where that can lead us.
Michael, did you want to add to that?
Yeah, a couple of things. First, I think that it's important to recognize that as optimistic as all of us are, I'm reminded of our friend Newt Gingrich saying that we were one election away from losing it all. And so amongst this optimism and the dedication to the values and institutions that all of us have been talking about, I just want to reinforce the need for resiliency and determination to make sure that we don't lose that. And to reiterate something Steve also just said, our friend Linda McMahon is doing great work at the Department of Education to bring civics education back into our life, because we need to constantly remind the next generation of the institutions they're inheriting, of the values that made this country different and unique from everything else. And then finally, I just want to say, I think we need to create a linkage between this revival of religion in our country and compare that and perhaps explain it as people recognizing that government does not provide purpose, socialism does not create values, and that we must re-embrace core values of work and family, and that institutions are built to enable those fundamental activities, not to supplant them. And it feels too much like what socialists and big government people want to do is actually have government replace family and religion. And our side needs to re-embrace those values in order to realize the growth and resiliency that I was just talking about.
Amen.
Well, it may well be that the most important sentence ever written in history was we are endowed by our Creator with the unalienable rights of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. It's been a long day. You're a terrific audience. We appreciate it. Bridget Mendler, thank you very much. Steve Forbes, thank you. Mike Faulkner, David Bonson. I'm Larry Kudlow. Good luck, everyone.
Thank you.